Chapter 2374. Idiot. Duanling Tian indifferently spat out 2 words while Li Bing was laughing excitedly and did not stop for a long time. Although his voice was not loud, it was not drowned out by Li Bing's loud laughter. It was clearly heard by everyone present. Idiot. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Li Bing's laughter stopped abruptly. It was as though someone had grabbed Li Bing's neck to stop him from laughing. At this moment, all the disciples of Zoroastrianism turned to look at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian called our ancestor an idiot? Did I hear wrongly? One of the disciples of Zoroastrianism asked in shock. He thought he had heard wrongly. You didn't hear wrongly. He really did call our ancestor an idiot. The other fire worship sect's disciple gulped as he looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. He could not figure out what was going on. How could Duanling Tian be so bold as to call the old ancestor of the fire worship sect an idiot? The old ancestor of the fire worship sect was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although their ancestor was evenly matched with Duanling Tian's 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, they did not know what to do. However, they did not hear Duanling Tian's words. Did Zoroastrianism have another ancestor who was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who could come over at any time? If their ancestor came over, the 2 ancestors of Zoroastrianism would join forces and the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial next to Duanling Tian would not be a match for them at all. At this moment, almost all of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism shared the same thought. For this reason, they could not help but shake their heads when they looked at Duanling Tian. He's crazy. Duanling Tian is crazy. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, eminent celestials are not to be humiliated. Bodiless celestials who are stronger than eminent celestials are even more so. Duanling Tian is seeking death. I really don't know where he got the courage to call the old ancestor an idiot. Once the old ancestor summons the other old ancestor of the fire worship sect back, that 4-tribulation bodiless celestial servant of his will be useless. Most of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism thought Duanling Tian was crazy. You! How dare you call me an idiot? While the group of fire worship sect's elders and disciples were discussing among themselves, Li Bing looked at Duanling Tian coldly. It was as though he wanted to freeze Duanling Tian into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the power in Li Bing's body skyrocketed. It was as if he had transformed into a ball of flame that soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble. Chi! 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 Cracks in the void appeared one after another, twisting around Li Bing's body like tiny snakes slithering around his body. It was a visually stunning sight. I'll give you a chance. Duanling Tian ignored Li Bing's question. Instead, he looked at Li Bing indifferently and said, "Swear to the lightning oath. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll never return to Zoroastrianism or ask about Zoroastrianism again. Then, disappear from my sight as fast as you can and get out of Zoroastrianism." The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. Even Li Bing was stunned by Duanling Tian's words. He wondered if he was hallucinating. The current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, a mere eminent celestial, actually wanted him to swear on the lightning penalty oath? At this moment, Li Bing was not the only one who thought he was hallucinating. Even the other Zoroastrianism elders and disciples present on the scene thought they were hallucinating as well. Did I hear wrongly? This Duanling Tian wants the old ancestor to swear on the lightning penalty oath and get out of Zoroastrianism? You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it too. I thought I heard wrongly. Heavens! Can someone tell me, where does this Duanling Tian get the confidence to say such words? When the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples regained their senses, they were in an uproar. They looked at Duanling Tian as though they were looking at a monster. At this moment, the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism were dumbfounded. They did not know where Duanling Tian got his confidence from. Guardian Ling Tian. Didn't he hear the old ancestor say there's another 4-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Zoroastrianism who can return at any time? He's only an eminent celestial. Although he has a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant, it's still not enough for him to contend with 2 4-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Zoroastrianism, right? Where did he get his confidence from? Unlike the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who thought Duan Ling Tian was crazy, the four Zoroastrianism guardians were curious. Where did Duan Ling Tian get the confidence to do this? They had known Duan Ling Tian for a long time. They clearly remembered all the things Duan Ling Tian had done since he joined the Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian had never been at a disadvantage during his time in the Zoroastrianism bodiless celestial sect. Every time he did something shocking, the people around him did not think highly of him. However, he always managed to shock them. For this reason, they thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. It was unlikely that Duan Ling Tian was arrogant and dared to act so recklessly in front of the old ancestor of Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian most likely had his own confidence as well. However, they could not help but wonder where Duan Ling Tian's confidence came from. Is it possible that Guardian Ling Tian has more than one four tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant? Does he have more than one four tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Could it be that Ling Tian, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, has a trump card that allows him to be unafraid of a four tribulation bodiless celestial? The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism had many thoughts in their minds, but they were not certain if they were right. Zifeng suddenly looked in the direction of Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he had discovered something new. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Qinghua, who was standing next to him. Guardian Qinghua, that girl Ru Yan. She doesn't seem to be surprised by what Guardian Ling Tian said to the old ancestor. Based on her calm expression, it seems like she trusts Ling Tian a lot. She thinks Ling Tian has the confidence to do this. Protector Zifeng's voice was filled with disbelief as he spoke. Why don't you ask her? Where does Ling Tian get his confidence from? Zifeng continued to send a voice transmission to Qinghua. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Qinghua instinctively turned to look at his direct disciple, Gan Ru Yan, who was also the current sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. As expected, Ru Yan's expression was calm. Gan Ru Yan's expression remained calm. It was as though she was not worried about Duan Ling Tian's words at all. Ru Yan, Guardian Ling Tian, where do you get the confidence to say that? Qinghua asked through voice transmission. Confidence. Gan Ru Yan was stunned when she heard Qinghua's voice transmission. However, when she regained her senses, she also realized what her master was asking. She immediately replied through voice transmission, Master, I'm not sure what to do. Master, even if the other four tribulation bodiless celestial mentioned by the old ancestor of the Zoroastrianism, they wouldn't be a match for him even if they joined forces. His confidence comes from his strength. Otherwise, why do you think Chen Yi Ru, a four tribulation bodiless celestial, would acknowledge him as his master? It's because Chen Yi Ru is weaker than him. Gan Ru Yan did not conceal anything from her master and told him the truth. What? Qinghua was shocked when he heard Gan Ru Yan's voice transmission. Even if the two four tribulation bodiless celestials from the Zoroastrianism joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Ling Tian? Chen Yi Ru had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his master because he was weaker than Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he just an eminent celestial? Qinghua asked through voice transmission. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, if one isn't a bodiless celestial, the limit of one's cultivation base is the eminent celestial. However, it's impossible for him to be a bodiless celestial. How can he be stronger than two four tribulation bodiless celestials? Master, it's true that he's an eminent celestial, but he's different from ordinary eminent celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Gan Ru Yan replied through voice transmission. In any case, there's no need to worry about him. Two four tribulation bodiless celestials are no match for him. If it was another person who told Qinghua this, Qinghua would never believe such a ridiculous thing even if he was beaten to death. Yet now, those words were spoken by his personal disciple. Moreover, he was certain that this personal disciple of his would not lie to him. Gasp! After inhaling sharply, Qinghua sent a voice transmission to Zifeng and relayed Gan Ru Yan's words to him. What? Ru Yan said even if two four tribulation bodiless celestials join forces, they won't be a match for Ling Tian. How's that possible? After hearing Qinghua's voice transmission, Protector Zifeng turned pale with fright. After a short while, Protector Zifeng sent a voice transmission to Protector Hong Yun and Protector Lang Ying. The two of them were similarly stunned and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Give me a chance. I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath that I'll never return to Zoroastrianism. And I'll never ask about Zoroastrianism again. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Li Bing for a moment. When he regained his senses, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and completely let it out. Duan Ling Tian, you're seeking death. A furious roar reverberated in the air. Li Bing's energy exploded as he prepared to attack Duan Ling Tian. Old Ancestor. Chapter 2375. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Li Bing, who was about to attack Duan Ling Tian, suddenly froze. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Zifeng. When he arrived earlier, he knew this person was the leader of the four great guardians of the Zoroastrianism. He was once a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was the leader of the three guardians of the Zoroastrianism 4,000 years ago. For this reason, he thought highly of Zifeng, the current leader of the guardians of the Zoroastrianism. If someone else had called out to him at this moment, he would not have bothered at all. Old Ancestor, I heard from Guardian Qinghua that his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, personally told him that even if you join forces with the other four tribulation bodiless celestials, you're still no match for Duan Ling Tian. Zifeng quickly reminded Li Bing through voice transmission when he saw Zifeng looking at him. You mean even if I join forces with Wang Chong, who's also a four tribulation bodiless celestial, we're still no match for Duan Ling Tian? Li Bing originally thought that Zifeng had something important to tell him, but he didn't expect to hear such a message. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. He looked at Zifeng and said coldly. Unlike Zifeng's voice transmission, Li Bing said it out loud. For this reason, his words caused a commotion among the crowd. Based on what the old ancestor said, Guardian Zifeng said that even if he joins forces with the other four tribulation bodiless celestial, there's still no match for Duan Ling Tian. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would the old ancestor say such a thing? Guardian Zifeng, have you lost your mind? The group of fire worship sect's elders and disciples stared at Zifeng with their mouths agape. They could not figure out what was going on. Why would the Lord Guardian of Zoroastrianism say such absurd words to a four-tribulation bodiless immortal patriarch of Zoroastrianism? Duan Ling Tian is only an eminent celestial. Even if he has a four-tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant, he won't be able to stop two four-tribulation bodiless celestials from Zoroastrianism. That's right. Even if an eminent celestial and a four-tribulation bodiless celestial join forces, they won't be stronger than two four-tribulation bodiless celestials. For Protector Zifeng to remind the ancestor like this. Could it be that he's intentionally protecting Duan Ling Tian? Many Zoroastrianism elders and disciples believed that Zifeng was deceiving Li Bing. Based on their words, they also believed that Zifeng was intentionally protecting Duan Ling Tian. All of you. Zifeng did not expect Li Bing would repeat what he had said through voice transmission. He did not expect so many Zoroastrianism elders and disciples would suspect that he was intentionally protecting Duan Ling Tian. Shut up! Li Bing shouted coldly and interrupted Zifeng. Even if you want to protect Duan Ling Tian, he won't be able to escape death today. I'll deal with you after I kill him. Based on Li Bing's words, not only did he not believe Li Bing's words, but he even said he would look for Zifeng after he killed Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, the other three Zoroastrianism guardians could not help but smile wryly. Although they were mentally prepared for this outcome, they could not help but smile wryly when they saw it with their own eyes. If they were in Li Bing's shoes, they would not believe Zifeng's words as well. The reason they believed Zifeng was because they had been friends for many years. Moreover, they understood the character of the new sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Gan Ruyen, very well. Li Bing. Duan Ling Tian was amused when he saw Zifeng's kindness being taken for granted. He looked at Li Bing coldly and said, Based on your words, you don't intend to follow my instructions and swear on the lightning penalty oath? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me, Li Bing, swearing on the lightning penalty oath? Li Bing looked at Duan Ling Tian again with a mocking expression on his face. The energy in his body that had been reduced increased again. A majestic and vast aura swept out from Li Bing's body. "I've given you a chance." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Li Bing's words. He said indifferently, "Since you don't cherish this chance, you'll stay here for the rest of your life." Duan Lingtian's words implied that he wanted to kill Li Bing. Now that Li Bing was dead, he would naturally stay here forever. Shameless boasting. Li Bing, who was further enraged by Duan Lingtian, shouted again. His body moved as though he had transformed into a cannonball as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. "You'll know soon enough if I'm boasting or not." Duan Lingtian smirked as he stomped on the air and charged forward as well. He was not afraid at all. Whoosh, whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes except for Chen Yiru. "He's so fast." Duan Lingtian's speed shocked the four great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Zifeng, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was especially shocked. Even if it's an eminent celestial, it's impossible for him to completely disappear before my eyes when he shows his speed, right? At this moment, Zifeng was 100% certain Duan Lingtian was lying. He was certain Gan Ruyen was not lying. However, even if he was 100% certain Gan Ruyen was not lying, what could he do? The old ancestor of Zoroastrianism did not believe him at all. HM? As soon as Li Bing flew out, he saw Duan Lingtian charging at him fearlessly. Initially, he had a disdainful expression on his face. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to his expression changed drastically. "How's this possible?" The disdainful expression on Li Bing's face disappeared and was replaced with shock. "This isn't a speed that an eminent celestial should be capable of. His speed is not inferior to mine." At this moment, Li Bing was also extremely flustered, because he had never dreamt that he would be able to escape. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's speed to be so fast. His soul is clearly that of an eminent celestial. I can't sense any aura of a bodiless celestial from him. He's indeed an eminent celestial. However, how could an eminent celestial possess such an exaggerated speed? Li Bing was completely dumbfounded. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. Li Bing slammed his hands down in the air when he was about to charge at Duan Lingtian. Bang! Immediately, a boundless power struck the void, shaking the 9 heavens, leaving behind a series of hideous cracks in the void. As soon as the cracks appeared, Li Bing took advantage of the force and shot up into the sky, dodging Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him. "Sword, come," Duan Lingtian said indifferently as Li Bing soared into the sky. He raised his hand and his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy formed a sword ray in his hand. The sword light continued to converge, and in the end, it actually seemed to have transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian and Li Bing's figures passed each other in 2 different directions. Duan Lingtian and Li Bing's figures passed each other. Sword-wielding technique. Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was completely condensed from his own energy whistled out like a bolt of lightning. It was like a meteor that streaked across the night sky. Swoosh! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air as a sword ray flashed in front of Li Bing's eyes. How fast! As soon as Li Bing thought to himself, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. Then, he saw his right arm had been severed at the shoulder. The cut was clean. From the beginning until the end, he did not see it clearly. When exactly did that sword ray sweep past his right shoulder and cut off his right arm from shoulder to shoulder? Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian stomped his feet and reappeared in front of everyone. More cracks appeared in the void and did not close for a long time. The spatial cracks were lined up in a row, as if they were a group of soldiers that were being inspected. These cracks were formed when Duan Lingtian tore the void apart with his sword. How's this possible? How did Duan Lingtian sever the old ancestor's shoulder? At the same time, Li Bing appeared in front of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. They instantly discovered Li Bing's right arm had been severed at the shoulder. Swoosh! However, just as they discovered that Li Bing's right arm had been chopped off from the shoulder, a condensed energy whizzed out from the gap in Li Bing's right arm, and it continued to flow in reverse. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it transformed into a new arm. It was similar to the arm that had been severed earlier. The body of a bodiless celestial was different from that of a human. It was similar to an energy body. As long as a bodiless celestial was not killed with a single blow, he would be able to use a certain amount of energy to heal his body. 5. Tribulation bodiless celestial. You're able to cast an attack comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Li Bing looked at Duanling Tian again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He could not figure it out. How could a mere eminent celestial cast an attack comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Humph. Before Duanling Tian could reply to Li Bing, Chen Yiru scoffed coldly. Li Bing, I'm afraid you're unaware that my master is the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He has inherited Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy. Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words, Li Bing's expression changed drastically. How could I have forgotten about him? He was familiar with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Back then, Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. Chapter 2376. When Li Bing looked at Duanling Tian again, there was no longer any trace of arrogance in his eyes. Even the disdain that was originally there was completely gone at this moment. Duanling Tian was the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, and the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. He was the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and had received Feng Qingyang's true teachings. Perhaps, Duanling Tian was not as strong as Feng Qingyang, who was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. However, Duanling Tian's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. It left long and narrow cracks in the void. Although the cracks were closing at a speed visible to the naked eye, it would take at least 15 minutes for the cracks to close completely. An eminent celestial's attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Li Bing's pupils constricted, and his heart began to tremble continuously, as if it would never stop. You're quite lucky. That attack didn't kill you, Duanling Tian said as he glanced at Li Bing indifferently. Duanling Tian's expression was indifferent from the beginning until the end, and the gaze he used to look at Li Bing was incomparably tranquil as well. It was as though he was a god looking down on the world. But this time you won't be so lucky. Earlier, Duanling Tian had casually thrown his sword in the direction of Li Bing. He did not use his divine consciousness to lock onto Li Bing. Otherwise, Li Bing would have died from the attack. Swoosh! As though in response to Duanling Tian's words, the 3-foot-long blade that had cut off Li Bing's arm made a turn in the air and returned to Duanling Tian's hand. After all, Duanling Tian had used his celestial origin energy and saint origin to form the 3-foot-long blade. After using it earlier, a portion of it had been depleted. Due to this, its luster had dimmed significantly. However, when Duanling Tian channeled his saint origin energy into it, it regained its original appearance. Duanling Tian, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. When Li Bing saw Duanling Tian standing with his sword and staring at him coldly, horror dawned on his face when he realized the danger he was in. Gasp, 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 gasp. When Li Bing's voice, which was filled with fear, entered the ears of the people present, one by one, they recovered from their shock. After regaining their senses, they could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, fear could be seen in their eyes. Duanling Tian had cut off Li Bing's arm in just one blow. Moreover, based on Li Bing's words, it was impossible for him to kill Li Bing. The power of Duanling Tian's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack? This is a joke, right? Duanling Tian's attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack when he's just an eminent celestial? This isn't realistic at all. Shouldn't an eminent celestial's strength be comparable to a 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial? Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is much stronger than an eminent celestial. That's right. It's unbelievable. The people from the fire worship sect were shocked. They could not understand what was going on. How could Duan Lingtian's attack be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he's just an eminent celestial? Although the four guardians of Zoroastrianism knew Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Li Bing through Gan Ru Yan's reminder, they were still shocked. However, there was a difference between hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes. He's only an eminent celestial, but his attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Just like the other people from Zoroastrianism, they were puzzled by this as well. Elder brother Duan, in the distance, when Feng Tianwu who stood next to Ku, looked at Duan Lingtian again. Her eyes could not help but reveal waves of shock and disbelief. He hasn't even entered the Sword Saint's secret zone left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang, but he's already able to cast such a powerful attack as an eminent celestial? As the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Tianwu, naturally, knew about this. Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had killed the dragons, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She would not be surprised if her elder brother Duan had become as strong as Feng Qingyang after entering the Sword Saint's secret zone. However, the problem was, her elder brother Duan had not entered the Sword Saint's secret zone yet. Could it be that elder brother Duan has already entered the Sword Saint's secret zone? No. One of the keys to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone is still in the hands of Senior Uncle Seer. Moreover, Senior Uncle Seer said that when big brother Duan enters the Sword Saint's secret zone, the other successors of the 6 absolutes can enter as well. We can use our own abilities to search for our own fortuitous encounters. If elder brother Duan wants to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone, Senior Uncle Prophet will definitely know about it and inform us to return. When Feng Tianwu thought about this, she concluded that elder brother Duan had not entered the Sword Saint's secret zone. She was certain that her elder brother Duan had not entered the Sword Saint's secret zone yet. Senior Uncle Prophet said that before entering the Sword Saint's secret zone, even if elder brother Duan has become an eminent celestial and has comprehended the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to the highest level, elder brother Duan's strength is only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. However, currently, elder brother Duan's strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. This means Senior Uncle Prophet's judgment is wrong. Could it be that big brother Duan had another fortuitous encounter that caused his strength to be even stronger than what Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret had predicted? Feng Tianwu could not help but think to herself. It was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Feng Tianwu was thinking at this moment, otherwise, he would surely be extremely shocked. As it turned out, the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, was only a basic inheritance that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left for him. In the Sword Saint's secret zone, there was another inheritance that Feng Qingyang had left for him. Moreover, once he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone, he might possess the strength to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial, just like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. I can't kill you? Upon hearing Li Bing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh inwardly. However, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Why can't I kill you? Just because you're the ancestor of Zoroastrianism? Don't forget that I'm not a member of Zoroastrianism. Your status as the ancestor of Zoroastrianism is useless in front of me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face deepened. I'm a member of the dragons. You can't afford to offend the dragons behind me. When Li Bing mentioned the dragons, it was as though he had found a life-saving straw. Dragons. Upon hearing Li Bing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. I didn't expect the ancestor of Zoroastrianism would say he's a member of the dragons at this critical moment. Does this mean you've betrayed Zoroastrianism and joined the dragons? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, all the Zoroastrianism members present on the scene shifted their attention to Li Bing in unison. Their gazes were filled with confusion, and disbelief. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would say something like this. They did not expect their ancestor of Zoroastrianism would say he was a member of the dragons at this critical moment. Was he not the ancestor of Zoroastrianism? How did he become a member of the dragons? Duan Lingtian. Sensing the gazes of the Zoroastrianism members, Li Bing's expression darkened. As the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, you should know why I said that. Why are you playing dumb? Playing dumb? Duan Ling Tian laughed. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. Why don't you explain to them why you said you were a member of the dragons? Why did you say you had the protection of the dragons? You, upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Li Bing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he could say it, would he not? Once he said it, it would mean that the secret of Zoroastrianism being supported by the dragons would be exposed. The dragons had their own rules. If the bodiless celestials from the three great sects exposed this secret, they would be tortured for 81 days before they were killed. For this reason, even if he was given the courage of 100 men, he would not dare to explain it to the Zoroastrianism members. Since you have nothing to say, I'll send you to hell. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold when he saw Li Bing was unable to utter another word. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and locked onto Li Bing. No! As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness locked onto Li Bing discovered it. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in anger. He knew what this meant. Swoosh! The short-lived sound of a sword whistling through the air appeared again, and a sword ray flashed before Li Bing's eyes. In the next moment, Li Bing lost consciousness. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to react, let alone fight back. The old ancestor is dead? This. All the members of Zoroastrianism, including the four great guardians of Zoroastrianism, were shocked. Elder brother Duan killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily. Even an ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is no match for him, right? Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with shock. Duan Ling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, had killed Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who was a guardian of the Seven Absolute Sect 4,000 years ago. Chapter 2377. A bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism has been born. The bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism was a guardian of Zoroastrianism 4,000 years ago. His name is Li Bing. He was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking back then. 4,000 years ago, he failed the celestial tribulation and became a bodiless celestial. Even after 4,000 years, he didn't die from the bodiless celestial tribulation. In other words, he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial is even stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Initially, the entire western region and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were shocked by the appearance of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism. However, following that, another piece of news spread, which made them even more shocked. Duan Ling Tian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, killed Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, in the Zoroastrianism's estate. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land fell silent when the news spread. This was only the calm before the storm. After a moment of silence, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar. Isn't Duan Ling Tian an eminent celestial? An eminent celestial is weaker than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? News of bodiless celestials has spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could an eminent celestial kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? You must be joking. When more than 90% of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land expressed their doubts, another piece of news spread out, causing these people to cry out in shock. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. He didn't know where this news came from. As soon as it spread, it caused a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He's only an eminent celestial, but he managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is the Sword Saint so terrifying? If this is true, then it's not surprising that Duan Ling Tian managed to kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as an eminent celestial. After all, the Sword Saint from back then was also the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect. Furthermore, I've heard that Duan Ling Tian is the successor of that sword saint. After learning about how Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial, nobody doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength anymore. However, the shock in their hearts did not lessen at all. Duan Ling Tian, the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, is capable of killing a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is there anyone in the 3 great sects who's a match for him? That's right. If there's no one in the 3 great sects who's a match for him, doesn't that mean he can annihilate the 3 great sects on his own? The current sect leader of the Zoroastrianism is his wife's sister. I don't think he'll annihilate the Zoroastrianism. However, what about the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect? Is there anyone in those 2 great sects who's a match for Duan Ling Tian? While similar discussions were going on in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect were in an uproar as well. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It has only been a few years, but he's already so strong. Lang Qianjin still remembered. Previously, when he and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect went to the Zoroastrianism sect to look for Duan Ling Tian had to rely on Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect. At that time, although Duan Ling Tian had displayed extraordinary strength, he was only slightly stronger than Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. After a few years, not only did Duan Ling Tian kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, but he had also killed Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism sect. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism sect was killed by him. There's no bodiless celestial in the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Lang Qianjin's face turned gloomy when he thought of this. However, I've never heard of a bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism sect before. Where did Li Bing come from? Lang Qianjin was also puzzled by this. Currently, Lang Qianjin was not the only one in the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who had a gloomy expression on his face. Even the others were in a panic when they learned that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Some of them were even considering leaving the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect to seek refuge. After all, if Duan Ling Tian came, they would not be able to defend themselves at all. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain unharmed. In the Heaven Divination sect, pass down my orders. Summon all those who are searching for the members of the 7 Absolute sect. From now on, don't provoke the 7 Absolute sect. Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect, ordered. Mo Xian had also heard about the news from the Western region. He knew Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, he did not dare to let the members of the Heaven Divination sect provoke the 7 Absolute sect. The members of the Heaven Divination sect were not surprised when they received Mo Xian's order. Instead, they felt relieved. Rumor has it that every time a member of the 7 Absolute sect makes a high-profile appearance, it signifies the arrival of a new era. Previously, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, appeared in the 7 Absolute sect. This time, it's the same for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is too powerful. He killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as an eminent celestial. I wonder how strong he is. Perhaps, he's comparable to the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang? The atmosphere in the Heaven Divination sect was tense. Swoosh. After giving the order, Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect, flew out of the Heaven Divination sect's estate. After leaving the Heaven Divination sect's estate, he headed in the direction of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. Although he had ordered the members of the Heaven Divination sect not to provoke the 7 Absolute sect, who knew if the 7 Absolute sect would attack them under Duan Ling Tian's lead? For this reason, he planned to look for Lang Qianjin in the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate to discuss countermeasures against the 7 Absolute sect. In a remote mountain range in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. After so many years, Duan Ling Tian has already attained such a powerful cultivation base? Before he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, How Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few days ago. Initially, he planned to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. However, after he heard about how Duan Ling Tian had killed Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, and Li Bing, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, he immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! Even if he had passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, he was still no match for Duan Ling Tian, let alone the fact that he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was Duan Ling Tian an eminent celestial, but he was also an eminent celestial who could kill a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. From now on, I can't go against Duan Ling Tian. How Shuang made up his mind. At the same time, he completely dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, those who had conflicts with Duan Ling Tian had also dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to win. They knew they would never be able to match up to Duan Ling Tian. Even if they sought revenge from Duan Ling Tian, they would still die. Freak. Junior brother Ling Tian's strength is too terrifying, right? He hasn't even entered the Sword Saint secret zone yet. Initially, I thought that as long as his luck isn't too bad, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial or a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, even if he doesn't possess the strength to kill an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial like Ancestor Feng Qingyang. However, it seems like if he's lucky enough to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, he might be able to match up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang when he comes out. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the 7 absolute sect, could not help but click his tongue when he heard about Duan Ling Tian. Previously, although he did not know the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was his junior brother Ling Tian, he had heard about the Sword Saint secret zone. He knew the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny would have a heaven-defying increase in strength if he was lucky enough to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Although he might not be able to match up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang from the 7 absolute sect, he should not be too far off. However, now that he found out his junior brother Ling Tian could easily kill 4 tribulation bodiless celestials before he even entered the Sword Saint secret zone, it was not difficult for him to imagine. When his junior brother Ling Tian came out of the Sword Saint secret zone, he would definitely be able to match up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang. Ancestor Feng Qingyang from the 7 absolute sect was someone who had killed 8 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was only an eminent celestial. Meanwhile, although the other successors of the 7 absolute sect were in different places, they were shocked when they heard the news from the western region. Their thoughts were similar to Gu Li's. They felt Duan Ling Tian had a chance of catching up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang from the 7 absolute sect. When the news of Duan Ling Tian killing Li Bing, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, spread throughout the Tao Martial Saint Land, more than a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian had killed Li Bing. Moreover, this was the fastest time the news had spread. Many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage had spread the news from the central region of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, it would have taken more than a month for the news to spread in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Dragons. Lord Di Chen, we've investigated the matter. Chapter 2378. Speak. Within the pavilion, the handsome young man swept an indifferent glance at the person outside the pavilion. When he spoke, he raised his hand and put away the guzheng that was floating in front of him. Yes. The person replied respectfully, Li Bing's return to Zoroastrianism has nothing to do with the task you've given him, Lord Di Chen. He wanted to get rid of the new sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The new sect leader of Zoroastrianism advocated not to become enemies with the 7 absolute sect. Moreover, he even set a sect rule for this. Li Bing was very dissatisfied with this. As for what happened after that, it had nothing to do with the task you've given him, Lord Di Chen. He fought with the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, because he wanted to avenge the former sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He wanted to show off in front of the bodiless celestials from the Heaven Divination sect and Zhuangzi Buddhism. All in all, Li Bing deserved to die. When the person reached the end of his words, he came to a conclusion. Indeed, he deserved to die. The eyes of the handsome young man, Di Chen, who had sent Li Bing out to handle this matter, suddenly narrowed. When he opened his mouth again, his voice had become a little colder. It made the people standing outside the pavilion feel as if winter had arrived. However, even if he deserved to die, he's still a member of Emperor Chen. Di Chen narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Since he killed my man, Di Chen, I must seek an explanation from him. As soon as Di Chen finished speaking, he disappeared from the gazebo and appeared in the sky above the valley in just a blink of an eye. Come with me to investigate Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Di Chen did not forget to call out to the person standing outside the gazebo who had come to report to him. The person who came to report to Di Chen was not a bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, or the Heaven Divination sect. Like Di Chen, this person was a dragon who had transformed into a middle-aged man. Lord Di Chen. The middle-aged man trod on the air, and arrived behind Emperor Chen. He couldn't help but frown as he frowned and said, "We dragons had an agreement with the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. As long as the Seven Absolute Sect hasn't annihilated the three great sects, we dragons won't interfere in the conflict between the Seven Absolute Sect and the three great sections." This time, Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, killed Li Bing because of the conflict between the Seven Absolute Sect and Zoroastrianism. Lord Di Chen, it's inappropriate for you to act rashly. The middle-aged man said hesitantly. If the Supreme Elder and Lord Patriarch find out about this, I'm afraid they won't allow you to act in such a manner, Lord Di Chen. The middle-aged man tried to dissuade Di Chen. However, Emperor Chen coldly snorted in the face of his dissuasion. How will they know if you don't tell them? Moreover, I'm only going to look for Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. If he kneels down and apologizes to me, I'll only punish him lightly and forget about this matter. A hint of arrogance could be seen on Di Chen's face as he spoke. Kneel down and apologize? The middle-aged man could not help but laugh bitterly when he heard Di Chen's words. Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. He was also the successor of the Sword Saint. Even if the Patriarch of the Dragons personally made a move, he would not kneel down to someone like that. Lord Di Chen. The middle-aged man was about to dissuade Di Chen when Di Chen interrupted him. Shut your mouth. Follow me to the Fire Worship sect. If I find out that you've sent a message to the others, I won't let you off. As soon as Di Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of muffled thunder-like sound resounded. Emperor Chen waved his hand, and drew out a vast and majestic invisible force. Then, he carried the middle-aged man and left the valley in the blink of an eye. He left the dragon race, and left the 100,000 mountains. From afar, it looked like a streak of light that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It flew out of the 100,000 mountains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and continued to head west. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware of this. After all, a month ago, after he had killed Li Bing, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, he had informed Gan Ru Yen, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, before he left the Zoroastrianism with Ker, their daughter, and Feng Tianwu to the northern region of the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate. Naturally, Chen Yi Ru, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had accompanied them. As for Chen Yi Ru's two servants, since they had acknowledged Gan Ru Yen as their master, it was only natural that they would stay in the Zoroastrianism to help Gan Ru Yen. It was snowing all year long in the northern region. Halfway up one of the snowy peaks, there was a vast stone platform with a palace standing on top of it. At this moment, there were two people sitting before a square table in one of the pavilions in the palace. One of them was Duan Ling Tian. The other person was the Oracle Man, the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect. Junior Uncle Prophet, is there anything you need from me? Duan Ling Tian asked the old man in front of him with a puzzled expression on his face. It had been almost a month since Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the northern region. During this 1 month, Duan Ling Tian had met the Oracle Man, the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, through Feng Tianwu's introduction. As for the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, Xueqi's master, he did not meet her since she was not around. Duan Ling Tian respected the Oracle Man, a senior in the Seven Absolute Sect. He did not look down on him even though he was stronger than him and was now the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. During this time, Duan Ling Tian learned many things from the Oracle Man. This included the matter of the old prophet asking Yu Wu-ing, the current successor of the Didymus progeny, one of the 4 absolutes of the Seven Absolute Sect, to go to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to help his father in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, he also learned that the current successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, were Nangong and his brother. The Oracle Man had chosen them because of him. As for Gu Li and Feng Tianwu, they were not arranged by the Oracle Man. It was purely a coincidence. As for Han Xueqi, she was chosen by the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect. It had nothing to do with the Oracle Man. Apart from that, when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the northern region, the Oracle Man had immediately left to contact the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Xueqi's master. He had asked her to use the mundane power of the Red Dust progeny to summon the other 5 successors of the Seven Absolute Sect. The day of the Seven Absolutes reunion was just around the corner. You've been here for almost a month now. You should have rested enough, right? The Oracle Man asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian kindly. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Today, I'm going to tell you about the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang. The Oracle Man said bluntly. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, he continued to say, Tian Wu must have mentioned the Sword Saint secret zone to you, but she doesn't know much about it. Today, I'll tell you about the Sword Saint secret zone. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian quickly nodded. At the same time, he listened attentively as though he was afraid he would miss out on a single word. Indeed. Before he left the Zoroastrianism, Feng Tianwu had mentioned the Sword Saint secret zone to him. At that time, he found out that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind more than just the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. In a place called the Sword Saint secret zone, Feng Qingyang had left behind the legacy for him. As for whether he would be able to obtain it, it would depend on his luck. Elder brother Duan, senior uncle prophet, said that if you're lucky enough to obtain the legacy left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang after you enter the Sword Saint secret zone, you won't be much weaker than him even if you're not as strong as he was back then. At that time, Feng Tianwu's words had made Duan Ling Tian curious about the Sword Saint secret zone. After that, when he arrived at the temporary base of the Seven Absolute Sect in the northern region and met the Oracle Man, he did not mention anything about the Sword Saint secret zone to him. In the past few days, he had planned to ask the Oracle Man about the Sword Saint secret zone. However, he did not expect the Oracle Man would take the initiative to ask him about the Sword Saint secret zone. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian listened attentively to the Oracle Man's words. The Sword Saint secret zone. Following that, the Oracle Man began to introduce the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang to Duan Ling Tian. The Oracle Man had a solemn expression on his face when he was introducing the Sword Saint secret zone to Duan Ling Tian. While the Oracle Man was introducing the Sword Saint secret zone to Duan Ling Tian, the Zoroastrianism in the western region was not as peaceful as it seemed. I'll wait for Duan Ling Tian for 10 days. If he doesn't appear in front of me after 10 days, I'll kill you, the handsome young man said calmly as he looked at Gon Ru Yen, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was surrounded by a group of Zoroastrianism's high-ranking officials. From the beginning until the end, he did not pity the beautiful woman in front of him at all. It was as though he was cold-blooded and heartless. After he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to bring the middle-aged man behind him to Gon Ru Yan's cultivation place. It was the highest floating island in the sky above the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They found a large courtyard on the island as their resting place. It was as though they were treating this place as their own home. From the beginning until the end, Gan Ruyen and the others did not even dare to breathe. Chapter 2379. That young man. Who is he? Just a servant following behind him has such powerful strength. Lang Ying said solemnly. That's right. He's too strong. With just a casual strike of his palm, he killed the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage beside sect leader before he even had a chance to react. Hong Yun nodded. She could not help but feel helpless when she recalled the scene earlier. That young man is at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, the burly middle-aged man standing behind Gan Ruyen, the companion of the skinny middle-aged man, said with a grim expression on his face. Among the people present on the scene, his judgment was the most authoritative. After all, even Zi Feng, the strongest high-ranking official from Zoroastrianism, was inferior to him in terms of cultivation base. Because of this, everyone firmly believed in his judgment. Heavens! A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Yes, he's at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, that middle-aged man might be a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or even a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that young man to have a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial as his servant? The high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Initially, I thought eminent celestials were the strongest in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, it seems like eminent celestials are nothing compared to bodiless celestials. In front of those powerful bodiless celestials, even eminent celestials are insignificant. I didn't expect someone who failed the heavenly tribulation would have a chance to become a bodiless celestial. The 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism looked at Gan Ruyen. Ruyen let him know. Qinghua looked at Gan Ruyen and said, let's wait for a while. Gan Ruyen shook her head. I have 10 days. I'll think about it. What's there to consider? Human lives are at stake. Qinghua said anxiously. What if he is no match for them? Gan Ruyen and Qinghua looked at each other. Their beautiful faces tightened slightly, and they smiled sadly. If Duan Lingtian wasn't a match for those two, wouldn't she be harming Duan Lingtian if she rashly called Duan Lingtian back? Not to mention she liked Duan Lingtian now. Even if she didn't like Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for her to harm Duan Lingtian just to survive. Duan Lingtian was her sister's husband and her niece's father. Ruyen. Qinghua wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Gan Ruyen. Master, you don't have to persuade me. I've already said I'll think about it. This was the first time Gan Ruyen had interrupted Qinghua since she became his disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew into Qinghua's cultivation place without waiting for his reply. As for the place where she cultivated, it was currently occupied by the 2 mysterious experts. She did not dare to rashly barge in. Who knew if they would be displeased by this? Perhaps they would not kill her within 10 days. However, she did not want them to vent their anger on the other members of Zoroastrianism. She was now the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. She could not watch the members of Zoroastrianism die. Sigh. Qinghua was not angered by Gan Ruyen's earlier words. This was because he knew Gan Ruyen very well. He could not help but sigh inwardly. This girl is too kind, Lord Guardian. At this time, one of the vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism looked at Qinghua and asked solemnly, if Lord Sect Leader insists on not informing Lord Duan Lingtian about this matter, those 2 people will definitely kill Lord Sect Leader in 10 days. After that, they might even vent their anger on Zoroastrianism. The vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism voiced the thoughts of most of the high-ranking members of Zoroastrianism present on the scene. All of a sudden, their gazes landed on Qinghua as if they were waiting for Qinghua's response. What? Are all of you worried that sect leader will harm our Zoroastrianism? Qinghua was already in a bad mood. When he heard the vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism's words, he could not help but show his anger and rebuke him loudly. When Qinghua rebuked the vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism, the burly middle-aged man who was about to follow Gan Ruyen turned around and glared at the vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism coldly. Please show mercy. Just as Protector Zi Feng sensed the commotion from the burly middle-aged man's side, he subconsciously shouted. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. The burly middle-aged man had struck out with his palm. Instantly, a palm print shot out and killed the vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism before anyone could react. This scene was very similar to the scene where the middle-aged man behind the mysterious young man killed the burly middle-aged man's companion with a single strike. Whether it was the middle-aged man who killed the skinny middle-aged man or the burly middle-aged man who killed the vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism, it was as easy as blowing off dust. If anyone dares to disrespect my master again, they'll end up like him. The burly middle-aged man entered Qinghua's cultivation place under the fearful gaze of the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism. They only regained their senses when the burly middle-aged man's figure disappeared from their sight. All of them gasped. Qinghua was stunned for a moment before he smiled wryly. Although the burly middle-aged man had vented his anger by killing the vice-sect leader of Zoroastrianism, as a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he felt it was a pity that the Zoroastrianism had lost a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he knew it was not his place to interfere with the burly middle-aged man's actions. The burly middle-aged man only acknowledged one master, his direct disciple, Gon Ru Yen. As for the other three guardians of Zoroastrianism, they looked at each other before they shook their heads and sighed helplessly. As for the other high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect, they remained silent. None of them dared to speak. Let's disperse. Upon hearing Zi Feng's words, the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism finally dispersed as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. At this moment, no matter how sullen they felt, they did not dare to say a word. Guardian Qinghua. After most of the people had left, Zi Feng looked at Qinghua with a solemn expression and said solemnly, "Although his words are a little frightening, it's very likely that it'll come true. Guardian Qinghua, you." When Guardian Ling Tian left, he gave me a communication jade token. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Qinghua naturally knew what Zi Feng wanted to say, and he bluntly interrupted Zi Feng. He seemed to have guessed since the beginning that even if that little girl, Ru Yen, encountered some sort of trouble, it was very unlikely that she would look for him. So, he left me a voice transmission jade slip and told me to inform him through it if anything happened. The eyes of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, including Zi Feng, lit up when Qinghua took out a communication jade token that Duan Ling Tian had inscribed himself. It could be used to transmit his voice through the communication jade token. Guardian Ling Tian. After that, Qinghua told Duan Ling Tian everything about the mysterious young man and his servant before he sent it to Duan Ling Tian through the jade token in his hand. Ru Yen, don't blame Master. He's doing this for your own good. Qinghua could not help but sigh inwardly as he crushed the communication jade token. Moreover, I've also told Ling Tian that the mysterious young man's servant is at least a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. I've also told him not to come back if he's not confident. In the northern region, on the snow-capped peaks all year round, Duan Ling Tian and Kerr stood side by side in a pavilion on a vast stone platform halfway up the mountain. They were admiring the beautiful snowy scenery outside. Naturally, the two women who were having a snowball fight were also admiring the scenery. Auntie Tian Wu, I hit you again. Sealing's amazing. Auntie Tian Wu won't go easy on you next time. You have to be careful. Come on. I'm not afraid. Duan Ling Tian and Kerr could not help but turn to look at the source of the voices. Sealing seems to like Sister Tian Wu a lot. Kerr said with a smile on her face. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. The smile on his face froze immediately. Whoosh. At the same time, he took out a jade token. Whoosh. As soon as he took out the jade token, a translucent ray of light shot toward him from the southwest direction and entered the jade token in his hand. It's a message from Zoroastrianism. Kerr had also noticed the commotion at Duan Ling Tian's side. She immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Brother Tian, is it from Sister? A worried expression appeared on Kerr's face when she asked this question. Crack. As soon as Kerr finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian crushed the jade token in his hand. An old voice rang in the air immediately. It's Guardian Qinghua. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard the voice. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qinghua's words. The mysterious young man has a servant who's at least a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, he knows about the Zoroastrianism and Gonru Yan's relationship with me? That person should be someone from the Dragon Clan. He must be the person behind Li Bing whom I killed that day. However, didn't Sandao say the dragons wouldn't interfere if I killed Li Bing? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Sister. Chapter 2380. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not long ago. Moreover, he did not have much interaction with bodiless celestials when he was still in the upper province. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what was going on when he received the message from Qinghua. The mysterious young man who had a servant with a cultivation base at the three-tribulation bodiless celestial was most likely from the dragons. Moreover, the young man had come to investigate him for killing Li Bing. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the mysterious young man knew he was the one who killed Li Bing. After all, when he killed Li Bing, he had sensed the aura of the mirror image talisman on Li Bing's body. Therefore, he knew the scene of Li Bing's death was likely transmitted to another person through the minor-major mirror image talisman. That person was most likely from the dragons who supported Li Bing. According to Sandao, after the bodiless celestials from the three great sects are grounded by the Dragon Clan, unless they find a backer in the Dragon Clan, it's very difficult for them to leave the Dragon Clan. Of course, I'm only leaving the Dragon Clan temporarily. Sandao speculates that Li Bing must have a backer in the Dragon sect. That's why he's able to leave the Dragon sect temporarily. As for his arrogance in the Zoroastrianism, it's probably because he did it behind the backs of his backers in the Dragon sect. Based on the agreement between the Dragon sect and Senior Feng Qingyang, Li Bing's death can only be considered as a dispute between the Dragon sect and the Seven Absolute sect. The dragons have no reason to interfere. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why was the Dragon sect looking for him? Could it be that the Dragon sect had forgotten the agreement between the Dragon sect and Senior Feng Qingyang? Kerr, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your sister. Duan Lingtian looked at the worried Kerr and said, I'll go find Sandao now. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was about to leave when Kerr called out to him. Brother Tian. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr in confusion. Brother Tian, Qinghua also said in the message. If you don't have the confidence, don't return to Zoroastrianism. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. Although she was worried about her sister's safety, she was also worried about her man's safety. If she had to use her man's life to exchange for her sister's life, she would rather die than agree. Don't worry. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian comforted Kerr with a smile before he left to look for his servant, Chen Sandao, Chen Yiru. Kerr was the only one left standing in the same spot. She looked dejected. I'm still too weak. This was not the first time Kerr despised her strength. As she muttered to herself, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes were filled with determination. I've only tried that method once. However, I couldn't take it anymore. This time I must persevere. As long as I persevere, my strength will definitely increase rapidly in a short period of time. There was a secret in Kuer's heart that only she knew. To prevent others from worrying about her, even her man, Duan Lingtian, and her sister, Gonru Yan, did not know about this secret. Back when she was still imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, one day, an unintentional thought of hers actually caused her soul to ignite. She could still remember the excruciating pain that came from her soul. Although the burning of her soul did not last long, she discovered that her cultivation base had increased tremendously. His cultivation base had strangely increased by several levels. At that time, she knew she could use the burning of her soul to increase her cultivation base and strength quickly. After that, she experimented a few times and mastered the trick of burning her soul. However, she did not try it again. This was because the pain was too great, and the price she had to pay was too high. It was too much for her to bear. She did not have the courage to try it again. However, today, she had made up her mind to burn her soul again to increase her cultivation base and strength in a short period of time. This was the only way she would not be like a useless person who could not do anything when the people she cared about the most were in danger. That time, after my soul seemed to have been set ablaze, other than the pain, there seemed to be some memory fragments in my memory. And those memory fragments were all scenes that I had never seen before. Thinking back to the first time she burned her soul and the memory fragments that appeared in her mind, Xueqi couldn't help but guess. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that the former sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, mentioned that I'm the reincarnation of a goddess. Back then, the former sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to confirm that she was the reincarnation of a goddess. Even if she did not dare to believe it, she had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps, when my soul burns to a certain extent, I'll be able to recover all my memories from my previous life. After confirming that she was the reincarnation of a goddess, Xueqi had been very curious about her previous life. She wanted to know what kind of person she was in her previous life, why she was reincarnated, and why she was reincarnated in this mundane realm. She also wanted to know what her cousin from her previous life was trying to do. It was as though a seed of curiosity had been planted in her heart. It took root and sprouted, and it could not be stopped. This time, I must persevere for a while. While I'm improving my cultivation base, I'll be able to recover more of my memories from my previous life. A hint of determination flashed in Xueqi's eyes as she left the pavilion and returned to her room to cultivate. It doesn't matter if I recover my memories from my previous life or not. I'm still Xueqi, Brother Tian's wife, my sister's sister, and Xiling's mother. After returning to her room, Xueqi was prepared to undergo the excruciating process of burning her soul again. At the same time, she kept repeating this thought in her heart, her willpower incomparably firm. The reason she was so determined was because she was worried. She was worried that she would lose her memories of this life after she recovered all her memories from her previous life. Xueqi sat cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. At first, her beautiful cheeks were calm, and her body was almost motionless as she maintained her cross-legged sitting posture. However, soon after, her body began to tremble slightly. Her originally calm and beautiful face also began to twitch, and the frequency of it became more and more exaggerated. In the end, she was even sweating like rain. Ding! 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 Unknowingly, Xueqi was gritting her teeth so hard that it made a clattering sound. In the end, there was even a trace of blood at the corner of Xueqi's mouth. All of this was just Xueqi's current appearance. At this moment, Xueqi felt as though her soul was about to be completely burned away. Her consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. She was almost annihilated again and again. However, in the end, she gritted her teeth and persevered. During this process, Xueqi's memory was filled with more fragments. In these fragments, there was a peerless beauty. As long as she was around, no matter if it was a man or a woman, there would be few who would not look at her. She was like the brightest star in the night sky, constantly attracting people's attention. Moreover, this peerless beauty was not a flower vase. She had the power to overturn the heavens and the earth, topple the mountains and overturn the seas. With just a wave of her hand, the sky and the earth would change color. The sun and the moon shone brightly. A forest with a circumference of 100,000 miles was turned into a huge crater. This is me from my past life? When Xueqi saw these fragments, she was shocked. The peerless beauty in the fragments possessed a strength that she did not even dare to think about in the past. Even the strongest 9 bodiless celestial in the mundane realm would not be able to compare to her strength, right? When she saw the scene of that peerless beauty making her move in the memory fragment, Xueqi was shocked, and at the same time, a thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Persevere, persevere. As long as I persevere, no one in the mundane realm will be able to threaten Brother Tian. No one will be able to threaten my family. As her consciousness turned blurry again and again, Xueqi's willpower grew stronger and stronger. Her thirst for power was unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, Duan Tian was unaware of the pain Xueqi was in. He was also unaware that Xueqi could lose her consciousness at any time. Otherwise, he would have stopped Xueqi at all costs. Master, as far as I know, the members of the dragon tribe always keep their promises. Moreover, this is an agreement between their ancestor and senior Feng Qingyang. Logically speaking, even if they're dissatisfied with Li Bing's decision, they can only grit their teeth and swallow their anger because they're in the wrong. Chen Yiru said solemnly after he learned the truth from his master, Duan Ling Tian. Based on what you've said, the mysterious young man is most likely a member of the dragons. Chen Yiru said. What do you think we should do now? Duan Ling Tian asked. Go to Zoroastrianism. Stop him. Tell him to go back to the dragons. A light flashed in Chen Yiru's eyes as he coldly snorted. If news of Li Bing being killed by you and this Dragon Clan member coming to avenge Li Bing spreads, the Dragon Clan will go down in infamy for thousands of years. For this reason, the dragons won't dare to avenge Li Bing unless they have absolute confidence in sealing the news. Chapter 2381. Does this mean they won't dare to touch me even if they're stronger than me? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. He had come to ask Chen Yiru because he did not know the strength of the dragons. His servants were all 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger. Who knew if the person was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? If it was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Ling Tian might be able to deal with him even if he used all his techniques. However, if it was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be a match for the person even if he used all his strength. Although he was worried about Gan Ruyan's safety, he did not want to recklessly throw his life away. As long as they can't guarantee that news of them killing you won't spread, they won't dare to touch you at all. Chen Yiru said confidently. In that case, let's make a trip to Zoroastrianism. I'd like to see where the people from the dragons get their courage from to ignore the agreement between the dragons and Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. Then, Duan Ling Tian brought Chen Yiru along and left without saying a word to anyone. After listening to Chen Yiru's words, Duan Ling Tian knew he would not encounter any danger, so he did not have to worry about anything. Although it was a long journey from the northern region to the western region of Zoroastrianism, with Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yiru's speed, it would only take them half a day to arrive. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt there was no need for him to greet the others. After all, they would be back soon. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures flew past the sky above the Zoroastrianism's base. The speed of these 2 figures was so fast that even Zi Feng, the strongest person in the fire worship sect, could not catch a glimpse of them. The owners of these 2 figures were none other than Duan Ling Tian and his servant, who had traveled for half a day and were covered in dust. Duan Ling Tian led the way while Chen Yiru followed closely behind. Whoosh! Once again returning to Zoroastrianism and entering the holy land of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian paused and stared at the floating island behind the clouds above the holy island without any emotion. Whoosh! Chen Yiru also came to a halt and stood respectfully behind Duan Ling Tian. Dragons. Duan Ling Tian, am here. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth. He did not deliberately suppress his voice. Once he spoke, his voice spread throughout the holy land of Zoroastrianism, and even the entire Zoroastrianism base. Duan Ling Tian. It's Duan Ling Tian. He's back? Didn't he just leave a month ago? Why are you back so soon? I think he said something about 2 dragons. Dragons? There are dragons in our Zoroastrianism? In the Zoroastrianism base, the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism were confused when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They had no idea what was going on. Even the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, who had witnessed the servant at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage being killed by a palm strike from Gan Ruyan, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, were surprised by Duan Ling Tian's return. Dragons? Duan Ling Tian said those 2 are from the dragons? They're from the dragons? I remember when they came a few days ago, they only said they were looking for Duan Ling Tian. They didn't reveal their identities at all. I didn't expect them to be from the dragons. The dragons have bodiless celestials as well. Moreover, that 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is only a servant. That young man must have a high status in the dragons, right? Or perhaps his own strength far surpasses that of the servant by his side. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were shocked by the identities of the 2 people. They were even more shocked by the fact that the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was only a servant. In their opinion, those who were able to make a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger a servant were not ordinary people. For example, Duan Ling Tian had a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. He was also the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Moreover, he was strong enough to easily kill a four-tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial. Previously, the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. When I think about the ancestor, I can't help but recall that when the ancestor saw Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him, he seemed to have said that Duan Ling Tian was from the dragons. Could it be that the people from the dragon clan are here to avenge the ancestor? A golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism speculated. As soon as he finished speaking, two voices rang in the air. Bah! The ancestor is from Zoroastrianism. There's no way he's from the dragons. Based on your words, doesn't that mean the ancestor has betrayed Zoroastrianism and joined the dragons? That's impossible. This was one of the voices. Indeed, it's possible. After all, the ancestor had said he was from the dragons. I'm sure everyone, including me, has heard it clearly. Moreover, if the ancestor has really betrayed Zoroastrianism and joined the dragons, it's only logical that the dragons would seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. This was another voice. Naturally, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who had spoken did not expect this. Although their ancestor had joined the dragons, he did not betray Zoroastrianism. This was because even Zoroastrianism was supported by the dragons and the phoenixes. The ancestor is dead. It's meaningless to say anything more. Let's see if Duan Ling Tian can deal with the two dragons. As this voice spread, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism no longer harped on the topic. They immediately flew in the direction where Duan Ling Tian's voice came from. In the blink of an eye, they were near Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is there. And his servant, Chen Yi-ru, is there too. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, the eyes of many high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism lit up. There were also some high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who looked gloomily at Duan Ling Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have been killed many times over. Among these people, the former believed that the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing, had betrayed Zoroastrianism. The latter refused to believe that Li Bing had betrayed Zoroastrianism. Because of this, their attitude towards Duan Ling Tian, the person who had killed Li Bing, was completely different. Why are you here? Soon, the leader of Zoroastrianism, Gon Ru Yen, arrived. When she saw Duan Ling Tian, she was stunned. Obviously, she did not know why Duan Ling Tian had suddenly come back. She clearly did not inform him. Leader! At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism bowed at Gon Ru Yen. However, Gon Ru Yen did not pay any attention to them. Her eyes were still trained on Duan Ling Tian. A complicated expression could be seen in her eyes. I'm the one who sent a message to Guardian Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond to Gon Ru Yen, a voice rang from behind Gon Ru Yen. Gon Ru Yen immediately turned around to look at the person behind her. Master, it's you? Why did you? When Gon Ru Yen found out that it was her master who had sent a message to Duan Ling Tian, she was so angry that she could barely suppress her emotions. If the other party was not her master, perhaps, she would have cursed out loud. I don't want to see you die. Qing Hua, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, who was standing opposite Gon Ru Yen, replied to her in this manner. You don't want to see me die? Gon Ru Yen smiled bitterly. Then she said with a bitter expression on her face, Master, if he dies because of me, do you think I'll still live in this world? Qing Hua trembled when he heard Gon Ru Yen's words. He could not help but sigh. Silly child. I was wrong this time. He did not expect this. He did not expect his direct disciple to be so unyielding. Just as Gon Ru Yen was about to ask Duan Ling Tian to leave, a voice rang out. You're Duan Ling Tian? In the distance, a person spoke before Gon Ru Yen. When that person spoke, he was escorted by another middle-aged man as he stepped through the air and arrived. As soon as he appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. He stole the limelight from Duan Ling Tian. You're the person behind Li Bing? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the handsome young man who was flying toward him from afar. He did not answer the young man's question. Instead, he asked in return, "The person behind Li Bing?" When Duan Tian finished speaking, the high-ranking members of Zoroastrianism could not help but look at each other in confusion. Some of them had an expression of, "I knew it was true" on their faces. Others had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that the person whom Duan Tian identified as the person behind the dragons was the person behind the patriarch of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing. How could the person behind their patriarch be the person behind the dragons? They did not dare to believe it, nor did they want to believe it. "How dare you?" As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man shouted coldly. Then he said, "Duan Tian, Lord Di Chen is the one who asked you a question. Not only did you not answer, but you even questioned Lord Di Chen. Do you really think you can act so arrogantly and look down on Lord Di Chen just because you're the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect? Di Chen." Many high-ranking members of Zoroastrianism narrowed their eyes when they heard the middle-aged man's words. This was because, as far as they knew, Di Chen's name was Di Chen. In the entire Dao Martial Saint land, only the members of the Imperial Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon progeny, used the surname Di. This handsome and mysterious young man was a member of the Imperial Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon progeny? "You're the one who's bold." Chapter 2382. As a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, Chen Yiru could tell the middle-aged man standing behind Di Chen was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even he did not think much of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he tolerate the fact that the middle-aged man dared to make a fuss in front of his master? 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were present on the scene had already guessed the middle-aged man was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the middle-aged man standing behind Di Chen was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, guesses were just guesses. When Chen Yiru revealed the other party's cultivation, they couldn't help but feel shocked. "Chen Yiru," Chen Yiru said coldly, infuriating the middle-aged man. He said mockingly, "As a bodiless celestial and a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial on top of that, you're a disgrace to us bodiless celestials. You're a disgrace to us bodiless celestials." A mocking smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. "Humph!" Chen Yiru scoffed. His expression did not change as he said mockingly, "Aren't you also like a servant who follows behind others? Do you think you're qualified to mock me?" The middle-aged man was furious, but he did not know how to refute Chen Yiru's words. Indeed, he was like a servant in front of Di Chen. "Master, Di Chen is a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial." At the same time, Chen Yiru did not forget to remind Duan Tian through voice transmission. His true form is a 7-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, his father is one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dragon Clan. Currently, he's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial as well. 5-tribulation bodiless celestial? Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words, Duan Tian no longer feared Chen Yiru. As it turned out, he was worried Di Chen's cultivation base was higher than a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, he had no choice but to use the agreement between the Dragon's Clan and Feng Qingyang to force Di Chen to return to the Dragon's bodiless celestial. However, it seemed like there was no need for him to do that. He could easily deal with a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Tian. At this time, Di Chen looked at Duan Tian with a sharp gaze and said coldly, as the saying goes, "Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. You killed my people, which is tantamount to slapping my face. Considering that the 7 Absolute Sect and the dragons have some friendship in the past, I will not kill you. However, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, this matter will be resolved, and I will not pursue it any further." Emperor Chen's face was full of arrogance as he spoke. It seemed as if he was a high and mighty god overlooking a weak mortal. As soon as Di Chen said this, Duan Tian's face immediately darkened. "How dare you!" Chen Yiru flew into a rage. Di Chen from the dragons said that Duan Tian killed his people? Don't tell me he's talking about the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing? It's possible. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? I think it's possible as well. Upon hearing Di Chen's words, many of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism could not help but speculate. The person Di Chen said that Duan Ling Tian killed might be the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing. Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. In front of this Di Chen, the ancestor of Zoroastrianism is just a dog? Some of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were furious, but they did not dare to show it. Impossible. Some of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism refused to admit it. They thought it was just a coincidence. Ha 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 ha. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. They were curious if Duan Ling Tian would kneel and kowtow like Di Chen had said. However, Duan Ling Tian suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the heavens. What? You don't want to kneel and kowtow? Di Chen narrowed his eyes. His tone was cold. Di Chen. As soon as Di Chen finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing. His cold eyes immediately landed on Di Chen. As long as you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, I'll let you leave. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the entire place fell silent. Just a moment ago, Di Chen had threatened Duan Ling Tian. Then, Duan Ling Tian had threatened Di Chen. Master. Chen Yiru was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He quickly said through voice transmission, I know it's not difficult for you to kill Di Chen with your strength. However, Di Chen is not an ordinary member of the dragons. His father is one of the strongest powerhouses among the dragons. He's at least a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. If you kill him, his father won't let this matter rest. Chen Yiru said through voice transmission. His tone was filled with dread. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. For an existence at that level, killing him was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Even his master was no match for such a powerhouse. I know what I'm doing. Duan Ling Tian only responded indifferently when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Chen Yiru was puzzled by Duan Ling Tian's words, but he did not know what to say. Haha, this time it was Di Chen's turn to laugh. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, Di Chen finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said, Duan Ling Tian, do you really think you can look down on everyone just because you're as strong as a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Today, I'll show you that there are many people who can defeat you. I believe there are many people who can defeat me, but that doesn't include you, Di Chen. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Is that so? Then I'll show you. Even if you're as strong as a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'll still be able to defeat you. Di Chen's celestial elemental energy surged out of his body as soon as his voice faded. It shook the void and left a long and narrow crack in the void. From the looks of it, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for the cracks to completely close. He had seen Duan Ling Tian's attack through the mirror image talisman. It was the time when Duan Ling Tian had killed Li Bing. Since he had seen Duan Ling Tian's attack, he knew Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him. Although he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, his strength was at the peak of 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In 6 months, he would undergo his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation and become a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were nothing to him. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. 5th tribulation loose immortal? This Di Chen is actually a 5th tribulation loose immortal. After Di Chen finished speaking, the power in his body skyrocketed. All the Zoroastrianism leaders present were shocked. On the other hand, Gonru Yen, the leader of Zoroastrianism, was no longer worried when she learned that Di Chen was only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Because she knew a 5th tribulation scattered immortal was still no match for Duan Ling Tian. Then I really want to see it for myself. Hearing Di Chen's words, Duan Ling Tian sneered. Shortly after, an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth erupted from his body. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing sword sounds, Duan Lingtian's body once again shot out beams of solidified white sword light. These sword rays whizzed out from every pore on his body, and there were countless of them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's body was quickly enveloped by the white sword lights that shot out from his body. Following that, Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have merged with the white sword lights as though he had become a part of them. Is Master going to use his full strength? Chen Yiru narrowed his eyes, but at the same time, a look of expectation appeared on his face. After all, he had only seen his master's strength that was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on what he knew, when his master unleashed his full strength, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he had never seen it before. At this moment, he realized his master was going to use his full strength. He realized his master was going to use his full strength to deal with Di Chen, the dragons. I hope master will show mercy and won't kill him. Otherwise, Di Chen's father won't be easy to deal with. At this moment, Chen Yiru was looking forward to witnessing Duan Lingtian's true strength. At the same time, he was worried Duan Lingtian would accidentally kill Di Chen. That's, under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian's body transformed into a part of the sword lights that shot out from his body. Following that, the sword lights shrunk rapidly. In the end, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword under everyone's watchful eyes. This 3-foot-long blade was suspended in the air. Its entire body was milky white. Initially, it emitted a faint white light around it. However, in the end, the white light was completely withdrawn, causing this 3-foot-long blade to appear simple and unadorned. Di Chen, use your full strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a second chance to attack. At this moment, 2 voices resonated from the milky white sword hovering in the air. Everyone could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian has transformed into a sword? Could this be the legendary technique that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, once performed, the body and sword as one? Duan Lingtian's achievement in the sword Dao has reached such a level? Among the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, there were many knowledgeable people who could easily tell Duan Lingtian had used the body and sword union technique. Body and sword union? Even Di Chen could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, is the body and sword union after the sword manipulation art. The latter is much stronger than the former. Duan Lingtian only used the sword manipulation art to kill Li Bing. Chapter 2383. Roar. Although Di Chen had lost his confidence, he did not lose his will to fight. He let out a beast-like roar as his energy surged like a fireball. When Di Chen's energy surged like a fireball, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism felt as though a scorching sun had appeared in front of them. They could not help but squint their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Di Chen had disappeared. To be more precise, Di Chen's human body had disappeared. A 1,000-meter-long divine dragon appeared in the void where Emperor Chen had been standing. It meandered down from the horizon and shrouded a large part of the sky. It blotted out the sun. It was awe-inspiring. This was a divine dragon that was completely golden in color. The dragon's scales on its body were shining with a golden luster, which was extremely dazzling. Apart from that, the divine dragon had 7 claws on each of its claws. Each of its claws was extremely sharp as though it could tear through anything. A 7-clawed golden dragon. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were shocked when they saw the divine dragon. It seems like Di Chen has decided to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reverted to his true form before he made his move. Dragons are the strongest when they fight in their true forms. This is especially true for bodiless celestials. When a bodiless celestial is a bodiless celestial, external items from the mundane realm are of little help to them. They have to rely on their own strength to fight. Not only is Di Chen a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he's also a 7-clawed divine dragon. I'm afraid he's one of the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Lingtian isn't weak as well. When he killed our 4 tribulation bodiless celestial ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Our ancestor said his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he's using the rumored body and sword fusion technique created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. I wonder between the two of them, who will be the final victor? The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism stared at the sword and dragon in front of them intently, waiting for the battle to end. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you've comprehended the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Dao mental cultivation method created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. However, you'll still lose in front of me, Di Chen. Emperor Chen was no longer confident in his heart. In fact, he was even somewhat nervous. However, he still understood the principle of not losing momentum. Unfortunately, Duanling Tian was not swayed by his words. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it. Emperor Chen had transformed into the 7-clawed golden dragon, and had opened his mouth to issue a sound. Simultaneously, the milky white 3-foot-long sword had also issued a sound in the distance. It was Duanling Tian's voice. Roar! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the 7-clawed golden dragon that Di Chen had transformed into roared furiously at the sky. An earth-shattering roar reverberated in the air as a terrifying sound wave swept out, causing the air to tremble as though it would collapse at any moment. When the sound wave spread out, some of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who had a weaker cultivation base felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured. Even those with a higher cultivation base felt chills running down their spines when they heard the dragon's roar. So this is the 7-clawed golden dragon that's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Just one roar is enough to kill some of the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses with a lower cultivation base. Many of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism shuddered in fear. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the 7-clawed golden dragon that Di Chen had transformed into streaked across the sky. Its speed was getting faster and faster. In just a few moments, it had disappeared from the eyes of most of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Only a few guardians of Zoroastrianism could vaguely see the 7-clawed divine dragon's figure. After a few moments, even the guardians of Zoroastrianism could no longer see the 7-clawed divine dragon. It was as though the 7-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long had disappeared into thin air. Chi, 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 chi. Naturally, they knew the 7-clawed golden dragon did not really disappear. It was just that its speed was so fast that they could not see it with their naked eyes. At this moment, they could only vaguely see the 7-clawed divine dragon. In the space between the 7-clawed golden dragon and the 3-foot-long sword that Duanling Tian had transformed into, a long and ferocious crack appeared. Looking at the extent of the cracks, it would take at least 15 minutes for them to close up again. From this, it could be seen that Di Chen had made his move without holding back. Swoosh! Emperor Chen had transformed into a 7-clawed golden dragon, and had disappeared in front of most people's eyes. Then, the milky white 3-foot-long sword that had been floating in the distance also disappeared in front of most people's eyes along with a burst of sword-whistling sound. At this moment, only Chen Yi-Ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, and the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who was standing next to Di Chen could vaguely see the figures of the dragon and the sword. How could it be so fast? The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who was standing next to the dragons narrowed his eyes when he heard the sword cry. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, he could still see more of the 7-clawed golden dragon Di Chen's figure. However, the 3-foot-long sword only left a mark in front of him. Its speed was much faster than Di Chen's figure. For this reason he was shocked. They're not even on the same level. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons felt his scalp go numb as fear rose in his heart. I hope nothing happens to Lord Di Chen. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. At this moment, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons thought about himself. He could already foresee this. If Di Chen were to die here today, his father, the supreme elder of the dragons, would definitely kill him. Duanlington, if you dare to kill Lord Di Chen, the supreme elder of the dragons won't let you and the 7 absolute sect go. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons cried out in an attempt to stop Duanling Tian from killing Duanling Tian. He could see this. Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he cast the body sword fusion technique. He was not a match for Di Chen. Although Di Chen was considered one of the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, he was still considered one of the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, there was a huge gap between a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial and a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was invincible among 5 tribulation bodiless celestials would not be a match for a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial unless he had a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability from a Devata realm. No matter how weak a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was, a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was still a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, Di Chen, who had transformed into a 7-clawed golden dragon, looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief with a hint of horror in his eyes. He discovered the speed of the sword was extremely fast. The speed of the sword had surpassed the speed of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, and was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? How's this possible? The first thought that appeared in Di Chen's mind was that it was unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. No matter how unbelievable it was, he could not deny that it was real. Chi, 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 chi. When Chen Yiru saw Duan Ling Tian tearing a rift in the void that was twice as long as the 7-clawed golden dragon that Di Chen had transformed into, he could not help but pray inwardly. Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that was twice as long as the 7-clawed golden dragon. I hope Master won't kill Di Chen. Otherwise, he'll be in big trouble. Whether it was Chen Yiru's reaction, Emperor Chen's reaction, or the reaction of the 3 tribulation scattered celestial from the dragon clan, everything happened in a flash. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the sound of sword cries rang in the air, Di Chen was shocked to see the 3-foot-long sword. When the milky white 3-foot-long blade that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into was about to reach him, he split into a few clones and charged at him together. Just one of the clones has strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Emperor Chen had also discovered this when he had defeated one of the 3-foot-long green sword's clones. So, he couldn't help but feel indescribably shocked in his heart. This is bad. In the next moment, Di Chen's expression changed drastically. This was because he discovered that the original body of the 3-foot-long sword and the other clones had already swept past his enormous body with an unstoppable momentum, causing him to feel waves of heart-wrenching pain at the first moment. Chen Yiru was dumbfounded when he saw this. Emperor Chen had transformed into a 7-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long. But now, his dragon tail and all of his dragon claws were forcibly chopped off by the sword lights. The body of the dragons was said to be invincible, but it was as though it was made of paper in the face of the sword rays. Emperor Chen's body didn't continue to move at such a fast speed at this time. Therefore, he appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. The entire place was deathly silent at this moment. A moment ago, the 7-clawed golden dragon had been so majestic in front of them. Now not only was its tail cut off, but all of its claws were also chopped off. At this moment, the gigantic 7-clawed golden dragon seemed to have transformed into a gigantic earthworm. Swoosh! Another sword cry resonated in the air. This time, the 3-foot-long sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into appeared in front of the 7-clawed golden dragon with a severed tail and claws. It emitted a sword ray that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Chapter 2384. Kneel down and kowtow? Or die? Duan Lingtian's words rang from the 3-foot-long sword that was pointed at the 7-clawed golden dragon's head. The sword chi on the 3-foot-long sword was so sharp that it made people feel like they had no choice but to believe him. Even Di Chen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, only he could clearly sense how terrifying the 3-foot-long blade floating before his eyes was. As long as the sword light emitted from the blade touched his body, it would definitely be able to easily pierce through his body. This was because the power it contained was comparable to the attack of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian, let's forget about this matter. You don't have to kneel down and kowtow to me anymore. Emperor Chen eventually lowered his arrogant head in the face of the 3 feet long sword in front of him. Ha 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 ha. However, as soon as Di Chen finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's laughter rang from the 3-foot-long sword hovering in front of Di Chen. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He did not stop laughing for a long time. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, the 3-foot-long blade hovering in front of Di Chen's eyes swept across at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. At this moment, even the weakest high-ranking official in the fire worship sect could see the trajectory of the 3-foot-long blade as it streaked across the sky. However, the 3-foot-long sword swung at a moderate speed. Roar! As the 7-clawed golden dragon roared in pain, another section of the 7-clawed divine dragon's body that was thousands of meters long was severed. This section was several hundred meters long. However, it wasn't enough to endanger Emperor Chen's life. Instead, it was enough to make him feel heart-wrenching pain. Although a bodiless celestial's body was considered a body of energy, he could still feel pain. Swoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Di Chen's 7-clawed golden dragon shone brightly. Following that, its severed body rapidly recovered, including its tail and claws. All of them were restored to their original state. However, after his body had recovered, everyone present could clearly sense that Di Chen's aura had weakened a little. Clearly, itinerant immortals would need to expend a large portion of their strength to recover their damaged bodies. Whoosh! After Di Chen's 7-clawed golden dragon body was restored to its original state, another burst of golden light burst out, causing everyone present to squint their eyes again. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that the golden light had shrunk rapidly. In the end, the 7-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long had disappeared and was replaced by Di Chen's human body. Di Chen returned to his human form. Whoosh! However, even though Emperor Chen had transformed into a human, the 3-foot-long sword in the void was still following him all the time. It was swallowing and spitting out sword light while pointing at the space between his eyebrows. It seemed as if it could take his life at any time. Duan Ling Tian. Emperor Chen's complexion turned gloomy. His throat moved and he issued a roar. Don't go too far. Go too far? Duan Ling Tian's voice rang from the 3-foot-long sword. He sneered. I should be the one saying that to you, right? I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you don't kneel and kowtow within 10 breaths, you'll die here. Duan Ling Tian's words became even colder after he sneered. Duan Ling Tian. My father is a supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Di Chen's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he brought up his father in an attempt to pressure Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even though Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was no match for his father. 8 more breaths of time. Just when Di Chen thought that Duan Ling Tian would take a step back out of fear of his father, Duan Ling Tian's words rang in his ears. He was so shocked that his pupils shrank and he couldn't recover for a long time. How could this Duan Ling Tian remain unmoved after finding out his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Was this Duan Ling Tian not afraid that his father would avenge him? Hiss, 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 hiss. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism gasped when they regained their senses. Earlier, when Di Chen said his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism were in a daze. When they saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring Di Chen's threat, they regained their senses. Di Chen brought up his father, a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, but Duan Ling Tian ignored him. Duan Ling Tian isn't afraid of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Don't tell me the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed isn't his true strength. That's impossible. While the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism were discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air again. 5 more breaths of time. 5 more breaths of time. Di Chen regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief as though he had just seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you worried my father will seek revenge for me? 4 more breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air again, indirectly answering Di Chen's question. You, at this moment, Di Chen realized Duan Ling Tian was indeed not worried about his father seeking revenge. He could not help but feel wary. Don't tell me the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier isn't his true strength? His true strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? It seems like that's the only reason he's not afraid of my father. Emperor Chen's pupils shrank as he thought of this. His heart trembled with fear. Naturally, it's also possible that he's just trying to be mysterious and is not afraid of death. Di Chen thought of another possibility. 2 more breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian's voice continued to ring in the air. It shocked Di Chen so much that he shuddered and quickly regained his senses. At the same time he felt conflicted. On one hand, he had to kneel down and kowtow, throwing away his dignity. On the other hand, he had to die. He did not want to throw away his dignity, but he did not want to die. 1 more breath of time. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air again. This time, his voice was even colder than before. The 3-foot-long sword suspended in front of Emperor Chen's eyebrows became increasingly fierce as this voice resounded. Moreover, it was filled with waves of awe-inspiring murderous aura. It seemed as if it was about to devour a person. Whoosh! Di Chen shuddered again. In the end, he could only kneel down with a humiliated expression on his face. At this moment, his face was flushed red from anger. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. He knelt down. When the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism saw Di Chen kneeling down, they were shocked. Even Gan Ru Yen, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, widened her eyes in shock. This handsome young man was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Moreover, he had an extraordinary background. However, he was kneeling in front of Duan Ling Tian. Di Chen's father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's not appropriate for him to do this, right? Gan Ru Yen was worried about Duan Ling Tian. Phew! Chen Yi-ru, who was standing in the distance, sighed in relief when he saw this. It's a good thing Master didn't kill him. If he did, his father would definitely not let this matter rest. However, even if that's the case, I'm afraid Di Chen's father won't let this matter rest so easily. When Chen Yi-ru thought about this, he could not help but feel worried. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as the 3-foot-long sword pointed at Di Chen's glabella shone brightly. Following that, a purple figure appeared. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Kowtow! Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at Di Chen. His eyes were emotionless, and his voice was emotionless. Duan Ling Tian, you! How dare you! The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan who had followed Di Chen to the fire worship sect cried out as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. It was as though he was trying to stop Duan Ling Tian. Chen Yi-ru's expression darkened when he was about to explode. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air before Chen Yi-ru could do anything. Duan Ling Tian pushed his hand forward and a white sword ray shot out from his palm. The sword ray circled the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons and severed his limbs. Ah! The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons cried out in pain. His face turned pale as he tried to regrow his limbs. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a horrified expression appeared on his face. He did not dare to make a sound. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you want me to kowtow? When Di Chen heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he clenched his teeth and asked in humiliation. What? Do you want me to repeat myself? Duan Ling Tian sneered. Don't forget you're the one who suggested kowtowing. Good. After Di Chen growled a few times, he kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian as his body trembled. In the process of kowtowing, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. No matter if it was his hands or the corner of his mouth, traces of blood flowed out at the same time. Swoosh! After kowtowing 3 times, Di Chen rose to his feet and left the Zoroastrianism Holy Land and Zoroastrianism. He did not want to stay in this place where he had lost all his dignity. Duan Ling Tian, if I don't kill you, I, Di Chen, swear I'm not a human. I swear I'm not a human. Chapter 2385. Duan Ling Tian, if I don't kill you, I, Di Chen, swear I'm not a human. I swear I'm not a human. Although Di Chen had only spoken after leaving the Zoroastrianism's base, His voice was so loud that it was clearly heard by everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, in the Zoroastrianism sect. Di Chen. I'm sure he won't let this matter rest after he returns. I hope he won't vent his anger on Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand his anger. Many high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism whispered among themselves with a fearful expression on their faces. It was as though Zoroastrianism was about to face a calamity. Some high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of blame in their eyes. However, none of them dared to voice their displeasure. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not worried at all. If Duan Ling Tian did not ask Di Chen to kneel and kowtow, he would not have angered Di Chen and put Zoroastrianism in danger. However, it seemed as though they had forgotten something. Di Chen was the one who asked Duan Ling Tian to kneel and kowtow. Duan Ling Tian was merely giving Duan Ling Tian a taste of his own medicine. Meanwhile, Gan Ru Yen and Chen Yi Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. Perhaps, the others would think that Duan Ling Tian's true strength was not only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could Duan Ling Tian ignore the threat from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? However, Gan Ru Yen and Chen Yi Ru knew very well that Duan Ling Tian's true strength was only comparable to Duan Ling Tian's. Duan Ling Tian's true strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian was not a match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, they could not help but feel worried for Duan Ling Tian. I'll wait for you. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently spat out these 4 words when everyone's gazes landed on him in unison. These 4 words were not loud to the people present on the scene. However, it was filled with Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian. Di Chen, who was traveling to the east. Duan Ling Tian. I want you dead. Di Chen roared inwardly. Unknowingly, killing Duan Ling Tian had become an obsession in Di Chen's heart. For a bodiless celestial who was about to face the bodiless celestial tribulation, having an obsession was taboo. Emperor Chen was also aware of this. But he couldn't help it. After all, he couldn't accept the humiliation he had suffered today. This was the first time in his life that he had to kneel and kowtow to someone. It was not difficult for him to imagine this. It would not take long for news of him kneeling and kowtowing to Duan Ling Tian to spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, he would become a laughingstock in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! After Di Chen left, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons also left. Before he left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of stopping him, he sighed in relief. Duan Ling Tian merely watched the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons leave with Di Chen. He did not even stop Di Chen. Naturally, he would not stop the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. After the high-ranking officials from the Zoroastrianism left, only Duan Ling Tian, Gan Ru Yen, and Chen Yi Ru remained. Even the burly middle-aged man standing behind Gan Ru Yen had retreated, not daring to disturb Duan Ling Tian and the others. You shouldn't have done that. You humiliated Di Chen. His father won't let you go. Gan Ru Yen said with a sigh. He asked for it. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, if he didn't ask me to kneel and kowtow, I wouldn't have bothered with him. However, since he asked for it, he'll have to take responsibility for his words and pay the price for it. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. He would not offend those who did not offend him. However, if someone offended him, he was not someone who could be easily bullied. This was Duan Ling Tian's principle. But his father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Gan Ru Yen said anxiously. So what? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Don't tell me I have to compromise and let him humiliate me just because his father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, he's just a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's not qualified to make me, Duan Ling Tian, bow to him. Why your strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Gan Ru Yan's eyes widened. Chen Yi Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then, his eyes flashed as he said slowly, however, It won't be long now. Although Gan Ru Yen and Chen Yiru were curious about Duan Lingtian's words, they did not probe further since Duan Lingtian did not intend to elaborate. You, on the other hand. Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ru Yen solemnly as he said, due to the relationship between Zoroastrianism and the dragons, Di Chen won't be able to take revenge on Zoroastrianism. However, I'm sure he'll be able to deal with you, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. After all, changing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism won't affect the foundation of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian said, I think it's best if you don't stay in Zoroastrianism anymore. If I don't stay in Zoroastrianism, where else can I go? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ru Yen was slightly moved. However, she could not help but smile bitterly as she said, if I leave, I'll definitely bring Master with me. If Di Chen finds out about my relationship with Master, he'll definitely attack Master if he doesn't see me. Both of you, Master and disciple, should follow me back to the northern region. Coincidentally, Ke and Si Ling miss you as well, Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism, it was a group of 2. However, when they left, it was a group of 5. Apart from Gan Ru Yen, there was also Qinghua, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, and Gan Ru Yen, the burly middle-aged man who used to follow Chen Yiru around. As for the skinny middle-aged man, he had been killed by the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. After Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the temporary estate of the 7 absolute sect in the northern region, the western region was not as peaceful as before. Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism and defeated Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon who's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He even forced Di Chen to kneel and kowtow as he begged for mercy. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. In fact, he might even be stronger. The current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is as monstrous as Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. When this news spread in the western region, it naturally caused a commotion in the western region. At the same time, the news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, this time around, it only took half a month for the news to spread throughout the entire upper province. The reason it was so quick was because the news was related to Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan. For this reason, many bodiless celestials who lived in seclusion helped spread the news. In just 2 weeks, the news had spread like wildfire in the upper province. Heavens! The current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is really heaven-defying. I can't believe there's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is already stronger than an eminent celestial. How strong is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? So what if a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is strong? Didn't he still die in the hands of Duan Lingtian in the end? Duan Lingtian is really terrifying. Previously, he killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism, but this time, he even killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The person Duan Lingtian killed. I think his name is Di Chen? As far as I know, the surname Di has always belonged to the Golden Dragon progeny from the Imperial Dragons. I heard Di Chen reverted to his true form during the battle with Duan Lingtian. His true form is a 7-clawed golden dragon. At the same time, many people's attention was focused on Emperor Chen's identity. The bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, managed to force Di Chen to kneel and kowtow? Monstrous. He's monstrous. He's monstrous indeed. It hasn't even been 100 years since Duan Lingtian rose to power. In less than 100 years, his strength is already comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he's given a few more years, who in the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to defeat him? Even now, I don't think anyone would be able to defeat him. Who knows if his true strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? That's right. Previously, when he killed Li Bing, we thought his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it has only been slightly more than a month, and his strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who knows, his strength might be even higher than this. Every time Duanling Tian makes a move, he gives people a different kind of shock. No one knows where his trump card is. After all, he's the successor of the Sword Saint. That Sword Saint could even kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. As his direct disciple, even if Duanling Tian isn't as strong as the Sword Saint, he shouldn't be too far off. We can't afford to offend Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was unaware that the group of bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had already regarded him as a tiger and were extremely wary of him. In the eastern region, in the 100,000 mountains, at the dragon's estate. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? We dragons have bodiless celestials as well? Di Chen. Isn't he the grand elder of the dragons from 6,000 years ago? He's still alive? Moreover, he even became a bodiless celestial. Chapter 2386. I didn't expect this. When I heard about bodiless celestials, I thought we dragons might have bodiless celestials as well. I didn't expect there to be one. The bodiless celestials of the dragons are 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Why don't I feel happy when I find out we have a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from our dragon clan was forced to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy by the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Who in the dragon clan wouldn't be angry or happy? Many members of the dragons discussed among themselves. They were surprised by the existence of a bodiless celestial among the dragons, and they were furious that Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, had forced their bodiless celestial to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. These members of the dragons were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials because they were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials. The dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were divided into the outer clan and the inner clan. The outer tribes included all those below the eminent celestial stage in the dragon clan. Among these outer tribes, only a few high-ranking members knew about bodiless celestials and were aware that there were many bodiless celestials in the dragon clan. However, they were unaware that there were 2 types of bodiless celestials. The bodiless celestials of the dragons were divided into 2 types. One type was the bodiless celestials of the dragons, and the other type was the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects who were forcibly brought back to the dragons by the bodiless celestials. The dragons' residence was divided into 3 areas. One area was for the outer clan, the other was for the inner clan, and the last area was for the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sections. From this, it could be seen that the inner clan of the dragons consisted of the bodiless celestials of the dragons. In the eyes of outsiders, the dragons only had one clan leader. In fact, there were 2 patriarchs in the dragon clan. One of them was the patriarch of the outer clan, and was usually at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other patriarch was the patriarch of the inner clan, and was in charge of all the bodiless celestials in the dragon clan. He was the true patriarch of the dragon clan. The leader of the inner clan of the dragons was usually the symbol of the strongest power of the dragons, and there was no exception in every generation. In this world, the strong were respected, and it was the same for dragons. Only the strongest loose immortals among the dragons would be able to obtain the support of a group of dragons and become the clan leader of the dragons. Di Chen actually kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of that Duanling Tian? What a disgrace to us dragons! How spineless! When news of this spread to the dragons, not only was the outer clan shocked, but even the inner clan was shocked as well. When the bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons learned about Di Chen's spineless behavior, they began to mock Di Chen. If Di Chen refuses to submit, he'll still have a good reputation. However, he's a coward and will go down in infamy. Di Chen is a 7-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial clan. How could he do such a thing? Not only is he a disgrace to himself, but he's also a disgrace to us dragons. If it were him, he would have just killed himself. How would he have the guts to come back? Shh! Keep your voices down. If the Supreme Elder hears you, you'll be in deep trouble. When the bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons mentioned Di Chen's father, the Supreme Elder of the inner clan of the dragons, they fell silent. There were only 3 supreme elders in the inner clan of the dragons. Apart from the clan leader of the inner clan of the dragons, the 3 supreme elders were the most powerful people in the inner clan. The supreme elders had a lot of power in the inner clan. They could even execute 1 or 2 bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons without reporting to the clan leader. Therefore, everyone became silent when they heard that Emperor Chen's father was one of the supreme elders of the 9 great sects. In the inner clan of the dragons, there was a large courtyard in a valley that was filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming. This was the residence of the 7-clawed divine dragon, Di Chen. At this moment, in the spacious room at the back of the courtyard, there was a person sitting cross-legged on the bed. The other person was standing in front of the bed, looking at the former with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The person sitting in front of the bed was none other than Di Chen. The person standing in front of the bed was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His eyebrows were 60 to 70% similar to Emperor Chen's. In fact, the outline of his face seemed to have been carved from the same mold as Emperor Chen's. If the other members of the inner clan of the dragons were here, they would recognize the middle-aged man immediately. The middle-aged man was none other than Di Huan, the supreme elder of the inner clan of the dragons. He was also Di Chen's father. "Father, I can't help it." Suddenly, Di Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His face was pale as he looked at Di Huan, who was standing in front of the bed. He said unwillingly, "That obsession? I can't suppress it. Perhaps, it's only when that Duanling Tian is dead that my obsession can be removed." Di Chen's voice was low when he reached the end of his sentence. His eyes gleamed coldly. Duanling Tian. A hint of killing intent flashed in Di Huan's eyes when he heard Di Chen's words. An aura swept out of his body, causing the furniture in the room to shake. "Father, kill him for me. I want him dead. I want him dead." Di Chen growled as he looked at Di Huan. Apart from anticipation, there was only desire in his eyes. He would not be able to rest until Duanling Tian was dead. His obsession would not be removed. Di Huan's eyes flickered a few times before he said hesitantly, "Chen, I know you can't wait to kill that Duanling Tian." However, a few years ago, the Patriarch had already asked Eldarin to investigate if Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. "Father really wants to kill him to vent the hatred in your heart. However, if I kill him, I'm afraid the Patriarch will." Di Huan did not finish his sentence since he knew his son understood what he meant. "Father." Di Chen cried out anxiously when he heard Di Huan's words. "Half a year. I only have half a year left. My bodiless celestial tribulation will arrive in half a year. At that time, if my obsession is still there, I'll definitely die. I'll definitely die." "Don't tell me." "Father, are you going to watch as I perish from the bodiless celestial tribulation because of my obsession?" Di Chen's expression was filled with reluctance. However, a hint of hope flashed in his eyes as he continued to say, "The Patriarch has already confirmed that Duanling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. As for the Patriarch, he hasn't confirmed whether Duanling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not. Regardless of whether he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not, as long as you kill him and destroy his corpse, the Patriarch won't do anything to you even if he finds out you're the one who killed him. Moreover, it's perfectly justifiable for you to kill him. Even the Patriarch has no reason to stop you." Di Chen continued to say. Di Huan's eyes lit up when he heard Di Chen's words. They were like 2 bright stars in the night sky. They shone brightly. Indeed, his son was right. Currently, their Patriarch was still unsure if Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not. If he killed Duanling Tian and destroyed his corpse, the dragons would not be able to do anything to him even if they found out. Moreover, he had a good reason to kill Duanling Tian for his son. Those involved are often confused. Di Huan thought to himself. At this moment, Di Huan realized the reason he was hesitant was because of the Patriarch's imposing aura that constantly affected him. Although he was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, one of the strongest powerhouses in the dragon clan, and his strength was not inferior to the other 2 supreme elders, he was nothing compared to the Patriarch of the dragon clan. If the Patriarch wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously did not dare to have any thoughts of going against the patriarch. After all, if he were to kill Duanling Tian, it could be considered as going against the will of the patriarch to a certain extent. I'll leave the dragons and look for Duanling Tian to avenge you, Di Huan said as he looked at Di Chen affectionately. Father. Di Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Although he was happy, he did not forget to remind his father. Father, when Duanling Tian defeated me, his strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not sure if his true strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or not. When Di Chen reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. I've already thought of this, Di Huan said. For this reason, I plan to ask your Uncle Zhou and Uncle Qin to accompany me to look for Duanling Tian to avenge you. Unless Duanling Tian is as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he'll definitely die. Moreover, it's impossible for him to possess the strength of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from back then. You should know that according to the records left behind by our ancestors, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial because he accidentally entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Di Huan finished speaking in one breath. Uncle Qin. Di Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Di Huan's words. He knew Uncle Qin was not an ordinary person. Uncle Qin was even stronger than his father. He was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian, I don't believe you won't die if an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial makes a move. Emperor Chen laughed like a madman for a while. His tone was full of joy. A month later, on a nameless snow-capped mountain in the northern region, the temporary estate of the 7 Absolute sect welcomed back the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, and Han Xueqi, the successor of the Red Dust progeny. It was supposed to be a good day for Duanling Tian to reunite with his old friends. However, Han Xueqi brought back 2 pieces of bad news one after another. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute. Yu Wu-ing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute. Chapter 2387. How could this be? How could this be? After the old prophet learned about the death of the current successors of the 3rd Absolute, the Kratos progeny, and the 4th Absolute, the Dark Shadow progeny, from Han Xueqi, the old prophet's face turned pale. His eyes were lifeless as though he had lost his soul. Ever since he set up the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, he could no longer predict the fates of the successors of the 6 Absolutes. However, it did not cross his mind. The current successors of the 7 Absolute sect's 1st Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and the Dark Shadow progeny, had died one after another when the current successors of the 7 Absolute sect's 1st Absolute, the 7 Absolute sect's 1st Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and the 7 Absolute sect's 7 Absolute sect were about to gather. In other words, the gathering of the 7 Absolutes had turned into a huge joke. Senior Uncle Tianji. And Master. She's dead as well. When Han Xueqi spoke again, 2 streams of tears fell from her red eyes uncontrollably. The moment the tears appeared, it was like a broken dam that could not be stopped. What? Upon hearing Han Xueqi's words, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets' body trembled. His previous absent-mindedness was swept away and he regained his senses. He looked sharply at Han Xueqi and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? How did your master die?" The Oracle Man could not accept the fact that Gu Li and Yu Wu-ing had died. However, Han Xueqi's words were like adding oil to the fire. It made the Oracle Man even more uncomfortable. Who did this? Don't tell me it's Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Heaven Divination sect. The Oracle Man continued to ask. His originally cloudy eyes were not only shining brightly, but they were also filled with anger. It was as though flames were burning in his eyes. I don't know, Han Xueqi said with a pained expression on her face. Before Master died, apart from telling me that Gu Li and Yu Wu-ing had died, she also reminded me to be careful when I see Brother Ling Tian. It seems like the person who killed Master was looking for Brother Ling Tian. Because Master didn't cooperate, that person killed Master. Moreover, Master also said that the person who killed Gu Li and Yu Wu-ing was the same person. Master didn't know who that person's identity. However, she could tell that the person was a bodiless celestial, a very powerful bodiless celestial. When Han Xuanai finished Yu Wu's Yu and Yu Wu Ing, Yu Huan Yu and Yu Yu Xue, Xueqi accompanied by two simultaneous exclamations of surprise. Two extremely beautiful women with graceful figures flew forward and helped Han Xuanai up from the left and right. These two women were none other than Ke and Feng Tianwu. Currently, not only were Ke and Feng Tianwu present, but even Duan Ling Tian was present as well. From beginning to end, he had been quietly listening to Han Xuanai's words. Since he's a bodiless celestial, he should have nothing to do with Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. After hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and spoke in an extremely low tone. Whether it was Zhuangzi Buddhism or the Heaven Divination sect, he knew there were no bodiless celestials. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were burning with rage as he said through gritted teeth, "Since they're here for me, it can only be them." Them? The Oracle man was stunned. "Master, do you think it's the dragon's men?" Chen Yiru, who was standing at the side, could not help but speculate when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Who else could it be other than them? Duan Ling Tian sneered as the flames of anger in his eyes burned even brighter. Gu Li was his senior brother, and he had a close relationship with him. However, Duan Ling Tian had been killed. Moreover, it was highly likely that he had something to do with Gu Li's death. As for Yu Wu Ing and the previous successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's Red Dust progeny, who was also Han Xuanai's master, although they did not have much interaction with him, they were still members of the Seven Absolute Sect. When Duan Ling Tian thought about how he was the cause of their deaths, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Dragons? Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words and Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, everyone present, including the Oracle man, Ke, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and Nangong, widened their eyes in shock. Although not everyone knew the three great sects were supported by the dragons and the phoenixes, they knew that there were bodiless celestials among them. Among the dragons, there were bodiless celestials. Previously, Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, had knelt and kowtowed to the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. However, Di Chen's appearance was undoubtedly a declaration to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were bodiless celestials among the dragons. Moreover, Di Chen's threat to Duan Ling Tian in the Zoroastrianism's estate had spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, the world learned that there were bodiless celestials among the dragons. There were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons. You're saying the people who killed Xuanai's master, Gu Li, and Yu Wu Ing are from the dragons? The people from the dragons did that because of Di Chen and wanted to look for you? However, the 3 of them refused to cooperate and were killed? Although the Oracle man's cultivation base was nothing compared to the others, his experience was not something the others could compare to. It was easy for him to figure out many things from Duan Ling Tian's words. I can't be completely sure, but I'm more than 90% sure that Emperor Chen is involved in the deaths of those 3 people. Duan Ling Tian said coldly. The 3 of them were either killed by Di Chen or Di Chen's father. The latter is more likely. After all, that Emperor Chen won't dare to swagger out and look for me since he knows that he's no match for me. Although Duan Ling Tian was merely making a guess, his words left no room for doubt. Big brother Ling Tian. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pained expression. Her eyes were filled with hope as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. You have to avenge my master. You have to avenge my master. At this moment, Han Xuanai was completely covered in tears. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. Thinking back to when they first met, Han Xuanai was still a carefree young girl. But now, he was suffering the pain of losing his parents. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Dragons, I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this. Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind to avenge Gu Li and his 2 companions after they had died in the hands of the dragons. It was not only because he was friends with one of them, but it was also because he was the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, and the 3 of them were members of the Seven Absolute Sect. As the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, naturally, he could not let his sect members die in vain. Even if the dragons were a tiger's den, He had to give it a try. Although he wanted to avenge Gu Li and his two companions, he could not wait to kill the dragons. However, he knew this was not the case. If he were to kill the dragons, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Put aside Di Chen's father, a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was no match for him. However, there was a possibility that there was an even more powerful existence in the dragon race apart from Emperor Chen's father. For example, an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial. Junior Uncle Prophet. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Oracle Man and said in a deep voice, "I want to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone now. Junior Uncle Prophet, please give me the key to open the Sword Saint's secret zone." The Sword Saint's secret zone was, without a doubt, his only chance to kill the dragons and avenge Gu Li and his two companions. Although he had comprehended the fifth stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the heart and sword amalgamation, and his strength was comparable to a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial, it was only comparable to a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. It was extremely difficult to kill a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there might be eight-tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons who were even stronger than seven-tribulation bodiless celestials. According to the Oracle Man, the Sword Saint's secret zone was a secret zone. As long as he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone and obtained the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, the founding ancestor of the Seven Absolute Sect, there was a high chance he would be able to catch up to Senior Feng Qingyang's strength. In the past, Senior Feng Qingyang was able to kill 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials and fight 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. Senior Feng Qingyang doesn't know any assist-type divine abilities like the elementary devouring tactic. Even Junior Uncle Prophet didn't expect me to be as strong as a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial after comprehending the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. In other words, even if I'm weaker than Senior Feng Qingyang after obtaining the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang, I'll still be stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang if I use the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to kill a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. This was the thought that had appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind after he had spoken to the Oracle Man. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. In his opinion, as long as his luck wasn't bad after he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat the Dragon Clan when he came out. Let's wait for another 3 months. If that girl doesn't return in 3 months, we won't wait for her anymore. At that time, I'll give you the key, and the few of you will enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. The Oracle Man said after a moment of silence when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2388. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, has died. Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, has died. When these two pieces of news spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar again. It was as though an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Heavens! There are only 8 successors in the current generation of the Seven Absolute Sect, and 2 of them have died? Who did this? Aren't they afraid of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, seeking revenge? Could it be someone from the 3 great sects? It's possible. Since Zoroastrianism has bodiless celestials, it's impossible that the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect don't have any. Moreover, the dragons who are slightly weaker than the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. If the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger, they might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, none of the people who spread such rumors were bodiless celestials. This was because only bodiless celestials knew that the 3 great sects of the 9 Dragon sect were extremely powerful. The 3 great sects were not a match for the dragons. Moreover, there were no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sections. As for the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, Li Bing, who had appeared in the Zoroastrianism previously, he was merely a bodiless celestial who had returned to the Zoroastrianism to flaunt his prowess. Unfortunately, Li Bing had failed and was killed by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. This matter must have been done by someone from the Dragon Clan. A month ago, I heard that Duan Ling Tian forced Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and kowtow. I knew that Duan Ling Tian and the entire 7 Absolute sect would be in trouble. Dragons are a race that values their dignity more than anything else. My thoughts back then were similar to yours. Now, the facts have undoubtedly verified our thoughts. The 7 Absolute sect is truly unlucky. The 7 Absolute sect has lost the successors of 3 Absolutes and 4 Absolutes in one go. This is truly a heavy blow. Right now, Duan Ling Tian, the leader of the 7 Absolute sect, must be mad with rage. So what if I'm mad? Unless he has the strength to suppress all the dragons. Otherwise, he can't do anything. Suppressing all the dragons is easier said than done. It's said that the clan leader of the dragon's inner clan might still be alive. If he's still alive, I'm afraid nobody in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be a match for him, right? These were the opinions of the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They knew much more than ordinary people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Heaven Divination Sect. The successors of the 3rd and 4th Absolutes of the 7 Absolute sect are all dead? Moreover, many people are suspecting that the Heaven Divination Sect is the culprit. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, was confused when he heard the rumors. After a moment of confusion, a wave of panic and fear washed over him. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, doesn't really think that someone from the Heaven Divination Sect killed his disciples, right? When Mo Xian thought of this, there was only fear in his heart. The Xuanzi Buddhism Sect. Our Xuanzi Buddhism Sect is stronger than the dragons? 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Xuanzi Buddhism Sect, was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard the rumors. If there's a bodiless celestial in our Xuanzi Buddhism Sect, how could I not know about it? As for the dragons, I used to think that our Xuanzi Buddhism Sect is stronger than them. Now, even if they send out a 3 Tribulation bodiless celestial to suppress our Xuanzi Buddhism Sect, our Xuanzi Buddhism Sect would have no choice but to admit defeat. Lang Qianjin was so angry that he almost threw up blood. He was speechless and felt wronged. However, Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, wouldn't be so foolish as to believe the rumors and think that someone from the Xuanzi Buddhism sect killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. Lang Qianjin could not help but feel anxious when he thought of this. Soon after, Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Xuanzi Buddhism sect, announced to the entire Dao Martial Saint Land in unison. From today onward, the Heaven Divination sect will no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. People from the Heaven Divination sect will have to take a detour when they encounter people from the 7 Absolute sect. From today onward, the Xuanzi Buddhism sect is willing to put aside the enmity between us and the 7 Absolute sect. As long as the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, Duan Ling Tian, says the word, the Xuanzi Buddhism sect is willing to offer a large number of quasi-celestial grade saint stones as compensation. When the 2 great sects made such a statement, it was only natural that it shocked everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Could it be that our previous speculation was wrong? The deaths of Gu Li and Yu Wuing have nothing to do with the Xuanzi Buddhism sect and the Heaven Divination sect? If it has nothing to do with the Xuanzi Buddhism sect and the Heaven Divination sect, could it be Zoroastrianism? It's impossible for Zoroastrianism sect to do that. Although the Zoroastrianism sect leader, Gon Ru Yen, left the Zoroastrianism sect, Gon Ru Yen still hasn't removed the rule of not being enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. In other words, the deaths of Gu Li and Yu Wuing have nothing to do with Zoroastrianism? If that's the case, there's only one possibility left. Gu Li and Yu Wuing were killed by the dragons. As for the dragon's motive, it's most likely related to the incident where Di Chen, the 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, was humiliated by Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. That should be the case. As the Heaven Divination sect and the Xuanzi Buddhism sect made their statements, the attention of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land shifted to the dragons. If the deaths of the 2 successors of the 7 Absolute sect had nothing to do with the 3 great sects, It could only mean that the dragons had something to do with it. Only the dragons had the motive to do that. They're not stupid. They actually suspected the dragons. The Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the Heaven Divination sect have admitted defeat in front of the Seven Absolute sect. If they still can't figure out that the dragons are the culprits, they're really stupid. Many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land shared similar sentiments when they began to suspect the dragons for the deaths of the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect. In the eastern region, in the 100,000 mountains, the dragon's estate. In the inner clan. Father, how did things get out of hand? I'm afraid Lord Patriarch has already guessed that the deaths of the successors of the third and fourth absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect have something to do with us. If he intervenes, how are we going to kill Duanling Tian? Di Chen looked at his father worriedly. He was not worried that the Patriarch would come looking for trouble with his father over the deaths of the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect. No matter what, his father was the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. His status was lofty. He was worried that the Patriarch would intervene when he found out they were going to kill Duanling Tian. He would order them not to kill Duanling Tian before he found out if Duanling Tian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. If the Patriarch gave such an order, then no matter how bold the father and son duo were, they would not dare to act rashly against Duanling Tian. If his father dared to disobey the Patriarch's order, the Patriarch would definitely be enraged. At that time, the Patriarch would most likely kill his father out of consideration for his own dignity. I didn't expect the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect to be so stubborn. They would rather die than tell me where Duanling Tian is. Even the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, would rather die than submit. At this moment, even Di Chen's father, Di Huan, could not help but frown. He felt that things were getting out of hand. At the same time, he regretted killing the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect in a fit of anger. At that time, he had only wanted to find out where Duanling Tian was. However, the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect refused to obey him. Naturally, he had killed them out of anger. After all, in the eyes of a Seven Tribulation bodiless celestial like him, the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect were as insignificant as ants. He did not expect this matter to escalate to such an extent that it might even alert the Patriarch of the Dragons. While Di Huan was frowning, he seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly lifted his hand and took out a jade slip. At the same time, an invisible ray of light flew over from afar and merged into the jade strip. It caused the jade strip to flicker and emit a rich light. Soon after, the light gradually withdrew and disappeared. Crack! Di Huan immediately crushed the jade token in his hand. Almost at the same time as Di Huan crushed the jade slip, a voice resounded in the air and clearly entered their ears. Supreme Elder, the Patriarch of the Dragons was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, with a heaven-defying art of cursing. Currently, the entire clan is in chaos. When Di Huan and Di Chen heard this, they were stunned for a moment. After a while, they regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. How dare the Seven Absolute sect? How dare they kill the Patriarch of the Dragons? Isn't the Seven Absolute sect afraid of being annihilated by the dragons? The Patriarch that Di Huan and Di Chen had mentioned earlier was, naturally, the Patriarch of the Outer Clan. The Patriarch of a foreign clan was only the spokesperson of the Dragon Clan. Since he was not even an eminent celestial, the Dragon Clan would not even mention him. Even the Patriarch of the Outer Clan would have to respectfully address the Patriarch of the Outer Clan. However, when the Patriarch of the Outer Clan was killed, the father and son were furious. Although the cultivation level of the leader of the foreign clan was nothing in the eyes of the Dragon Clan, however, he was the spokesperson of the entire Dragon Clan to the outside world. Chapter 2389. The Patriarch of the Dragons is dead. The Patriarch of the Dragons was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. In the past, the death of the Patriarch of the Dragons would not have caused much of a commotion. However, the current dragons were not the same as before. This was because the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land knew that the three sects were more powerful than the current dragons. This was because there were not only bodiless celestials among the dragons, but there were also the strongest bodiless celestials among the dragons. 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. The current 7 Absolute sect was so powerful that even the 3 great sects had to bow down to them. However, the dragons were not afraid of the 7 Absolute sect at all. This could be seen from the fact that the dragons had killed 2 of the current successors of the 7 Absolute sect. The people from the 7 Absolute sect are too bold. That's the patriarch of the dragons. She actually killed him with a curse. That's not right. There are 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials among the dragons. Their patriarch should be quite strong. How could he be killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute sect? I think something is amiss as well. Is it possible that the patriarch of the dragons isn't a bodiless celestial? Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were shocked by the news of the patriarch of the dragons being killed. However, not long after they voiced their doubts, they found out the answer to their questions. The answer came from the dragons. The patriarch of the dragons is the patriarch of the outer clan. He's the representative of the dragons. His cultivation base is only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the patriarch of the outer clan, there's also the patriarch of the inner clan. The patriarch of the inner clan is the strongest person among the dragons. He's so strong that even Di Chen's father, a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, can't compare to him. When the news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it caused an uproar in the upper province. There were actually 2 patriarchs among the dragons? The patriarch of the dragon clan was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? How could it be possible that the patriarch of the dragon clan was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Within the dragon clan, there was another clan leader. He was the inner clan leader. Does this mean the inner clan patriarch of the dragons is at least an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? Heavens! The dragon clan actually had an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Apart from 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials, 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials were the strongest in the mundane realms. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials were extremely rare. That's right. A 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial represents the glory of an era. Therefore, it's basically impossible for a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial to exist in our era. Although most people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land did not think there was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in this era, they were still shocked when they learned the inner clan patriarch of the dragons was an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. While the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still shocked by the fact that there was an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial among the dragons, another announcement was made among the dragons. Those who provide the whereabouts of the members of the 7 Absolute sect to the dragons will be handsomely rewarded by the dragons. From today onward, the dragons will fight the 7 Absolute sect to the death. When the announcement made by the dragon clan spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it caused a huge commotion. The dragons are furious. At this moment, everyone realized the dragons were furious. The dragons were furious. The current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, had killed the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan. It's understandable. Although the cultivation base of the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan is nothing compared to the dragons, he's still the representative of the dragons. Killing him is equivalent to slapping the 7 Absolute sect in the face. That's right. The death of the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan is undoubtedly a humiliation to the dragons. This is the only way for the dragons to regain their dignity. Only by annihilating the 7 Absolute sect will the dragons be able to wash away their humiliation. The 7 Absolute sect is doomed. Many people sighed. They thought the 7 Absolute sect was doomed. However, there were some people who did not think so. The 7 Absolute sect is doomed? I don't think so. Don't forget that the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, Duanling Tian, is not someone to be trifled with. That's right. Up until now, Duanling Tian has only displayed strength comparable to a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Who knows if he has unleashed his full strength or not? After all, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial. Duan Ling Tian is the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Although he's not as strong as Feng Qingyang, I'm afraid he's not too far off. I'm afraid there are only a handful of dragons who can defeat him. These people felt that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not as simple as it seemed when he defeated Di Chen, a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon's clan. In the eastern region, at the Dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains. Father, Lord Patriarch has yet to come out of his closed-door cultivation. You've even announced that the dragons will fight to the death with the 7 Absolute sect and spread the news to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Will the Patriarch blame you when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation? Di Chen asked worriedly as he looked at Di Huan. Chen, don't worry. Di Huan smiled as he shook his head. Then, his eyes narrowed as he said, even if the Patriarch comes out of his closed-door cultivation and learns about this, he won't let the 7 Absolute sect go. Moreover, I've obtained Elder Shang's permission to issue this order. Lord Patriarch has said that as long as 2 of the 3 Supreme Elders agree, they can deal with the dragons while he's in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, I'm only acting according to Lord Patriarch's orders. A hint of cunning flashed in Di Huan's eyes when he finished speaking. You're wise, father. Di Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Di Huan's words. The worry on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. So, to a certain extent, we should thank the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect? If it weren't for her, the dragons wouldn't have to go against the 7 Absolute sect. The smile on Di Chen's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. Indeed, we should thank that girl. However, that girl is capable of using the heaven-defying art of cursing to kill the Patriarch of the Dragons. She's not easy to deal with. After all, the Patriarch of the Dragons is not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His comprehension of heaven and earth is close to reaching its limit. He's only a step away from triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Di Huan nodded. So what? She's just a little girl who hasn't even become an eminent celestial. Di Chen said disdainfully. So what if she's an eminent celestial? Let alone a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. She might not even be able to defeat an ordinary 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. There's only one successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. When Di Chen reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but recall the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, Duan Ling Tian. His eyes could not help but widen in rage. Flames of anger burned in the depths of his eyes. It was as though they were capable of incinerating everything. Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him so much that he did not dare to leave his cultivation place. If he left now, the other members of the dragons would definitely look at him strangely. Earlier when he had kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian and begged for mercy, not only had he humiliated himself, but even the members of the dragons felt that he had humiliated the dragons. Previously, as the only son of Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, although he could not summon the wind and rain, there were not many dragons who dared to offend him. However, he had been reduced to a state where he did not even dare to leave his cultivation place. This is all because of Duan Ling Tian. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Emperor Chen's eyes blazed with anger. The obsession in his heart had become increasingly intense. He couldn't let go of it. At this moment, Di Huan's expression changed when he noticed Di Chen's strange behavior. When he was certain Di Chen's obsession had grown so strong that it was almost impossible for him to let go. His eyes burned with hatred. There are only 3 months left. Chen-Er's bodiless celestial tribulation will come in 3 months. I must find Duan Ling Tian and kill him in front of Chen-Er within these 3 months. Otherwise, Chen-Er's bodiless celestial tribulation is going to be a disaster. With this thought in mind, Di Huan left the dragons without saying goodbye to Di Chen. He could feel the urgency of the situation. After 2 months, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally welcomed the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. This was also Duan Ling Tian's first time meeting the successor of the Prophet progeny. The successor of the Prophet progeny was a woman dressed in white. She had an extraordinary aura. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her back, like a waterfall cascading down 9 straight waterfalls. Although her face was covered by a white veil, it seemed as though her face was covered by a white veil. However, looking at the other half of her face that was flawless and seemed to have been carefully sculpted, it was not difficult to imagine that under the white veil, she was definitely not inferior to Kuer and Tian Wu's peerless beauty. She stood there and did not move deliberately, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to seem to drop a few degrees. "Master, I'm back." The moment the white-clothed lady with a veil appeared, she looked at Elder Tianji and spoke in an ethereal and cold voice. Chapter 2390. It's good that you're back. A smile appeared on the Oracle man's face when he saw his direct disciple had returned safely. He sighed in relief inwardly. He had learned about what his direct disciple had done in the dragons. While the actions of his personal disciple were indeed satisfying, he was also well aware of how dangerous it was. After all, the dragons were one of the 2 most powerful clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, he was overjoyed when he saw his direct disciple had returned safely. The old prophet was about to introduce Duanling Tian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, to his direct disciple when he was interrupted by Duanling Tian, the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. Duanling Tian, Mu-Yi, the Oracle man's direct disciple and the current successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, looked at Duanling Tian intently. She had called out Duanling Tian's name. It was obvious she had recognized him. What's going on? However, Duanling Tian did not respond to Mu-Yi's greeting since he was not paying attention to her at all. When Mu-Yi had first appeared, he had sensed a familiar aura from her. Even though this aura was very faint, he could still clearly sense it. However, he could not recall where he had come into contact with this aura. Apart from her own aura, there seemed to be 8 other auras on the successor of the prophet progeny. Including the aura I've come into contact with, there are 9 different auras on her. As an eminent celestial, although Duanling Tian's soul was not as strong as a bodiless celestial, it was much stronger than the successor of the prophet progeny. Therefore, he extended his divine consciousness and easily sensed the 10 auras on the successor of the prophet progeny. Among the 10 auras, the other 9 auras were intertwined with the strongest aura. It was the successor of the prophet progeny's aura. The condition of her body should be related to the cultivation method she cultivates. Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. Brother Ling Tian, senior sister Yi is greeting you. Han Shu and I walked up to Duanling Tian and tugged on his sleeve. She reminded Duanling Tian. When she looked at the successor of the prophet progeny, Mu-Yi, a hint of admiration could be seen in her eyes. It was as though she regarded Mu-Yi as her idol. With Han Shu and I's reminder, Duanling Tian regained his senses. He looked at Mu-Yi and said, "I'm sorry, junior sister Yi. I sensed a familiar aura on you." Before Mu-Yi had returned, Duanling Tian had heard the Oracle man mention her more than once. He knew she was a rare heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the prophet progeny. She was so powerful that she was second only to him among the successors of the 7 absolute sect's 7 absolutes. Apart from that, he had also heard about how Mu-Yi had cursed the patriarch of the dragons to death. For this reason, he had a good impression of Mu-Yi before he met her. Then, do you remember where you came into contact with that aura? Mu-Yi was not displeased by Duanling Tian's rudeness. Instead, she asked this question. Her question confused Duanling Tian. Where did he come into contact with that aura? Gasp! Duanling Tian took a deep breath and started to recall carefully. After recalling for a while, he really recalled it. Clarity City. Qiumu Qing. Clarity City was a city at the edge of the western region. Qiumu Qing was the young miss of the Qiu clan in Clarity City. Previously, before he went to Sin City in the central region, he had stayed in Clarity City for a few days. During those few days, he had gotten to know Qiumu Qing and helped her solve some problems. When Duanling Tian left Clarity City, he discovered Qiumu Qing seemed to have feelings for him. However, in his eyes, Qiumu Qing was only a passerby in his life. Perhaps He would not have the chance to meet her again. He did not expect he would sense Qiu Muqing's aura on Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny. Moreover, it reminded him of what had happened in Clarity City. I've come into contact with that aura on a woman before. Her name is Qiu Muqing, and she's from a city called Clarity City at the edge of the western region. Duan Tian replied when he saw Mu Yi's serious expression. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, he discovered Mu Yi's expression had changed. A hint of relief could be seen in Mu Yi's eyes. This made him even more puzzled. Why would there be such a change in Mu Yi's expression? She'll be very happy if she knows you still remember her. Mu Yi sighed. Mu Yi sighed faintly as she opened her mouth once again. Soon after, the invisible icy aura from her body was withdrawn. What do you mean? Upon hearing Mu Yi's words, Duan Tian could tell something was amiss. He asked solemnly, What happened to her? Although Qiu Muqing was only a passerby in his life, Duan Tian did not know her well. However, after spending a few days with Qiu Muqing, to a certain extent, he had considered her a friend. For this reason, he could not help but feel worried when he heard Mu Yi sighing when she mentioned Qiu Muqing. He knew something must have happened to Qiu Muqing. Qiu Muqing and the people around her were persecuted by a pervert on their way to Zoroastrianism. Mu Yi said slowly. Especially her, when she died. So much so that after her death, the scattered remnants of her soul were completely infected by the evil aura and gathered together once again, lingering for 3 days and 3 nights without dispersing. Mu Yi said slowly. Duan Tian's eyes widened when he heard Mu Yi's words. Who did it? Do you know who did it? Duan Tian's voice was low and hoarse when he spoke again. A young man, Mu Yi sighed. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Tian's eyes when he heard Mu Yi's words. A cold aura surged out of his body. It was even colder than Mu Yi's. That person is stronger than you? Duan Tian asked as he looked at Mu Yi and withdrew the cold aura he was emitting. Duan Tian naturally thought Mu Yi was present when Qiu Muqing was killed. She might have even watched as Qiu Muqing was killed. He was certain Mu Yi did not help Qiu Muqing because that person was stronger than Mu Yi. Otherwise, Mu Yi would not have helped Qiu Muqing. In his opinion, since Mu Yi was chosen by the Oracle Man to be his successor, she would not leave Qiu Muqing in the lurch. I only learned about this after I absorbed Qiu Muqing's soul fragment that was on the verge of dissipating after 3 days and 3 nights. I also saw some of her fragmented memories. Mu Yi sighed. Absorb soul fragments? Duan Tian frowned. That's a necessary process for a successor of the prophet progeny to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. The Oracle Man explained to Duan Tian, to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, apart from the requirement of innate talent, the successor of the prophet progeny has to find and absorb 9 ruthless soul fragments. That's the only way one can master the heaven-defying art of cursing, and become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. After the elder of Tianji explained everything in one breath, he added, of course, the owners of those violent remnant souls cannot be harmed by the successor of Tianji when they were alive. Because if their owners were harmed by the successor of Tianji, they would subconsciously resist the successor of Tianji absorbing them. I see. Duan Tian finally understood after listening to the Oracle Man's explanation. Earlier, when he just found out about the existence of heaven-defying Tao cultivators, he'd been surprised by the heaven-defying curse that they possessed. It was simply a heaven-defying ability to kill, and it caused others to feel horrified just from hearing about it. At that time, he had wondered how such a heaven-defying technique could exist in this world. He did not expect it would be so difficult to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Apart from the requirement of innate talent, one had to find 9 ruthless soul fragments and absorb them. Do you remember what that person looked like? Duan Tian looked at Mu Yi again. His eyes were burning with rage as though they were on fire. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, Mu Yi raised her hand and took out a portrait. This is the portrait I drew when I saw her memories. All these years, I've been looking for this person, but I haven't been able to find any clues. The owners of the 9 ruthless soul fragments that Mu Yi had absorbed had all been persecuted by someone. She had killed the person who had caused the deaths of 8 of them. The only person she had not been able to find was the person who had persecuted Qiu Mu Qing. Duan Ling Tian looked at the portrait in Mu Yi's hand. The portrait depicted a young man with a medium build and a devilish expression. It's him. While Duan Ling Tian was studying the young man in the portrait with a frown on his face, a cry of surprise rang in his ears again. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at the person who had exclaimed in surprise. This person was none other than Chen Yiru, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial standing behind Duan Ling Tian. Sandao, you know him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Chen Yiru. His voice was tinged with excitement. When Duan Ling Tian heard Mu Yi had not been able to find any clues about the person in the portrait, he had thought it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 2391. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Chen Yiru did not dare to be negligent. Who's he? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. His name is Ding Yijian. He's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial like me. Chen Yiru said, that person's biggest hobby is women. As long as he sees a beautiful woman, he will want to possess her. 30 years ago, I couldn't stand his behavior, so I fought with him. After exchanging a few blows, there is no clear victor. They are evenly matched. So he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Mu Yi finally understood Chen Yiru's words. No wonder I couldn't find anything about him. She finally understood why she could not find anything about the person who killed Qiu Mu Qing even with the help of the 7 Absolute Sects Red Dust Progenies Information Network. As it turned out, the culprit was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was only natural that she could not find anything about a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial with the help of the Red Dust Progenies Information Network. After all, the Red Dust Progenies Information Network did not extend to the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he asked. Do you know where he usually stays? Based on my calculations, it's less than 100 years until the next bodiless celestial tribulation. If there's no accident, he should be in his cultivation place waiting for the next bodiless celestial tribulation. Chen Yiru said. And his place of cultivation is in the northern region. Take me there. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Ding Yijian cultivated in the northern region. After all, he had heard from Chen Yiru that most of the reclusive powerhouses, including bodiless celestials, lived in seclusion in the northern region. Even Ye Wu Tian, the powerhouse ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking, had lived in seclusion in the northern region before he ascended. Yes, Master. Chen Yiru replied respectfully. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked at the Oracle Man and said, Junior Uncle Prophet, I'd like to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone after I avenge my friend. Duan Ling Tian had made an agreement with the Oracle Man. As long as Mu Yi, the direct disciple of the old prophet and the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, returned, she would be able to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. However, it seemed like they had no choice but to postpone their plans. Duan Ling, the old prophet, could understand Duan Ling Tian's feelings, so he nodded in agreement. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Ku Feng Tian Wu, and the others before he led Chen Yiru away from the snow-capped mountain. They made their way north to the glaciers in the northern region. The northern region was covered in snow all year round. In the north of the northern region, the entire land had turned into a glacier. Looking from afar, it was crystal clear. It set off the snow that was falling from the sky, forming a perfect world of ice and snow. There are quite a lot of people. Under Chen Yiru's guidance, Duan Ling Tian saw many people as they made their way north. However, most of them were only at the Saint's celestial stage. Up until now, I've found more than a dozen people at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage or above. It's a good thing they haven't appeared yet. Otherwise, the Supreme Saint ranking would have changed again. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was also aware that ever since bodiless celestials were exposed, the Supreme Saint ranking had lost its authority in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were fewer and fewer people who talked about it. Even when people talked about it, they would criticize it or suggest it was a ranking of the bodiless celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Master, this is one of the places where bodiless celestials gather in the northern region. It did not take long before Chen Yiru's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and looked ahead. With just a glance, Duanling Tian saw many spacious mansions in the middle of the ice and snow. Above these mansions, there seemed to be a layer of transparent light barrier that completely blocked out the snow that was falling from the sky. Ding Yijian's cultivation place is here. Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard Chen Yiru's voice again. He swept his gaze across the mansions in front of him. Where's his cultivation place? It's here, Chen Yiru said to Duanling Tian as he hovered above a spacious mansion. He looked down at the mansion below him. See if he's here, Duanling Tian said with a glint in his eyes. Currently, his divine consciousness was only at the level of an eminent celestial. It was impossible for him to probe a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. He might be able to detect Ding Yijian's presence, but if Ding Yijian attacked him with his divine consciousness, his soul would definitely be injured. For this reason, Duanling Tian asked Chen Yiru to do it for him. Yes. Chen Yiru replied respectfully as he extended his divine consciousness to check if Ding Yijian, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, was in the mansion. Elementary devouring tactic. While Chen Yiru was probing Ding Yijian's cultivation place with his divine consciousness, Duanling Tian did not remain idle. He cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and recklessly devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by Duanling Tian. What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? Damn it! What's going on? With Duanling Tian as the center, the secluded powerhouses who were cultivating in the surroundings, including the place where the bodiless celestials were gathered, were all interrupted. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly disappeared and even became extremely thin. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to them who were cultivating. At the same time, they were puzzled. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? Just as the group of hermit experts were interrupted, Chen Yiru's consciousness, which had enveloped the mansion beneath his feet, also received a response. Master, Ding Yijian is in his cultivation place. At the same time, Chen Yiru greeted Duanling Tian. Chen Yiru. A figure shot out of the mansion and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, the figure appeared near Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when the figure in front of him completely revealed himself. Killing intent began to brew in his eyes as though it was about to burst out at any moment. This was because the person who had appeared before him was none other than the young man in the portrait Mu Yi had taken out. He was the one who had killed Qiu Mu Qing. The expression of the four-tribulation bodiless celestial, Ding Yijian, changed drastically when he saw Chen Yiru standing behind the purple-clad young man who had used his divine consciousness to probe him earlier. This was because he had already guessed the purple-clad young man's identity. Currently, it was no longer a secret that Chen Yiru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had acknowledged a powerful master. Even Duanling Tian had heard about it a long time ago. Chen Yiru's master was Duanling Tian, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. Duanling Tian's name had spread in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land due to the incident where he had forced Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kowtow and beg for mercy. Rumor had it that Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. That was how he had forced Di Chen to kowtow and beg for mercy. Sect leader Duan? For this reason, when Ding Yijian guessed the purple-clad young man's identity in front of Chen Yiru, the anger he felt towards Chen Yiru disappeared completely. Only anxiety and uneasiness remained. What a joke! Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, had strength comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people even said that Duanling Tian's strength was not just comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, was forced to kowtow and beg for mercy by Duanling Tian, let alone a mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial like him. Don't tell me Duanling Tian is here to avenge Chen Yi-ru because of the conflict I had with him 30 years ago? In fact, even if Duanling Tian ignored Ding Yijian's question, Ding Yijian had more or less confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. Due to this reason, his heart was filled with anxiety. Sect leader Duan, when Ding Yijian saw Duanling Tian looking at him coldly and ignoring him, he could not help but say, back then, Chen Yi-ru and I only had a small conflict. I'm willing to apologize to him and promise to avoid him the next time I see him. At this moment, Ding Yijian lowered his pride as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, all of this was due to Duanling Tian's strength that had completely shocked him. It's Chen Yi-ru. At the same time, many bodiless celestials who had left their places of cultivation because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air noticed Chen Yi-ru, who was standing opposite Ding Yijian. Most of the bodiless celestials recognized Chen Yi-ru since he had cultivated here for a period of time. Chen Yi-ru is back. Is the purple-clad young man standing in front of Chen Yi-ru Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect? When the bodiless celestials recognized Chen Yi-ru, they saw him standing respectfully in front of a purple-clad young man. Chapter 2392. During this period of time, Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, was the most popular person in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was ordinary celestials or bodiless celestials, people were talking about him every day. For this reason, it was not difficult for the bodiless celestials to recognize Duanling Tian after they recognized Chen Yi-ru. Why is Duanling Tian here? Based on his actions, it seems like he came with Chen Yi-ru to look for Ding Yijian. As soon as he arrived, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings became thinner. Could the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy have something to do with him? I don't know. A group of bodiless celestials stood in the distance and discussed among themselves as they looked at Duanling Tian. However, they did not dare to approach Duanling Tian. Among them, the strongest person was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was someone who could even force Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The few 5 tribulation bodiless celestials among them knew they would not stand a chance against Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Therefore, they could only keep a low profile in front of Di Chen. How could they, who were inferior to Di Chen, dare to act recklessly in front of Duanling Tian? Humph! Duanling Tian snorted coldly under the watchful eyes of the others. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's killing intent surged out of his body. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless god of slaughter. His imposing aura was enough to pressure the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Bang! Duanling Tian took a step forward and stomped his foot on the void. The void immediately cracked open, and dense crisscrossing cracks spread out like a spider web in the sky. When Duanling Tian stepped forward, Ding Yijian was so shocked that his heart sank. Immediately, he lowered his head towards Duanling Tian in shock and fear. Other than fear on his face, there was only reverence. Right now, Ding Yijian only had one thought in his mind. He hoped that Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, would overlook the conflict between him and Chen Yi-ru in the past. Moreover, he and Chen Yi-ru didn't suffer any losses in the conflict back then. In his opinion, it was a small matter. Since he had admitted defeat, Duanling Tian, as the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, would not do anything to him. However, Ding Yijian would never have thought that he would be so lucky. Duanling Tian did not come to avenge Chen Yi-ru. Instead, he came to avenge one of the women he had killed. Perhaps, Duanling Tian had forgotten that he had once humiliated a woman named Qiu Mu Qing. However, Duanling Tian was here for that woman. Bastard! As Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy and saint origin surged out of his body, his eyes turned colder as he looked at Ding Yijian. Ding Yijian felt as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Although it was true that he was in a world of ice and snow, his cultivation base was not affected. However, with his cultivation base, he did not feel cold at all in this world of ice and snow. However, the coldness that came from Duanling Tian caused his heart to feel as though it had stiffened. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. It was like the blooming of a cactus. When Duanling Tian raised his hand, a solidified sword ray shot out from his palm. As soon as the sword ray left Duanling Tian's palm, it moved so fast that Ding Yijian did not even have time to react to it. It tore through the air like a flash of light. Before Ding Yijian could react, the sword ray was already inches away from him. No! When Ding Yijian finally regained his senses, the sword ray that came from Duanling Tian had already reached the space between his eyebrows. Ding Yijian only had time to cry out in his heart. In the next moment, spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Ding Yijian's glabella was pierced, and his soul was crushed. Although Ding Yijian was a bodiless celestial and his body was different from ordinary humans, his glabella was connected to his soul. Once it was pierced, his soul would be crushed as well. Moreover, when Duanling Tian swung his sword, not only did it crush Ding Yijian's soul, but it also unleashed a wave of destructive energy that destroyed Ding Yijian's soul without leaving a trace behind. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Ding Yijian to survive. Crack, 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 crack. After his soul was obliterated, Ding Yijian's body was like the moon in the water. Once it was shattered, it perished between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of its existence. The entire place fell silent immediately. Among the bodiless celestials present on the scene, only the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had seen Duanling Tian's sword ray clearly. It seemed as though the sword ray had come from outer space and could destroy everything. So this is the sword-wielding art, the third stage of the Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were shocked. Even if they did not die from Duanling Tian's sword ray, they would be severely injured. If Duanling Tian had attacked a few more times, they would not have been able to withstand it. It said that when Duanling Tian forced Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and beg for mercy, he had even used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion. At that time, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Now his strength is comparable to a peak 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duanling Tian had only used the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene knew they were not a match for him, let alone the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. After killing Ding Yijian, the killing intent that swept out from Duanling Tian's body vanished without a trace. The sharp aura on his body had completely vanished as well. You can rest in peace. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he looked in the southwest direction. Qiu Mu Qing had died in the western region in that direction. It seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. At this moment, the bodiless celestials present on the scene realized things were not as simple as they had thought. Initially, they had thought Duanling Tian had stood up for Chen Yiru because of the conflict between Chen Yiru and Ding Yijian. However, Chen Yiru did not suffer any losses in that matter. Logically speaking, Ding Yijian should have just admitted defeat. However, Duanling Tian's shout of "bastard," coupled with his lightning-fast attack, made them realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. Could it be? As bodiless celestials who cultivated in the same place as the bodiless celestials, they knew what kind of person Ding Yijian was. Therefore, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Let's return. At the same time, Duanling Tian bade farewell to Chen Yiru before the two of them left. They disappeared from the bodiless celestial's sight in just a blink of an eye. When Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru left, they did not head south of the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary base. Instead, they headed east. Duanling Tian only brought Chen Yiru to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the southwest direction, when he was certain they were out of sight and no one was tailing them. The reason Duanling Tian did this was because he did not want to reveal where he was currently staying. After all, he and the entire 7 Absolute Sect had become a thorn in the side of the dragons. Since he was about to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, he did not want any unforeseen circumstances to arise before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone. As they made their way to the Sword Saint secret zone, Duanling Tian calmed himself down and focused on the Sword Saint secret zone. According to Senior Uncle Prophet, the other people who possess the keys to the Sword Saint's secret zone have already used their keys. They're only missing the key in Senior Uncle Prophet's hand to open the Sword Saint's secret zone. But I don't know who has the other keys. I wonder if there are any members of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, or the Devil Clan among those people. Apart from Duanling Tian, even the old prophet had no clue who the owners of the other keys were. However, Duanling Tian did not expect that the Sword Saint's secret zone would not be able to open the Sword Saint's secret zone. In fact, the Sword Saint's secret zone was not created and left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was a beyond heaven secret zone that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had entered in the past by chance. At that time, Duanling Tian had entered the beyond heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials with his cultivation base as an eminent celestial. Due to the long history of the 7 Absolute sect, the Oracle Man thought that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had personally created and left behind the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Little did they know that the secret land was not created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was just a secret land that Feng Qingyang had entered before. At that time, Feng Qingyang had used some tricks to obtain one of the keys to open the secret land. He had kept it until now. He had left the key for the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. At this moment, that successor had appeared. It was none other than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was unaware that the Sword Saint's secret zone was not created and left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He was also unaware that the Sword Saint's secret zone was a secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone that Duanling Tian was about to enter was also the secret zone that Feng Qingyang had entered in the past. Each key was located in a different mundane realm. In other words, there was only one key in the mundane realm that Duanling Tian was in. The second, third, and fourth keys were all in other mundane realms. Duanling Tian was even more unaware that the Sword Saint's secret zone was a secret zone. One of the keys was located in the mundane realm where Duanling Tian's hometown, Earth, was located. Chapter 2393. The name of the Sword Saint's secret zone was given to it by the members of the 7 Absolute sect later on. It was not given by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In short, the Sword Saint secret zone was the Beyond Heaven secret zone that Feng Qingyang had entered and obtained great fortuitous encounters. Everything in the secret zone had nothing to do with Feng Qingyang. It was not something Feng Qingyang could control. Whether Duanling Tian would be able to obtain fortuitous encounters or dangers in the secret zone was not something Feng Qingyang could control. The only thing Feng Qingyang could provide was the key to the secret zone. Duanling Tian was unaware of this. Currently, he and the other members of the 7 Absolute sect thought the Sword Saint secret zone was created by Feng Qingyang and contained the legacy and other treasures left behind by Feng Qingyang. At the gathering place of the bodiless celestials that Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru had just left. Whoosh! Before the gathered loose immortals could disperse, a gust of wind blew and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man who emitted an oppressive aura. Lord Di Huan. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial stepped forward and bowed respectfully at him. Lord Di Huan. At this moment, the other bodiless celestials shifted their attention to the middle-aged man. This is Lord Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who bowed respectfully said to the other bodiless celestials, Lord Di Huan? A commotion broke out among the bodiless celestials when they heard the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. Perhaps, they had not seen Di Huan before. However, they knew he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. Di Chen, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons who was forced to kneel and beg for mercy by Duanling Tian, was Di Huan's son. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. The group of bodiless celestials bowed respectfully at Di Huan when they learned the middle-aged man was Di Huan. It was not because he was a supreme elder of the dragons, but because he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Di Huan ignored the greetings of the bodiless celestials. He looked at the 5 tribulation bodiless immortal who bowed to him first and asked hastily, Didn't you say Duanling Tian is here? Where is he? Di Huan's tone was unfriendly as he asked the question. Di Huan had come here after receiving the message from the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he could not find any trace of Duan Lingtian, even though his divine consciousness had covered a large area. He felt as though he had been deceived. Lord Di Huan, Duan Lingtian went east. I'm not as strong as him, so I didn't dare to follow him, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial replied. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was afraid Di Huan would misunderstand his words, so he added, Duan Lingtian was indeed here earlier and headed east. Everyone here can attest to this. I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Lord Di Huan. Very good. If I manage to catch up to him, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Di Huan's eyes flashed as he said this. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the group of bodiless celestials. How fast! So this is the speed of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The group of bodiless celestials present on the scene were shocked when they saw Di Huan vanishing before their eyes. Although they were bodiless celestials, it was rare for them to encounter a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the circle of bodiless celestials, there were very few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Most bodiless celestials regarded them highly as well. When bodiless celestials saw a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or above, they would feel like they were on a pilgrimage to a god. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had made the right choice by taking a detour back to the 7 absolute sect's temporary estate. Otherwise, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, would have caught up to them as soon as they left. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian used all his techniques, his strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He could not be compared to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial like Di Huan. If he were to face Di Huan head-on, he would be reduced to a fish on the chopping board, completely at Di Huan's mercy. At the 7 absolute sect's temporary estate on a nameless snow-capped mountain. Junior Uncle Prophet, I've dealt with my matter. If there's no problem with the others, we can enter the Sword Saint's secret zone now. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned, he could not wait to look for the Oracle Man. He was eager to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. The others that Duan Lingtian mentioned were, naturally, the successors of the other absolutes of the 7 absolute sect. Currently, the successors of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny, and the 4th absolute, the Dark Shadow progeny, had died in the hands of the people from the dragons. There were only 6 successors left in the 7 absolute sect. They were Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi. All right. The old prophet could sense Duan Lingtian's eagerness to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone as soon as possible. After replying to Duan Lingtian, he went to look for the successors of the various absolutes. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian received a message from the Oracle Man: depart immediately, and look for a secluded place to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Soon after, the group left the nameless snowy peak and headed northeast. Apart from Duan Lingtian and the successors of the absolutes, there were also the Oracle Man, Ke, Qinghua, and Gan Ru Yen. However, only Duan Lingtian and the successors of the absolutes were allowed to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Senior Prophet. On the way, Gan Ru Yen looked at the Oracle Man and asked eagerly, Can I enter the Sword Saint's secret zone? Only the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect can decide who can enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. The Oracle Man glanced at Duan Lingtian and said. Gan Ru Yen immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Before Gan Ru Yen could say anything, Duan Lingtian rejected her. According to the warning passed down in the 7 absolute sect, those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't enter the Sword Saint secret zone. According to Senior Feng Qingyang's warning, those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will most likely die if they enter the Sword Saint secret zone. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was obvious he was trying to push Gan Ru Yen away. Although Gan Ru Yen's cultivation speed was fast and her cultivation base had improved, she had only just broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ru Yen was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Disappointment was written all over her face. However, she did not say anything else. Now that Duan Ling Tian had told her about the warning that had been passed down in the Seven Absolute Sect for generations, she did not dare to enter the Sword Saint secret zone even if he did. Those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would most likely die if they entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Although she wanted to enter the Sword Saint secret zone to search for fortuitous encounters, she dismissed the thought when she thought about how she would most likely die if she entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Compared to his life, those so-called fortuitous encounters were not worth mentioning at all. After all, her life was the most important thing. If she lost her life, she would lose everything. Master, can I enter? Chen Yiru asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an eager expression on his face. Junior Uncle Prophet said there's an age limit for those who can enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Only those below the age of 100 can enter. Duan Ling Tian said, when the Sword Saint secret zone opens, try to see if you can enter. If you can enter as well. Who knows, you might be able to obtain some fortuitous encounters as well. Duan Ling Tian had never been a stingy person. Although Chen Yiru had not been with him for a long time, he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so he did not doubt Chen Yiru's loyalty. If Chen Yiru could enter the Sword Saint secret zone, Duan Ling Tian would definitely allow him to enter. Thank you, Master. Chen Yiru thanked Duan Ling Tian. His eyes lit up as though he had seen a ray of hope. He was relieved when he heard his master's words. It would be good if he could enter the Sword Saint secret zone. However, there was nothing he could do if he could not enter the Sword Saint secret zone. After all, he could not change his age just because he wanted to. Let's go here. As they traveled all the way towards the northeast, Duan Ling Tian took a fancy to an ice mountain valley in the end. Based on the ice that formed the iceberg valley, one could tell it had been frozen for a long time. This ice had existed for quite some time. It was at least 1,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old. Moreover, the iceberg valley was surrounded by a thick white mist. From afar, it looked no different from snow falling from the sky. If an ordinary passerby didn't use their divine sense to investigate, they wouldn't be able to discover the location of this valley at all. This place is not bad. The Oracle Man looked around and nodded. He felt that Duan Ling Tian had chosen a good place. The others did not have any objections as well. After they entered the iceberg valley, Duan Ling Tian and the others' figures were concealed by the white mist. From the outside, it was impossible to tell they were in the valley. This box contains the key to the Sword Saint secret zone that has been passed down for generations in the Seven Absolute Sect. When they arrived at the Ice Mountain Valley, the old prophet raised his hand and took out a black box before he passed it to Duan Ling Tian. There's a restriction formation on the box. It said that it was left behind by Patriarch Feng Qingyang. It said that only the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect, can open it. As for how to open it, I'm not sure. You can try. Chapter 2394. This box. After taking the box from the Oracle Man, Duan Ling Tian discovered it was heavy. He did not know what material it was made of. Even when he passed the box to Chen Yiru and asked him to open it with his strength as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, it did not budge. Let alone opening it, there were no signs of it being opened at all. Master, there's nothing I can do. In the end, Chen Yiru handed the box back to Duan Ling Tian helplessly. When the box returned to Duan Ling Tian's hand, the cracks in the void in front of him began to close. This was the result of him using his full strength just now. His power had shattered the space and left behind cracks in the void. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took the box, he immediately cast his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to strengthen the energy in his body. Not only that, but he also cast the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian shot out a ray of sword chi from his palm toward the box. Chi! 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 In just a blink of an eye, cracks appeared in the void in the wake of the sword chi. Moreover, the cracks were so large that it would take at least 15 minutes for them to close up. Duan Ling Tian thought the box would not budge even if he cast an attack comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, since Chen Yiru had attacked with all his strength. However, to his surprise, the sword chi that shot out of the box was not something he had expected. When the sharp sword light from his palm came into contact with the closed part of the box, it instantly melted away. The white sword aura turned into a white liquid at this moment, swirling around the closed part of the box. Crack! In the next moment, along with a soft sound, the box in Duan Ling Tian's hand opened. Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Then, he came back to his senses and faintly realized what was going on. It seems like the formation on the box is closely related to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. I used the technique bestowed upon me by the Supreme Sword Dao mantra, the Sovereign Heart Sword. When I touched this box, I didn't even need to expend much effort to open it. At this time, no matter how slow Duan Lingtian's reaction was, he still reacted in time. Master, that sword strike of yours is only comparable to the attack of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? How did you open the box so easily? Chen Yiru asked in disbelief. The others also looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on either. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than Chen Yiru's, it was not much stronger. However, the difference between the two attacks was like heaven and earth. It's because of the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, the Supreme Sword Dao mantra, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Earlier, I used the technique bestowed upon me by the Sovereign Heart Sword to remove the restrictions on the box. As Duan Ling Tian explained, he looked at the box that had been opened. There was a copper ball lying quietly in the box. The surroundings of the copper ball were engraved with some complicated patterns. It looked like a picture, but it also looked like some kind of text. All in all, Duan Ling Tian was completely unable to discern whether the complicated veined patterns on it were patterns or words. Is this the key to the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Ling Tian picked up the copper ball and looked at it carefully. He did not see anything special about the inscriptions. The gazes of the others also landed on the copper ball. Try to infuse your saint origin into it. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and infused his saint origin into the copper ball. During this process, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the copper ball in the copper ball was not small at all. The copper ball was like an insatiable child as it greedily absorbed Duan Ling Tian's saint origin. It only stopped when more than half of the saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body had been absorbed. Ha! It was also at this moment that Duan Ling Tian noticed a strong repulsive force suddenly emitted from the copper ball, and it shook his hand away. Following that, the copper ball left Duan Ling Tian's hand and floated in the air on its own. The inscriptions around the copper ball that looked like drawings and words lit up at this moment, dazzling and eye-catching. Apart from that, the light from the inscriptions around the copper ball became brighter as time passed. This is just as the gazes of the others, including the old man of heavenly secrets, were attracted by the copper ball boom. A loud explosion reverberated in the air. In the next moment, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, felt as though they had been blinded by daylight. It was extremely dazzling, as though something had exploded. At the same time, a vast and gentle power slapped on their bodies, pushing them away. Although the group of people was pushed away, they were not injured. This was because the force was very gentle and did not possess any offensive power. It merely pushed them away. When they stopped and took a closer look, they discovered something else. At the place where the copper ball had been, there was now another black hole. The black hole that appeared out of thin air had a whirlpool revolving around it. It seemed to be maintaining the operation of the black hole that looked like a crack in the void. This was because the black hole did not show any signs of closing since it had appeared. Is this the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Ling Tian and the others had the same thought when they saw the pitch-black hole that led to an unknown destination. Duan Ling Tian and the others' attention was attracted by the black hole in front of them that was the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone. At this moment, the black holes in the other mundane realms that were shrouded by a mysterious force had also returned to normal. This was because the mysterious force had disappeared without a trace. That's the Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened? Heavens! After 30,000 years, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has finally opened again. The people in the mundane realms who discovered the black hole had returned to normal could not help but exclaim in surprise. These mundane realms included the mundane realm where Duan Ling Tian was from in his previous life. The mundane realm Earth was located in was a vast universe. It was also a large mundane realm. There were countless planets and galaxies in it. Earth, on the other hand, was as insignificant as a speck of dust in this large mundane realm. However, many years ago when Earth was still planet Yanhuang, although it was very small, it was one of the few cultivation planets in this large mundane realm. The so-called origin planet of cultivation referred to the earliest planets that relied on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Back then, planet Yanhuang, as one of the planets where cultivation originated, had given birth to many cultivators. Among them were the various figures in the ancient myths and legends that Duan Ling Tian had heard of in his past life, such as Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Neza, and so on. Later on, due to the increasing number of cultivators on planet Yanhuang, the heaven and earth spirit energy on planet Yanhuang rapidly dried up. At this time, the cultivators on planet Yanhuang began to migrate on a large scale. In the end, the number of cultivators on planet Yanhuang, which was also known as Earth, had dwindling heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but the number of cultivators on planet Yanhuang also became weaker and weaker. Due to this reason, during Duan Ling Tian's era, even a form-will martial grandmaster like him could do whatever he wanted in the world. The cultivators who migrated from planet Yanhuang, as well as the cultivators from several other planets of origin, also established their own orthodoxies in some planets and galaxies with rich world energy and left their own inheritances behind. The Celestial Masters sect was an ancient sect that had migrated from planet Yanhuang. The founder of the Celestial Masters sect was none other than Celestial Master Zhang from ancient myths and legends. Currently, the Celestial Masters sect controlled an entire galaxy. Its headquarters was located on a planet that was several times larger than Earth. The Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened. When the news spread to the Celestial Masters sect, the entire sect was shocked. It has been nearly 20,000 years since the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appeared in our mundane realm and was used. After 20,000 years, the last key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone has finally appeared and been used. Only when all the keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appear and are used will the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone be opened. This time, I hope the powerhouses of the Celestial Master sect will be able to obtain great fortuitous encounters in the Beyond Heaven secret zone so that the overall strength of the Celestial Master sect will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the Celestial Master sect isn't the only sect that knows about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In other words, the powerhouses from the Celestial Master sect won't only have to face powerhouses from other mundane realms, but they'll also have to face powerhouses from the same mundane realm. After learning that the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened, the entire Celestial Masters sect was in an uproar. Currently, in the mundane realm where Earth was located, the Celestial Masters sect was not the only one who had learned about the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even the sectless cultivators from other forces had rushed to the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Chapter 2395. There were a total of 5 keys in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. They were located in 5 different mundane realms. As long as a key was found and used, the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone would appear. Naturally, before all the keys were found and used, the entrances and exits would be concealed by a mysterious energy. Due to this reason, it was impossible to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through them. Only when all of the keys were used and the last entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone appeared would the mysterious energy above the other entrances and exits disappear. At that time, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would officially open. This time, the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone that Duan Ling Tian had used was the last key to appear and was used. For this reason, after Duan Ling Tian used the key, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would open. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. In the northern region, in an iceberg valley shrouded in white mist, the Sword Saint secret zone is finally open. Our 7 Absolute sect will regain its former glory. The Oracle Man looked at the huge black hole in front of him with a pious and excited expression on his face. As the former successor of the prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect, he was the most senior person in the Seven Absolute sect. He was excited when he saw the hope of the Seven Absolute sect rising again. At the same time, he also hoped that the Seven Absolute sect would regain its former glory when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still alive. Now that the Sword Saint Secret Zone had opened and the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, was about to enter, he could already see the Seven Absolute sect rising to prominence. However, he was unaware that the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was not big. The black hole in front of him was not the entrance to the Sword Saint Secret Zone. Instead, it was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Moreover, everything in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was not left behind by Feng Qingyang, the founding ancestor of the Seven Absolute sect. Moreover, the people from the Seven Absolute sect were not the only ones who would enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. There were also powerhouses from the other four mundane realms. Apart from that, the number of powerhouses from the other four mundane realms was terrifying as well. There was once a mundane realm where the entrance to the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone changed. When the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone officially opened, thousands of people swarmed into it. There was no lack of powerful bodiless celestials among these people. Sandao, we should arrive at the Sword Saint Secret Zone after we pass through this black hole. Senior Uncle Prophet said that according to the legend passed down in the Seven Absolute sect, those above the age of 100 are not allowed to enter the Sword Saint Secret Zone. Why don't you try and see if the sayings passed down by our Seven Absolute sect are false? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Yiru and said, "Yes, master." Chen Yiru nodded and flew out, arriving in front of the black hole. Standing in front of the black hole, he could clearly feel an oppressive aura. This aura came from the power that stabilized the black hole around it. He had a feeling that if his body rashly came into contact with these powers, he would directly turn into ashes and completely disappear from this world. It doesn't seem to reject me. When Chen Yiru moved closer to the black hole, he did not feel any rejection. His courage grew as he leaned forward and touched the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had already touched the black hole. "Master, I should be able to enter the black hole. I can feel a suction force wrapping around my hand. It's getting stronger and stronger as though it's trying to suck me in." Chen Yiru said to Duan Lingtian after his body was sucked into the black hole and only half of his body was left. "You can enter first." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was happy for Chen Yiru. After all, as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be able to obtain many benefits from entering the secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. "Master, I'll wait for you inside." Chen Yiru only managed to say these words before he was completely sucked into the black hole. The people present on the scene only regained their senses after Chen Yiru was sucked into the black hole. Isn't it said that only those below the age of 100 can enter the Sword Saint Secret Zone? Duan Lingtian's servant seems to be a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? He's an old freak who has lived for more than 5,000 years. If even he can enter the Sword Saint Secret Zone, who can't? Nan Gongyi said in shock. What's going on? The Oracle Man was confused as well. According to the warnings passed down in the Seven Absolute sect, those above the age of 100 were indeed not allowed to enter the Sword Saint Secret Zone. Moreover, this warning was not added by the disciples of the Seven Absolute sect. It was said that Patriarch Feng Qingyang had personally said it. Perhaps, there's no age restriction for bodiless celestials? At this moment, Duan Lingtian speculated, the most direct way to find out a person's age is to check the body before checking the soul. Perhaps, it's because bodiless celestials don't have a human body that they can bypass this restriction. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. The Sword Saint Secret Zone was actually the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. It did not restrict bodiless celestials from entering. It only restricted those above the age of 100 who were not bodiless celestials. If one was not a bodiless celestial and above the age of 100, one would not be able to enter the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. In other words, currently, those who entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone from the various mundane realms were either powerful bodiless celestials or monstrous geniuses. After all, those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, who entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone would most likely die. Duan Lingtian, The two of us will go in first. You should hurry as well. Nangong Yi bade farewell to Duanling Tian before he and Nangong Chen entered the black hole together. It was as though they had never been there. Junior Uncle Prophet, how long does the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone last? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at the Oracle Man. I heard it's 10 years. The Oracle Man replied. This was a saying passed down from generation to generation in the Seven Absolutes sect. It originated from ancestor Feng Qingyang of the Seven Absolutes sect. 10 years. Upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, Duanling Tian turned to look at Gan Ru Yen. Gan Ru Yan's eyes lit up when she heard the Oracle Man's words. Duanling Tian turned to Gan Ru Yen and said, with your current innate talent, you'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a year or two at most. At that time, you can decide if you want to enter or not. Although those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above won't die in there, there's still a high chance of death. Duanling Tian reminded Gan Ru Yen solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. Aren't the Nangong brothers at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as well? If they can enter, why can't I enter after I've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? I'll definitely enter once I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ru Yen said confidently. Miss Ru Yen. The Oracle Man looked at Gan Ru Yen and said, Sect leader is telling you this out of concern for your safety. As for the Nangong brothers, they're the successors of the 6 Absolutes Gemini progeny. They have the responsibility of reviving the 7 Absolute sect. Even if the path ahead is filled with danger, they'll still enter it. This is their responsibility, and also their mission. The Oracle Man said solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. After a while, the solemn expression on the Oracle Man's face faded. You're different. You have nothing to do with the 7 Absolute sect. The Sword Saint secret zone is filled with danger. I suggest you don't enter it even if your cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who said I have nothing to do with the 7 Absolute sect? Gan Ru Yen glanced at Kerr and said, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect is my brother-in-law. As the sister of the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, I'm responsible for reviving the 7 Absolute sect as well. I'll definitely enter the Sword Saint secret zone once my cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ever since Gan Ru Yen met the female disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and Mu Yi, the sense of superiority she had when she was in the Zoroastrianism had vanished. She had always had a strong personality. Now that there was a chance to change her fate, how could she miss it? The Sword Saint secret zone. It was the secret zone left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fought against a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Throughout the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it seemed like Feng Qingyang was the only one who was capable of doing this. How could she miss out on a chance to enter the secret zone left behind by such a person? You can enter if you want, but you must be careful. Duanling Tian and Gan Ru Yen had known each other for a long time. Although they did not interact much, he knew Gan Ru Yan's character. Therefore, he knew it would be difficult to change Gan Ru Yan's mind. For this reason, he did not try to persuade her. However, he still reminded Gan Ru Yen. When the time comes, I'll enter with Ru Yen. At this moment, Gan Ru Yan's master, Qing Hua, spoke up. If he was alone, he would not be able to make up his mind to enter the Sword Saint secret zone even if his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At his age, he knew how precious life was. However, since his disciple, whom he treated like his own daughter, was going to enter the secret zone, he had to accompany her with his life. If his disciple had an accident inside and he didn't follow in, then even if he lived well, he would have to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life. At that time he would think. Chapter 2396. Master, didn't you hear what he said earlier? If you're not a bodiless celestial, you shouldn't be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone if you're older than 100 years old. Gan Ru Yen was touched when she heard her master's words. She could not help but remind her master. She believed Duanling Tian's words. Guardian Ling Tian. It's just a guess. Since Senior Sword Saint didn't restrict bodiless celestials whose souls are more than 100 years old, why would he restrict non-bodiless celestials whose bodies are more than 100 years old? Based on Qinghua's words, it was obvious he did not care about Duan Ling Tian's guess at all. Since Qinghua was used to calling Duan Ling Tian Guardian Ling Tian, he continued to address Duan Ling Tian as such. Duan Ling Tian could not help but correct Qinghua when he heard Qinghua's words. Guardian Qinghua, why don't you think about it? Although Senior Feng Qingyang's strength was heaven-defying and could kill an 8 bodiless celestial, his cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. In other words, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. How could he set up a formation to prevent bodiless celestials from entering if his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial? After all, a bodiless celestial's soul is made of a bodiless celestial's soul. Duan Ling Tian added. Qinghua fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. After a while, Qinghua's eyes flashed as he said, "Since you say so, I'll give it a try. If the entrance of the Sword Saint's secret zone rejects non-bodiless celestials who are more than 100 years old, I'm sure I'll be able to feel the resistance before I even touch it." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian and the others to reply before he flew toward the black hole in the sky. Qinghua instinctively wanted to stop as he approached the black hole. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the mysterious force around the black hole that had stabilized the black hole suddenly began to boil. Then, ripples spread out, slamming into Qinghua and sending him flying. Wah! As for Qinghua, who had been sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood along the way, looking battered and exhausted. When Qinghua finally managed to stabilize himself, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the black hole floating in the air. "Master, are you all right?" Upon seeing this, Ganru Yen could not be bothered with anything else. She immediately went to Qinghua's side and asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Qinghua shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If I had believed Guardian Ling Tian from the start, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Now, Blue Fire was completely sure. Duan Ling Tian was right. In fact, Duan Ling Tian's guess and subsequent additions were just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. This was not the reason the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone's entrance and exit were restricted. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian only found out the reason after he had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone for a while. At that time, he would feel embarrassed for the explanation he had given Qinghua. After all, it was all nonsense in front of the truth. As expected. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain he had guessed correctly. "Brother Ling Tian, you're really amazing. How did you figure it out?" Han Shu and I looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe. Her eyes were filled with admiration. "Sect leader is really amazing." The Oracle Man chimed in. As for Ke, Duan Xiling, and Feng Tianwu, although they did not say anything, their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Xiling, in particular, had a hint of admiration in the depths of her eyes. Although Duan Ling Tian had experienced many similar gazes in the past, he could not help but feel a little smug when faced with the admiring gazes from the surroundings. At this moment, even Mu Yi, the Oracle Man's direct disciple and the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of surprise in her eyes even though she did not look at him with admiration. In the past, she had thought that the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, who had always been stronger than her, was merely lucky to be stronger than her. She did not expect this to happen. She did not expect the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect would be able to figure out the reason why the entrance to the Sword Saint's secret zone was restricted to those who were over 100 years old, but not those who were over 100 years old based on ancestor Feng Qingyang's cultivation base. As the saying went, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still in high spirits. However, he did not know he was about to fall to his death. "Junior Uncle Prophet, it's time for me to enter as well." After a while, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and looked at the Oracle Man as he said this. If there was someone who was most eager to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone, it would undoubtedly be Duan Ling Tian. Currently, there were 3 people who had entered the Sword Saint's secret zone before Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was even more eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. However, before he entered, he still had to greet the Oracle Man. Go on. The Oracle Man nodded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, he said with a hopeful expression on his face, I hope you'll be able to obtain the legacy left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang. If that's the case, with your current strength as a foundation, you'll be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Let alone catch up to ancestral master Feng Qingyang. You might even surpass him. There was a reason why the Elder of Heavenly Secret said this. After all, even the Patriarch of the Seven Absolute Sect, Feng Qingyang, was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was an eminent celestial with the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation. However, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect was also an eminent celestial. However, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial just by relying on the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. In terms of potential, he was even more outstanding than ancestor Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial if he managed to obtain the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang in the Sword Saint secret zone. Unfortunately, the Oracle Man was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone did not exist at all. The black hole in front of him was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was also unaware that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was filled with dangers. Apart from the dangers of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, one would also have to deal with the powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms. Previously, it was considered a miracle that Feng Qingyang managed to survive the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, Feng Qingyang was not the only person from the mundane realm who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were also some bodiless celestials from the dragons and phoenixes who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. However, none of the bodiless celestials had managed to come out. Kerr. Duan Ling Tian looked at his wife, Kerr, and said, I'll leave Si Ling in your care after I enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Go ahead, Brother Tian. Kerr nodded. Be careful. All right. Duan Ling Tian did not notice the change in Si Ling's expression. In the depths of Kuer's eyes, there was an unfathomable glint that flashed for an instant. It was as if a thought had popped up in his heart in an instant, and this thought could make him very excited. Si Ling, I'll be leaving for a while. After I leave, you have to listen to your mother. Do you understand? Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Duan Si Ling affectionately. Daddy, Si Ling has grown up. You don't have to talk to me like a child. I don't like it. Duan Si Ling frowned playfully and said with a disdainful expression on her face. Haha. The Oracle Man and Qing Hua laughed. Even the other women, including Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny, could not help but laugh as well. In my eyes, you'll still be a child even after a few decades. Duan Ling Tian said in annoyance after he regained his senses and chuckled. Xueqi, Tian Wu. Junior sister Yi. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian called out to Han Xueqi, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi. It's time for us to enter. We don't know what will happen after we enter. I'm even wondering if we'll end up in the same place after we enter. However, regardless of whether we'll end up in the same place or not, we have to be careful. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he entered the black hole in a flash. The Oracle Man, Qing Xian, and Gan Ru Yen thought the 3 people who entered the black hole behind Duan Ling Tian were Han Xueqi, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi. Sister, take good care of Si Ling. A soft and pleasant voice rang in the air before Feng Tianwu and the other 2 women could make their move. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the woman who looked identical to Gan Ru Yen standing next to Duan Si Ling whoosh. The woman seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and disappeared before their eyes. It was as if she had never appeared. In the next moment, they subconsciously shifted their gazes to the black hole, only to find that there were circles of ripples spreading out from the black hole. This was enough to prove that someone had entered the black hole. Kerr. Gan Ru Yen was completely stunned. She was stunned not because Kerr had entered the Sword Saint secret zone after Duan Ling Tian, but because of Kerr's speed. From the beginning until the end, she could not even catch a glimpse of Kerr. Chapter 2397. Sister Kerr's Speed. is so fast? I can't even catch a glimpse of her. After Han Xueqi regained her senses, she said with a shocked expression. What? Even you can't catch a glimpse of her? The oracle man who had just regained his senses was shocked when he heard Han Xueqi's words. Initially, he was worried Kerr, the sect leader's woman, would be in danger if she entered the Sword Saint's secret zone recklessly. After all, in his opinion, Kerr's cultivation base was, at most, slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for her to be at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. But now it seemed like he was completely wrong. Han Xueqi, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint celestial stage. However, she could not even catch a glimpse of the sect leader's wife. What did this mean? After all, no matter how powerful a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage was, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of their movements. Unless she's already an eminent celestial. The oracle man's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Only an eminent celestial would be able to completely disappear from the sight of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint celestial stage like Han Xueqi if they moved at full speed. I can't catch a glimpse of Sister Kerr as well. Feng Tianwu chimed in while the oracle man was still in shock over the possibility of Kerr's cultivation base being an eminent celestial. The oracle man was dumbfounded. In the 7 absolute sect, apart from Duanling Tian who was the strongest person after Duanling Tian was his direct disciple, Mu Yi, and Feng Tianwu, the successor of the 5th absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Both of their cultivation bases were at the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage. However, Feng Tianwu said she could not catch a glimpse of Kerr, the wife of sect leader Duanling Tian. She's crazy. She's crazy. For a moment, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets felt his head go numb. She's too fast. I can't catch a glimpse of her. Her speed is comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial or even faster. The old prophet's scalp turned numb when he heard the voice of his direct disciple, Mu Yi, the current successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, enter his ears. This caused him, whose scalp was already numb, to be completely dumbfounded. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. Mu Yi's wife's cultivation base speed. Mu's of the celestials. However, even his personal disciples said that he was unable to catch sight of their sect master's wife? Sect leader's wife. Who exactly is she? After regaining his senses, the oracle man couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. It seems like sect leader Tang Xian was telling the truth. The saintess is probably the reincarnation of a goddess. If she's not the reincarnation of a goddess, how could she possess a speed comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in such a short time? Hearing the oracle man's bitter words, Blue Fire couldn't help but sigh. Kerr, after learning about her sister's current strength, Gonru Yen was shocked, but at the same time, a smile appeared on her face. She was happy for her sister from the bottom of her heart. In the past, in front of Duanling Tian, she knew very well how inferior her younger sister was. Her younger sister had always hated herself for being too weak. She couldn't keep up with her man's pace and would only drag him down. Although she did not know what was going on, she had a feeling that her sister's strength was not weak at all. Her sister's strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Wah! Mother is amazing. Duan Xiling, who had just regained her senses, heard Mu Yi's words. Her eyes lit up with excitement. From today onward, father is no longer the only idol of Xiling, mother is Xiling's idol as well. At this moment, Duan Xiling had also begun to regard her mother as her idol. The reincarnation of a goddess. Sister Kerr is really amazing. Feng Tianwu had also heard about Kerr being the reincarnation of a goddess. When she learned about Kerr's current strength, she was also happy for Kerr. Mu Yi was the only one who had a complicated expression on her face. Initially, she thought only the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, Duanling Tian, was stronger than her. She did not expect even Duanling Tian's wife would be stronger than her. Master, I'll go in first. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yi bid farewell to Elder Tianji before disappearing into the black hole as well. It was as if she had never appeared in the first place. Senior Uncle Prophet, I'll go in as well. Feng Tianwu followed suit. Senior Uncle Prophet, if I don't come out, please light an incense stick for my master on her death anniversary. Han Xueqi said to the Oracle Man as she was about to enter the black hole. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? The Oracle Man frowned when he heard her words. You must be careful when you enter the black hole. As for your master, you'll have to light an incense stick yourself. I'm just saying what if. Han Xueqi smiled wryly. Her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was only slightly stronger than Nangong and Duanling Tian. She was not certain if she would be able to come out alive. There's no what if. The Oracle Man said solemnly. Han Xueqi sighed before she flew into the black hole as well. In just a blink of an eye, only the Oracle Man, Qing Hua, Gan Ruyen, and Duan Xiling were left outside. Let's go back. This place is so secluded that I don't think anyone will be able to find this place. The Oracle Man said to Gan Ruyen and the others after Duanling Tian and the others had entered the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, the four of them left the Ice Mountain Valley and returned to the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. Meanwhile, Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, was still searching desperately for Duanling Tian. He wanted to find Duanling Tian and avenge his son. Alas, his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed by in just a blink of an eye. Among the dragons, Di Chen's 6th bodiless celestial tribulation had finally arrived. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Duanling Tian was still alive and kicking, there was no way Di Chen could get rid of the obsession in his heart due to Duanling Tian's humiliation. For this reason, he was powerless when faced with the bodiless celestial tribulation. The most important tribulation of the bodiless celestial tribulation was the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation targeted a person's heart. If there was any trauma in the person's heart or if there was something in the person's past that the person was unwilling to recall, it would be magnified by the inner demon tribulation and affect the person undergoing the tribulation. Generally speaking, it was almost impossible for those who were affected by the inner demon tribulation to pass the tribulation. For this reason, when Emperor Chen encountered the 6th bodiless celestial tribulation, his obsession was magnified by the inner demon tribulation. Due to this reason, he did not succeed in overcoming the tribulation and was killed by the tribulation lightning. He was turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. After Di Chen was killed by the tribulation lightning, Di Huan, who had witnessed Di Chen's death, could not help but cry out in grief. Di Huan's cry rang in the dragon's ears, causing the dragons to be at a loss for words. This is the Supreme Elder's voice? It seems to be. Isn't today the day the Supreme Elder's son, Di Chen, is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Why is he in such a state? It seems like Di Chen's heavenly tribulation doesn't bode well for him. Duanling Tian is still alive and well. Di Chen, who was once humiliated by Duanling Tian, has no way of resisting the inner demon tribulation of a bodiless celestial. I'm not surprised that he failed the inner demon tribulation. Shh! Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? If the Supreme Elder hears your words, you'll be crippled even if you don't die. Soon after, all the dragons learned the reason for Di Huan's cry of grief. The dragons had lost a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In my opinion, Di Chen should have fought to the death with Duanling Tian instead of kowtowing to Duanling Tian and begging for mercy. If he had chosen to die in Duanling Tian's hands, he would have gained a good reputation among the dragons. However, not only did he die in order to live for another 6 months, but his name is infamous among the dragons. Perhaps he didn't expect things to turn out this way. His father is the Supreme Elder. Perhaps he was confident his father would be able to avenge him. That's why he didn't take his obsession to heart. So what if he's the Supreme Elder? In the end, he still couldn't find Duanling Tian and avenge him. Similar discussions spread among the dragons. Duanling Tian, if I don't kill you, I, Di Huan, am not a human. After a few hours, Di Huan's cry of grief reverberated in the air again. It was so loud that the entire dragon's estate shook violently as though an earthquake had occurred. At the same time, Di Huan's voice rang in the air. At the same time, The void in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land tore open as tall figures appeared one after another. These tall figures either had the head of a cow, the head of a pig, or the head of a horse. All in all, these creatures all looked very strange, and there was nothing more strange than that. This is the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Chapter 2398. Ever since Duanling Tian returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and destroyed the inter-province transportation formation that the devil clans had set up in the lower province, many things had happened in the lower province. First, the devil clans discovered the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed and that the formation masters from the devil clans had been killed. Most of these formation grandmasters of the devil race had extraordinary backgrounds. Their deaths quickly alerted the forces behind them, and the bodiless celestials behind them were alerted as well. At the same time, a group of bodiless celestials from the human devil clan came out. Soon after, the bodiless celestials from the devil clans came out of their cultivation places in the land of exile and came to the Debussy subterranean. They worked together to forcefully open a space tunnel for the vanguard of the devil clans to enter the upper province. Powerful bodiless celestials could tear the space barrier between the Debussy subterranean and the upper province with their bare hands and travel freely between the lower and upper province. This was the case for Duanling Tian. Currently, the long and narrow space rifts in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were created by the bodiless celestials from the devil clans. The group of monsters that came out from the space rifts were the vanguard of the devil clans. The vanguard of the devil clans that had entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to the appearance of the Seven Absolute Sect and the strength of the dragons, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land no longer had their attention on the devil clans. For this reason, when the vanguard of the devil clans entered the upper province, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land did not even have time to react, let alone prepare for it. In just a blink of an eye, the vanguard of the devil clans slaughtered the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The devil clans. They're from the devil clans. The devil clans are invading. The devil clans are invading. At this moment, the humans who were fleeing in all directions in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could not help but cry out in panic. This was because they discovered that the devil clans were stronger than them. The strength of the devil clans was far stronger than them. Although there were some powerful humans among them, they were quickly overwhelmed by the devil clans. Compared to the unity of the devil clans, the humans were like a plate of loose sand. In just a month, 1/10 of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had already fallen. At the same time, everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land learned that the devil clans had invaded the upper province. Immediately, the entire world was shocked. The demons are invading? In the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary encampment on a nameless snowy mountain in the northern region, the Oracle Man was shocked when he heard the news. Sect leader, didn't you say, before he returned to the upper province, he destroyed the cross-province teleportation formation that was almost completed in the lower province? How could this be? While the Oracle Man was still in shock, he received more news about the Devil Clan's invasion of the upper province. It seems like the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clan have made their move. If a bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans makes a move, I'm afraid the bodiless celestials from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land won't be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets remembered another very important matter. Not good. Most of the bodiless celestials are gathered in the northern region. If they decide to fight the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans here, we'll definitely be affected. Looks like I can only bring them to that hidden ice mountain valley. Lin Yun muttered to himself. With this thought in mind, the Oracle Man no longer hesitated. He brought Duan Xiling, Gan Ru Yen, and Qing Hua away from the nameless snowy mountain and headed to the Iceberg Valley where the Sword Saint secret zone was opened. After returning to the Iceberg Valley, the Oracle Man and the others built temporary wooden houses in the valley for them to live in and cultivate. In the following month, a lot of major events took place. First, a group of bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans in the lower province repaired the cross-province teleportation formation in the shortest time possible so the Devil Clans could enter the upper province steadily. As soon as they entered the upper province, they began a massacre. Apart from that, many bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans came to the upper province and fought with the bodiless celestials there. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the bodiless celestials from the upper province were slightly weaker. This was because the devil clans were naturally bloodthirsty and aggressive. Many human bodiless celestials were killed. Many bodiless celestials from the devil clans were killed as well. However, in general, more human bodiless celestials were killed. At this moment, 2 announcements were made. The 2 announcements spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, it also entered the ears of the old prophet. The devil clans have 1 month to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and return to the land of exile. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan will come out and annihilate the devil clans. At that time, there'll be no turning back. If the devil clans don't leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll be the enemy of the dragons. The Phoenix clan and the dragons made the announcements one after another. The Phoenix clan? The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could understand the strength of the dragons. After all, the dragons had shown their strength before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Not only did they have many bodiless celestials, but they even had 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. As for the Phoenix clan, apart from the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who knew the Phoenix clan was not inferior to the dragons, most people were unaware of this. For this reason, most people were skeptical of the announcement made by the Phoenix clan. It was only when the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land spread the news that everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land learned about this. As it turned out, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only was the Dragon clan strong, but the Phoenix clan was strong as well. The Phoenix clan was a powerful force that was not inferior to the Dragon clan. There were many bodiless celestials in the Phoenix clan as well. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan to be so strong as well. As it turns out, the strongest force in the Dao Martial Saint Land isn't Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, or the Heaven Divination sect. It's the dragons and the Phoenix clan that we thought were inferior to the 3 great sections. The dragons and the Phoenix clan have made their announcements. If the devil clans don't leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, they'll make their move. The devil clans are so cruel and bloodthirsty. Do you think they'll leave just because of the dragons and the Phoenix clan? Although the dragons and the Phoenix clan had made their announcements and asked the devil clans to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land within a month, not many people thought the devil clans would listen to them and leave. If the devil clans were afraid of the dragons and the Phoenix clan, why would they enter the Dao Martial Saint Land? Were they stupid? In fact, it was just as most people thought. The devil clans did not care about the dragons and the Phoenix clan's announcements at all. A month later, a large number of bodiless celestials appeared among the dragons and phoenixes. When these bodiless celestials appeared, the people from the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the Zoroastrianism, the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, were stunned. This was because the first batch of bodiless celestials sent out by the dragons and phoenixes were mostly the ancestors of the 3 great sections. Only then did they realize, it turned out that the 3 great sects had many loose immortal experts, but these loose immortal experts had all joined the dragons and phoenixes. Why? Why is that? Why would the loose immortals of Zoroastrianism seek refuge with the dragons and phoenixes? Why don't they stay in our Zhuangzi Buddhism and lead our Zhuangzi Buddhism to new glory? Instead, they are willing to be the dogs of the dragons and phoenixes, coming and going at their beck and call. The 3 great sects were in an uproar. They could not figure out why the ancestors of the 3 great sects who were at the level of itinerant immortals would join the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan and be willing to listen to the orders of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. Moreover, when the Devil clans invaded the upper province, they had taken the lead to fight for the dragons and phoenixes. They did not expect this at all. Now, it was not their wish for the itinerant immortal ancestors of the 3 great sects to come out and be cannon fodder. After all, who did not know that cannon fodder had a slim chance of survival? Under such circumstances, the ancestors of the 3 great sects had stepped forward because if they were unwilling to fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. After all, the powerhouses of the dragons and phoenixes were not to be trifled with. If they did not fight for the dragons and phoenixes, they would definitely die. However, if they fought for the dragons and phoenixes, they would most likely die. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to choose the latter. In a secluded ice mountain valley in the northern region, Although I've heard from the sect leader that bodiless celestials from the three great sects would be captured by the dragons and phoenixes, I didn't expect there to be so many bodiless celestials in the three great sects. Although the old man of heavenly secrets was located in a remote place in the northern region, he was still very familiar with the situation outside. He was in charge of the information network of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect. Ever since Han Xueqi's master had died, he had temporarily taken over the Red Dust progeny's information network. Once Han Xueqi returned from the Sword Saint secret zone, he would return the information network to Han Xueqi. Apart from that, it has been half a year since the sect leader and the others entered the Sword Saint secret zone. I wonder how much they've gained in the past 6 months? The Oracle Man was filled with curiosity when he thought about this. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? As it turns out, this is not the Sword Saint secret zone but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, we're not the only ones who have entered this place. There are people from the other 4 mundane realms as well. In the past 6 months, Duan Ling Tian had encountered 2 groups of people from 2 different mundane realms. Currently, both groups of people had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Chapter 2399. However, who created this Beyond Heaven secret zone? There's a celestial supreme treasure here? Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal clear and flawless. From afar, it looked like a pool of spring water. It gave off a comfortable feeling. However, this ordinary-looking sword was a celestial supreme treasure. Although this sword is inferior to the Jasper celestial sword, it's still a genuine celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect the first thing I obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone would be a celestial sword. With this celestial sword, the strength of my attacks has surpassed the strength of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It should be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the celestial sword in his hand. However, the strongest person among the 2 groups of people is only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If there's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial among them, I might not even be able to keep this celestial sword. The celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand could be said to be snatching food from a tiger's mouth. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had met one of the groups of people and learned that they had found a treasure. For this reason, he had followed them and discovered that the celestial sword was a treasure. The treasure mentioned by those people was actually a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial sword. If it was another celestial supreme treasure, it would not be of much help to Duan Ling Tian. However, if it was a celestial sword, it would be of great help to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a sword cultivator just like Feng Qingyang since he had inherited the legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The weapon of a sword cultivator was a sword. A sword was like a second life to a sword cultivator. If the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Although these words were a little extreme, they perfectly explained the position of a sword in a sword cultivator's heart. To a sword cultivator, his sword was as important as his life. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, a sword from the mundane realm, even a super saint weapon, would not be of any help to him. Only a sword that was a celestial supreme treasure or above would be of help to him. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian discovered the treasure mentioned by those people was a celestial sword, he had already begun to think of a way to obtain it. He wanted to obtain the immortal sword. It just so happened that another group of people had arrived at this moment, and they wanted that immortal sword as well. It was even to the extent that they were in conflict with a group of people before them, and they even started fighting intensely without saying a single word. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian struck like lightning. As soon as he made his move, he was like the Oriole behind the Oriole, grabbing the immortal sword. After obtaining the immortal sword, Duan Ling Tian did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stayed at the scene and observed the immortal sword in his hand. At this moment, the 2 groups of people had also stopped fighting. Their target was Duan Ling Tian at the same time. After all, the reason they were fighting was because of the immortal sword. When they discovered the immortal sword was in the hands of a third party, there was no need for them to continue fighting since it would only benefit the third party. Good sword. When Duan Ling Tian confirmed the sword in his hand was indeed a celestial supreme treasure, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, the two groups of people made their moves. Moreover, they did not hesitate to kill Duan Ling Tian. Among the two groups of people, the two strongest were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. They were easily killed by Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. After the two 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were killed by Duan Ling Tian, the remaining people did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, there was only one person left. It was this person. After some questioning, Duan Ling Tian finally realized that the immortal sword was not in the Sword Dao realm. Currently, he was not in the Sword Saint secret zone. Instead, he was in a place called the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to 5 mundane realms. The mundane realm he was in was only one of the 5 mundane realms. Does this mean Senior Feng Qingyang didn't leave this place behind? Senior Feng Qingyang only managed to obtain a key for me. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had also vaguely realized this. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had asked the person about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, the person did not know anything. He only knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed for a very long time and would only open once every 100,000 to 200,000 years. In other words, I can only rely on myself in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Senior Feng Qingyang didn't take special care of me here. I'll have to rely on myself to find any fortuitous encounters and resolve any dangers I might encounter later on. When Duan Ling Tian realized this, he could not help but feel a little heavy-hearted. Previously, he had thought that Duan Ling Tian was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Since he was in the Sword Saint secret zone created by Senior Feng Qingyang, even if there were any dangers in there, it would only serve to train him. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to obtain the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. However, at this moment, he realized there was a possibility. Perhaps, there was no legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. After all, this was the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would put aside everything he was doing and enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Based on this, one could tell the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not simple. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian no longer thought the Beyond Heaven secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on what I know, before Senior Feng Qingyang ascended, his strongest technique was the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The fact that he was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial must have something to do with the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. When Duan Ling Tian first learned about the Sword Saint secret zone, he could not help but feel puzzled. The Sovereign Heart Sword left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang had transcended the mundane realm. However, even if one completely comprehended the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, one's strength would, at most, be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How was Senior Feng Qingyang able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. If Senior Feng Qingyang had any other means up his sleeves, that would be too ridiculous, right? Was he still human? However, now that he knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, he could not help but wonder. He could not help but speculate. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter. The more Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the more certain he became. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was right. I didn't think there would be people from 4 mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone apart from the people around me. Moreover, there are many bodiless celestials among the people from the other mundane realms. Based on what the last person said before he was killed, there were at least 100 bodiless celestials from the mundane realm he was in. There were at least 100 bodiless celestials. When that person's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, Duan Ling Tian's heart could not help but tremble. Although he might be able to fight a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had obtained the celestial sword, however, who could say for sure among the 100 bodiless celestials? Was there anyone among them who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment? It was common knowledge that the body of a bodiless celestial was formed from the soul and the body's energy. The body's energy had to be stabilized by the soul at all times. For this reason, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to cast soul attacks as easily as they did in the past. After becoming a bodiless celestial, if one rashly cast a soul attack, one might die. This was unless one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment. The so-called soul congregation embodiment was a dharma body that only those who were extremely skilled in soul techniques before becoming bodiless immortals would have a chance to cultivate after becoming bodiless immortals. Once one had mastered the soul congregation embodiment, one would be able to cast soul attacks as they wished. There was no need to worry about dying if one rashly cast soul attacks like ordinary bodiless celestials. There are so many bodiless celestials. It's not impossible for one or two of them to have mastered the soul congregation embodiment. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. If a bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to severely injure his soul before he could kill him. If it was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Perhaps his current strength was not bad. Chapter 2400. In other words, if it was a bodiless celestial who had not cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, with Duan Lingtian's current strength and the celestial sword he had just obtained, he might even be able to defeat a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if it was a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would pose a great threat to him if he could not kill them in time, let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had asked his servant, Chen Yi Ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, how many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. According to Chen Yi Ru, he had never heard of any bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique were extremely rare. Naturally, it did not mean they did not exist. Even if Chen Yi Ru had not heard of them, it did not mean they did not exist. According to that person, there are more than 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, he said his mundane realm did not have the most people who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In other words, there are many bodiless celestials from other mundane realms as well. Since there are so many bodiless celestials, there must be some who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique as well. It seems like I'll have to be more careful in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from 8 tribulation bodiless celestials who pose a great threat to me, ordinary bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique are also a great threat to me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. He had thought only he and the people around him had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, he didn't expect that there would be a group of people from the other 4 mundane realms aside from the people around him. Moreover, there was no lack of bodiless celestials who were as strong as Chen Yi Ru or even stronger than him. I wonder how Tian Wu, Xueqi, and Sandao are doing. Duan Ling Tian didn't see the person who came in before him after passing through the black hole and arriving at this place. Even though he waited for a long time, he didn't see the person who came in after him. At that time, he knew that the people who had come here through the black hole had all been separated. Since then, he had embarked on a path of solitude. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone, nor did he encounter anything that attracted his attention. In half a year, the only thing he had obtained was an immortal sword. However, he was already very satisfied with this. After all, he had only been here for half a year. He still had 9.5 years left in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was more than enough for him to continue searching for more treasures. If Senior Feng Qingyang really obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, I wonder what fortuitous encounter he obtained? If I'm able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter, I'll be able to do whatever I want in the Devil Clans, let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duanling Tian thought of this, his eyes lit up again. They were like two dazzling stars in the night sky that shone brightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling in the air attracted Duanling Tian's attention. When Duanling Tian turned around, he saw 4 figures flying toward him from the distance. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duanling Tian could vaguely make out that 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman. As the 4 figures drew closer, Duanling Tian took a good look at them. The only woman among the 4 of them was a young woman. In terms of appearance, although she could not compare to his 2 wives or Tian Wu, her facial features were extremely delicate and pretty. Her skin was fair and rosy, like the skin of a baby. It gave people a feeling that it could be broken with a flick of a finger. If this woman was on Earth in his past life, she would be able to make a living with her looks if she was an actress or broadcaster. The other 3 men were young men. One of them was tall and sturdy, giving off a rough feeling. However, his eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted luster. Clearly, he was not as rough as he looked on the surface. The other man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were dull, and he gave off a dull vibe. The last man was well-built and handsome. Naturally, he was not as handsome as Duanling Tian. Whether it was the young woman, the muscular young man, or the dull young man, Duanling Tian found them pleasing to the eye. Only the last young man with a slightly handsome appearance and a strong figure gave Duanling Tian a feeling that he did not really like. Just by looking at his eyes, I can tell he's not a good person. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian had been observing the young man's eyes. When the young man glanced at the young woman, his eyes were filled with lust. It was as though he could not wait to push her to the ground and ravage her on the spot. Moreover, when he looked at the muscular young man and the dull young man, there was a hint of arrogance and disdain in his eyes. It was as though he looked down on the 2 of them. There's someone over there. It seems like we'll have a new member in our small group. With 1 more person, it'll be safer for us to enter that place. Before the 4 of them got closer, Duanling Tian heard the muscular young man's words. At this moment, the muscular young man was looking at him as he spoke to his companions. If he joins us, we'll have 5 people. 5 people should be enough, right? At this moment, the young woman was also looking at Duanling Tian. Her eyes were shining. Zhang-yi Rongbo. What do you think? The muscular young man looked at the dull young man and the last young man and asked. Agreed. The dull young man nodded. He was a man of few words. I don't care. As long as he doesn't drag us down. The last young man's gaze was mostly on the young woman beside him. After he glanced at Duanling Tian who was in the distance, he shrugged indifferently. Of course, even if he drags us down and encounters danger, I won't save him. Rongbo. When the muscular young man heard the young man's words, he frowned. If he joins us, he'll be our companion. If he's in danger, we'll naturally have to help him. You're going overboard with your words. Overboard. The young man, Rongbo, smiled disdainfully when he heard the sturdy young man's words. Let alone him. Even if it's Zhang-yi or you Wang-shi, I won't save you if you encounter any danger in that place. The young man who was Rongbo said with a disdainful smile. The most I can do is help Lu Xia a little. Rongbo continued to look at the young woman next to him when he reached the end of his sentence. The young woman, Lu Xia, frowned. However, she did not say anything in the end. Hearing Rongbo's words, Wang Shi frowned. Even the dull Zhang-yi couldn't help but frown for a moment. After a while, he relaxed his brows. However, both of them did not say anything in the end. It was as though they had the same concerns as Lu Xia. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Shi took a deep breath and ignored Rongbo. After he finished speaking, he flew toward the purple figure in the distance. I've changed my mind. If this gigolo's cultivation base isn't at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't let him join us. When Zhang-yi and Lu Xia followed Wang Shi, Rongbo also caught up with them and said at the same time, I'm not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage either. Lu Xia said with a frown on her face. You're a woman but he's not. Rongbo looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold light flashed through them. This young man is called Rongbo. I don't think I've offended him, right? Not only did Duanling Tian hear the conversation between the four people, but he also saw the cold glint in Rongbo's eyes when he looked at him. He was puzzled. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any interaction with Rongbo at all. Why was Rongbo picking on him? Hello, I'm Lu Xia. At the same time, the group of four arrived in front of Duanling Tian. The young woman took the lead and smiled at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was tall, had an outstanding bearing, and was handsome. He was much more handsome than the other three young men beside Lu Xia. For this reason, she had a good impression of Duanling Tian. Of course, this was entirely because of Duanling Tian's perfect appearance, and she had a good impression of him. I see. When Lu Xia took the initiative to greet Duanling Tian noticed a hint of jealousy in Rongbo's eyes. As it turned out, Rongbo was jealous of Lu Xia's friendliness toward him. I'm Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not have to guess to know these four people were from the other four mundane realms. For this reason, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Even if these four people were from the same mundane realm as him, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Duanling Tian, Wang Shi and I discovered a place a month ago. We're certain there's something good there. However, due to our limited strength, we decided to look for a few more companions to explore the place. First, we found Zhang Yi. Then we found Rongbo currently. Rongbo is the strongest among the four of us. He's an eminent celestial. As soon as Lu Xia finished speaking, Rongbo raised his head arrogantly and looked at Duanling Tian with disdain. Chapter 2401. Rongbo, that's enough. Lu Xia frowned as she looked at Rongbo coldly. She said in a deep voice, You've always been arrogant and domineering just because you're an eminent celestial. We've tolerated it. However, now that there's going to be another member of our group, you're trying to stop him from joining us. If you don't want to go to that place and want to leave, we won't stop you. Lu Xia's tone became increasingly unfriendly as she spoke. Lu Xia, you. Rongbo looked at Lu Xia in disbelief. He was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He did not expect this. Lu Xia would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo whose strength was unknown. Is this what you want as well? You want me, an eminent celestial, to leave for the sake of a gigolo who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Rongbo took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he looked at Wang Shi and Zhang Yi. Humph! Wang Shi snorted and said, I respect Lu Xia's decision. Rongbo suppressed his anger with great difficulty, but because of Wang Shi's words, his anger soared again. Then he looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, what about you? I respect their decision. Although Zhang Yi was slow to speak and was usually a man of few words, when Rongbo asked him about it, he was very generous and said a whole 8 words. Zhang Yi and Wang Shi had long been displeased with Rongbo's arrogance. However, Rongbo was the only eminent celestial in their group. With an eminent celestial around, they would be able to avoid many dangers if they ventured into that place. They did not want to lose such a powerful ally unless they had no other choice. However, Rongbo's unreasonable behavior again and again made them feel bitterly disappointed. Now that Lu Xia had taken the lead, they naturally vented all the resentment they had for Rongbo in their hearts without holding anything back. Rongbo was so angry that his body trembled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He did not expect Lu Xia would be so stubborn. He did not expect Lu Xia and the other two would ask him to leave for the sake of a gigolo, who might not even be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The place you're talking about. What is that place? Do you know what's inside? At this time, Duanling Tian looked at Lu Xia and asked curiously. Lu Xia shook her head. We don't know exactly what it is, however, there are many formations set up there. It seems like they're guarding something. According to the legend passed down from my sect, there must be treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that are guarded by formations. As she spoke, Lu Xia's eyes lit up, and her tone became excited. Good. I'll join you. Duanling Tian nodded in agreement. After entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he had obtained a celestial sword. At that time, there was a formation protecting the celestial sword. However, to Duanling Tian, that formation was like a clay chicken that couldn't withstand a single blow, and it was easily destroyed by him. After hearing Lu Xia's words, Duanling Tian realized that Lu Xia was right. There was a high chance that there was something good in the place Lu Xia had mentioned. Duanling Tian could not help but feel tempted. However, he knew very well that if he did not join Lu Xia's group, he would never be able to find the place. For this reason, he would have to join Lu Xia's group if he wanted to go there. Apart from Rongbo, Duanling Tian had a good impression of Lu Xia, Wang Shi, and Zhang Yi. At the very least, he felt the three of them could get along well. Congratulations on joining us, Brother Ling Tian. Wang Shi looked at Duanling Tian enthusiastically and asked, Brother Ling Tian, you don't seem old, and you don't have the aura of a bodiless celestial. I'm sure you're not even 100 years old like us. May I know what's your cultivation base, Brother Ling Tian? Brother Ling Tian, please don't misunderstand. I just want to know how strong you are. Even if your cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you can still join our group. One could enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone even if one's cultivation base was not at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, if one's cultivation base was below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone was equivalent to suicide. For this reason, it was rare for people below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Lu Xia and Zhang Yi turned to look at Duanling Tian as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking. Even Rongbo didn't leave, and he looked at Duanling Tian with a ridiculing smile. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and he seemed to want to see Duanling Tian make a fool of himself. As soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Lu Xia, Zhang Yi, and Rongbo shifted their gazes to Duanling Tian. Boom! At this moment, a majestic aura surged out of Duanling Tian's body. It was Duanling Tian's saint origin. Duanling Tian's saint origin surged out of his body. Apart from that, there was also an oppressive force. That force was none other than the celestial origin energy. He's an eminent celestial. Wang Shi's jaw dropped in shock. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Duanling Tian. The feeling of pity in his heart disappeared at this moment. The trace of pity in his heart was because he also supported Lu Xia's decision to let Rongbo leave. Although Rongbo was not a good person, he was still an eminent celestial. It would be a great loss for them if he left the group. For this reason, he felt pity for Duanling Tian. However, when he discovered Duanling Tian was also an eminent celestial, he felt it was a pity. After one eminent celestial left, another eminent celestial came. Moreover, this new eminent celestial had a good temper. It was much better than Rongbo's. Why, you're an eminent celestial? Lu Xia looked at Duanling Tian in surprise when she regained her senses. She did not expect a random person she met along the way would be an eminent celestial. Even the usually stoic Zhang Yi could not help but smile at this moment. Only Rongbo's expression was grim. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as if the violet-clothed young man called Duanling Tian had raised his hand and given him a series of slaps. Rongbo! At this moment, Wang Shi looked at Rongbo and said indifferently, Now, Brother Ling Tian has proven his strength and completely satisfied your request. Now, do you want to leave? Or do you want to stay and explore that place with us? Now that there was another eminent celestial in the small group, Wang Shi's confidence was boosted. If Rongbo chose to leave, although he would still feel that it was a pity, it would not be as pitiful as before. If Rongbo chose to stay, everyone would be happy. With two eminent celestials around, it would be easier for them to explore that place. Humph! Rongbo snorted coldly and stood still. And his actions were undoubtedly telling Wang Shi, you're right. He did not intend to leave. Lu Xia frowned. Although she wanted Rongbo to leave from the bottom of her heart, since Wang Shi had spoken, she didn't say anything more. Now there are 5 of us. 2 eminent celestials, 2 at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wang Shi glanced at the others, his eyes sparkling as he said, with our strength, we should be able to go deep into that place and explore. After he finished speaking, he began to lead the way. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind him. Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Muro realm, right? Lu Xia asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian along the way. Wang Shi, Zhang Yi, and Rongbo could not help but perk up their ears when they heard Lu Xia's question. It was obvious they wanted to hear Duan Lingtian's answer as well. Muro realm? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he asked, Why do you ask that? Because the four of us are from 3 different mundane realms. The people entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time are from 5 different mundane realms, Lu Xia said slowly. Among the 5 mundane realms, there are 4 large mundane realms, including the 3 mundane realms we're from. Since you're an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for us not to have heard of you if you're from one of the 3 mundane realms. Eminent celestials who were not even 100 years old were extremely rare even in the large mundane realms. For this reason, I'm guessing you're from the large mundane realm, the Muro realm. Lu Xia said in one breath. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. However, he shook his head and said, I'm not from the Muro realm. I'm from the Saint Province realm. The Saint Province realm was what the devil clans called the Dao Martial Saint Land when Duan Lingtian was in the Debussy subterranean. The Saint Province realm? That small mundane realm? Lu Xia's eyes widened as she stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How's this possible? How's it possible for an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old to appear in that small mundane realm that lacks cultivation resources? Brother Lingtian, aren't you a little too freakish? Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian in shock as he said, As far as I know, out of all the people who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the past, only one person became an eminent celestial before the age of 100. Chapter 2402. Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wang Shi's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so famous. Even Wang Shi, who came from another mundane realm, knew about Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on this, it was clear that Feng Qingyang's reputation was not just limited to the Saint Province realm. Even in other mundane realms, Senior Feng Qingyang's name was widely known. Speaking of Feng Qingyang, it said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial appeared when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. It seems like the inheritance was obtained by Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, Lu Xia said. Wang Shi nodded. Yes, it was obtained by him. A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Shi's eyes as he said, I wonder if the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial will appear when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens this time. It said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by several great overarching golden celestials. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had a deeper understanding. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Great overarching golden celestials. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I came from, great overarching golden celestials seem to be the best among the celestials. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the conversation between Lu Xia and Wang Shi. However, he still could not help but ask, Wang Shi, what's a great overarching golden celestial? Brother Lingtian, you've entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but you don't know about great overarching golden celestials? Wang Shi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then he said, Great overarching golden celestials are the best among the celestials. Even in the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials are well-known powerhouses. It's said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone is a realm created by a few great overarching golden celestials. The best treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is the inheritance left behind by the great overarching golden celestials. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was said that the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial was obtained by Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm. As he finished speaking, Wang Shi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian was shocked, but at the same time, he confirmed his previous guess. Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, allowing him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter, he did not know what it was. However, after listening to Wang Shi's words, the doubts in Duan Ling Tian's heart disappeared. He realized he had guessed correctly. Humph! Country bumpkin! Rongbo scoffed mockingly when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not even know what a great overarching golden celestial was. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Rongbo's words. A frown appeared on his face. Did Rongbo really think he was a pushover? Rongbo, watch your mouth. At this moment, Lu Xia opened her mouth and looked at Rongbo angrily. Duan Ling Tian didn't offend you, right? Why are you targeting him like this? We're a small group, and the most important thing for a group is unity. If you don't want to accept him, you're free to leave. You're not welcome here. Lu Xia's tone turned gloomier when she reached the end of her sentence. Throughout the journey, she had been disgusted by Rongbo's unbridled gaze. However, she did not flare up because Rongbo was an eminent celestial, and she had to take the other 2 people into consideration. Now that they had an eminent celestial like Duan Ling Tian in their group, she no longer had to tolerate Rongbo like she did in the past. Duan Ling Tian was the reason why she was so confident. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? A hint of anger flashed in Rongbo's eyes when he heard Lu Xia's words. However, he did not flare up. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, killing intent surged in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. It was obvious he was venting his anger on Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, Rongbo could do whatever he wanted. He was the center of the group. Lu Xia, Wang Shi, and Zhang Yi had to listen to him. No matter what he did, they had to swallow their anger. However, now that Duan Ling Tian had appeared, his position was no longer important, and he had become dispensable. How could he not be enraged by such a huge contrast? How could he not hate Duan Ling Tian, the person who started all this? Brother Ling Tian, Rongbo's temper is like this. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward to smooth things over. He could see Duan Ling Tian was angry. Duan Ling Tian was initially angry. However, when Lu Xia and Wang Shi interjected, he shrugged indifferently. It's all right. If a dog barks at you, you can't just stomp it to death, right? Just ignore it. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Xia and Zhang Yi were stunned. Wang Shi could not help but smile wryly. Boy, who are you calling a dog? Rongbo asked angrily as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him. He did not even bat an eyelid, let alone look at Rongbo. All right, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be so tense. Let's continue on our way. Otherwise, it'll be too late if someone else finds out about that place. At this moment, Wang Shi stepped forward again to smooth things over. The rest of the journey was rather peaceful. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian learned from Lu Xia that she was from the same world as Duan Ling Tian. She and Wang Shi came from the same mundane realm. It was a large mundane realm called Vast Cloud Realm. There were countless galaxies and planets in it. It was vast and boundless. Apart from that, Rongbo also came from a large mundane realm called the Skyline Realm. Rongbo was the most outstanding disciple of a powerful sect in that realm. He was one of the most influential figures among the younger generation in that realm. An eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old was as rare as a phoenix's feather in a large mundane realm. Naturally, Rongbo did not tell Duan Ling Tian about his origin. It was Lu Xia who told Duan Ling Tian about it. As for Zhang Yi, he's also from a large mundane realm. The mundane realm he's from is called Yan Huang Realm. Lu Xia said. Yan Huang Realm. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Xia's words. He immediately looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, the mundane realm you're from is called the Yan Huang Realm?" Duan Ling Tian lost his composure when he heard Lu Xia's words. The reason he lost his composure was due to the name of the mundane realm Zhang Yi was in, Yan Huang Realm. After all, when he was still on Earth in his past life, the people in the country he was from were called the descendants of Yan Huang. Moreover, according to the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao, the original name of Earth was planet Yan Huang. For this reason, when he heard Zhang Yi was from Yan Huang realm, he immediately thought of Earth where he was from in his previous life. It was planet Yan Huang in the past. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling Yan Huang realm had nothing to do with Earth. It was just a coincidence that they shared the same name. However, when he heard the name Yan Huang, he could not help but feel excited. Yes. Zhang Yi noticed Duan Lingtian's loss of composure. Although Zhang Yi was a dull person, he was curious about Duan Lingtian's reaction. Duan Lingtian, have you heard of Yan Huang realm? Zhang Yi, have you heard of planet Yan Huang? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Yi as if he was trying everything he could. Although he did not have much hope, he could not help but ask Zhang Yi. Planet Yan Huang. Zhang Yi was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian mentioning planet Yan Huang. Why, you're from the Saint Province realm, and yet, you know about planet Yan Huang? To Zhang Yi, the three words planet Yan Huang were all too familiar. After all, the sect he belonged to was originally from planet Yan Huang. It was only later that they moved to the galaxy where they were now. There's a planet Yan Huang in Yan Huang realm? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Then he asked, can you tell me more about planet Yan Huang in Yan Huang realm? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to confirm if the planet Yan Huang that Zhang Yi mentioned was Earth from his past life. Of course. Zhang Yi did not know if it was because he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye or the fact that Duan Lingtian mentioned planet Yan Huang that made him feel close to planet Yan Huang. Zhang Yi was no longer as inarticulate as before. Planet Yan Huang is one of the cultivation planets of Yan Huang realm. In our Yan Huang plane, there are only a few planets where cultivation originates. Currently, nearly half of the cultivators in Yan Huang realm possess legacies that can be traced back to planet Yan Huang. For this reason, the mundane realm we're in is known as the Yan Huang realm. Zhang Yi said patiently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. For example, the Celestial Masters sect that I'm in originated from planet Yan Huang. Zhang Yi continued to explain. Celestial Masters sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He remembered there was such a sect in ancient myths and legends when he was still on Earth in his past life. Is the Celestial Masters sect's patriarch Zhang Daoling, Celestial Master Zhang? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already faintly realized something. Chapter 2403. You even know the name of our Celestial Master sect's patriarch? Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even in Yan Huang realm, apart from the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, the most people knew about the Celestial Master sect's patriarch was Zhang Celestial Master. Very few people knew the name of their Celestial Master sect. Even the disciples with lower positions in the Celestial Master sect did not know the name of their Celestial Master sect's patriarch. However, Duan Lingtian had revealed the name of their Celestial Master sect's patriarch. Zhang Daoling. Gasp! Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Zhang Yi's confirmation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, revealing his complicated emotions. All this while, he had always wanted to return to Earth. In addition to seeking revenge on his agent from his previous life, he also wanted to return to Earth and live for a period of time. He wanted to do something for his country within the limits of his ability. However, he knew it would be difficult for him to return to Earth. According to the three-legged golden crow, Hua Lao, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm and use the transporting formation between Devata realms to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After that, he would have to find a way to return to Earth from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to return to the mundane realm from the Devata realm. From then on, Duan Lingtian thought it might be possible for him to return to Earth, but it would be a long time before he could do so. At the very least, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm first. He did not expect he would be able to return to Earth after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone before he ascended to a Devata realm. This was because the person in front of him was from the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who was absent-minded, suddenly heard shouts. Only then did he realize that Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi were all looking at him worriedly. Seeing that he had regained his senses, the three of them asked in unison, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I just remembered something." "Is the thing you remember related to the patriarch of our celestial master sect?" Zhang Yi asked. Even now, he still found it somewhat inconceivable. Duan Ling Tian, a person from another mundane realm, actually knew the name of the patriarch of the celestial master sect. "The patriarch of your celestial master's sect?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He didn't know why Zhang Yi asked him that, because he didn't understand Zhang Yi's current mood. "Is it not?" Zhang Yi was stunned as well. Then he asked, "Then, where did you learn the name of our celestial master sect's patriarch? You should know that even the disciples of the celestial master sect don't know the patriarch's name, let alone an outsider. You're not from the Yen Huang realm, but you're from the Saint Province realm. Can you tell me where you heard the name of our celestial master sect's patriarch?" Zhang Yi was no longer as inarticulate as he used to be. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. Naturally, he couldn't tell Zhang Yi about his past life since it was too shocking. For this reason, he casually came up with an excuse. "I once came across a skeleton in the Saint Province realm. There was a stone tablet next to the skeleton that said he was a disciple of the Celestial Master sect, and the patriarch of the Celestial Master sect was called Zhang Daoling. Did he leave a message saying his name? Or, did he have a keepsake with him?" Zhang Yi inhaled sharply as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Then he said anxiously, "Duan Ling Tian, I suspect the skeleton you're talking about belongs to a disciple of the Celestial Master sect. It's highly possible that the Celestial Master sect's disciple accidentally came to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened." "Name? Keepsake? I don't think so." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and asked, "Based on what you're saying, people from Yen Huang realm can go to the Saint Province realm when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a bright light flashed in the depth of his eyes. In fact, he was using this as an excuse to lead Zhang Yi to the Saint Province realm. When he realized the Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to Yen Huang realm, he could not help but think to himself, if he found the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from Yen Huang realm, would it mean that he could go to Yen Huang realm? Could he use that entrance to enter the Yen Huang realm and return to Earth? "Of course." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "As long as you can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from your Saint Province realm, not only people from Yen Huang realm, but even people from Vast Cloud realm and the other two mundane realms will be able to enter your Saint Province realm as well. If you can find the entrance to the other four mundane realms, you'll be able to enter the other four mundane realms as well." Zhang Yi's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicions to a certain extent. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he would be able to return to Earth before he ascended to a Devata realm. I can't even find the entrance to the Saint Province realm, let alone the entrance to the other mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. "Brother Ling Tian, you don't have to worry about that," Wang Shi said at this moment. "Generally speaking, after 3 years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, you'll be able to sense the entrance to the mundane realm you're in. As long as you follow your senses, you'll be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm. At that time, you can choose whether you want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone or return to the mundane realm," Wang Shi said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 3 years? Why is it 3 years? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. "I'm not sure why it's 3 years. However, this is the rule of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It's basically impossible to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone within 3 years since you won't be able to find the entrance to the mundane realm," Wang Shi said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Then, if I want to go to another mundane realm, for example, the mundane realm you're in, I'll have to wait 3 years for you to lead the way?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wang Shi. "Theoretically, yes." Wang Shi nodded. "Of course, you don't necessarily need me to lead the way. For example, most of us from the Vast Cloud realm have been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year now. 2.5 years later, if you ask anyone from the Vast Cloud realm about the location of the entrance and exit to the Vast Cloud realm, they'll be able to point you in the right direction. At that time, you'll be able to find the entrance to the vast cloud realm and enter the vast cloud realm, Wang Shi explained. Duan Lingtian nodded. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Wang Shi's words. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself. In other words, after 2.5 years, as long as someone from the Yanhuang realm guides me in the direction of the entrance to the Yanhuang realm, I'll be able to find the entrance to the Yanhuang realm and enter the Yanhuang realm? Once I enter the Yanhuang realm, I'll have a chance to return to Earth. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. As they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian did not forget to ask Xueqi about the Yanhuang realm. Gradually, he gained a better understanding of the Yanhuang realm. Among them was the Yanhuang planet. As it turns out, Earth used to be one of the most dazzling cultivation planets in the Yanhuang realm. In the beginning, many powerhouses were born there. For example, the powerhouses in the ancient myths and legends in my previous life were born at that time. Later, the number of cultivators on Earth increased until the heaven and earth spirit Qi dried up. At that time, the cultivators on Earth began to leave Earth and conquer the stars. They established their own orthodoxies and left their legacies in distant galaxies and planets that were rich in heaven and earth spirit Qi. The large mundane realm where Earth is located, the Yanhuang realm, is almost boundless. There are countless galaxies and planets there. Duan Lingtian said. There are thousands of races in the universe, and cultivators compete with interstellar technology. The more Duan Lingtian learned about the Yanhuang realm, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings and find the entrance to the Yanhuang realm. Currently, Earth was not the only thing that attracted him to the Yanhuang realm. Naturally, Earth was still the most attractive thing to him. Nothing could replace it. After all, it was his hometown. In fact, as long as it's a large mundane realm, it's almost the same as our Yanhuang realm. For example, the vast cloud realm where Wang Shi and Lu Xia are from, the skyline realm where Rongbo is from, and the Muro realm are the same. Xueqi said. Large mundane realms usually had countless galaxies and planets. There were thousands of races in the universe, and there were fierce clashes between cultivation and technology. The Saint Province realm where Duan Lingtian was from was only a small mundane realm. In the eyes of people from large mundane realms, people from small mundane realms were no different from barbarians. This is similar to what Hua Lao told me before. After learning about the large mundane realms from Xueqi, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Chapter 2404. Duan Lingtian still remembered the words Hua Lao had said to Duan Lingtian back then. There are 2 types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that you came from in your past life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. Celestials from the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, so it's called a small mundane realm. This small mundane realm is made up of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continent, and the vast sea. There are very few kinds of creatures in this mundane realm. These were Hua Lao's words. He had explained the difference between a large mundane realm and a small mundane realm. This time, the people who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had come from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from Duan Lingtian's Saint Province realm, which was a small mundane realm, the other 4 mundane realms were large mundane realms. One of the large mundane realms was the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Xueqi, there's a Saint Celestial stage in Yanhuang realm as well? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Xueqi along the way. Previously, Elder Hua had told him that the division of cultivation bases on planet Yanhuang was different from the division of cultivation bases in the Saint Province realm. However, when Xueqi and the others had just arrived, they had mentioned the Saint Celestial stage again. Rongbo, in particular, had said that if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be allowed to join them. Of course. Xueqi nodded before he continued to say, it said that a long time ago, there was no such thing as a Saint Celestial stage in Yanhuang realm. However, for some reason, the division of cultivation in Yanhuang realm has been unified with the division of cultivation in the surrounding mundane realms. After unification, the Saint Celestial stage was created. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. For example, in the mundane realm where Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Rong Bo are from, the difference in cultivation base is the same as in the mundane realm where I'm from. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same in the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi continued. It's about the same. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, he also realized that Hua Lao was not lying to him. It was just that the division of cultivation levels in Yan Huang realm had changed later on. In another 2 hours, we'll reach the place Lu Xia and I found. After rushing for a while, Duan Ling Tian heard Wang Shi's voice. Wang Shi said in a dignified tone, "There are many formations set up in that place. Based on my observation and speculation, one of the formations is a formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering. In other words, loose immortals can't enter that place." Wang Shi's eyes lit up as he spoke. A formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering? Are you sure? Almost as soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, Rong Bo, who hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately looked at Wang Shi with a burning gaze. "I'm sure." Wang Shi nodded. "Before entering the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, I've heard that there are some places in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone that have formations set up to prevent bodiless celestials from entering. It's impossible for one's divine consciousness to enter those places since it originates from one's soul. The place Lu Xia and I found also repels divine consciousness. Our divine consciousness can't go near it at all." Wang Shi looked at Lu Xia when he finished speaking. "That's right." Lu Xia nodded. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow slightly when he discovered that Rong Bo was a formation restriction. Rong Bo's face began to tremble when he heard Wang Shi's confirmation that bodiless celestials were restricted from entering that place. His eyes, in particular, were shining with a terrifying light, as if there was some sort of peerless treasure in that place. Does Rong Bo know something? Just when Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. "Rong Bo, do you know something?" Rong Bo's movements were too loud. Even Wang Shi and Lu Xia noticed that something was wrong with him. Wang Shi couldn't help but frown and ask, "If you know something, tell us, so we can be prepared and reduce the casualties." "It's nothing." After hearing Wang Shi's inquiry, Rong Bo's emotions calmed down slightly. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, perfunctorily brushing Wang Shi off. "As far as I know, at this moment," Zhang Yi said, "in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, bodiless celestials are restricted from entering any place that contains the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial." "You!" Rong Bo's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He glared at Zhang Yi, clearly annoyed that Zhang Yi would reveal this. It should be noted that most people did not know about this. Only some of the powerful sects in the large mundane realms knew about the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Bodiless celestials were restricted from entering any place that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Although Rong Bo knew about this, he did not intend to reveal it. He did not expect Zhang Yi to know about it as well. Moreover, Zhang Yi had told him about it. He felt as though he had encountered a useless teammate. The inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia's eyes lit up. After all, the most valuable thing in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. "Zhang Yi, is this true?" Wang Shi took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Yi. He wanted to confirm it with Zhang Yi. This legend has been passed down for generations in the Celestial Master sect. It should be true. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "Moreover, according to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, he personally witnessed Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm entering a place where bodiless celestials are restricted. At that time, there were many bodiless celestials waiting outside. They wanted a share of the loot when Feng Qingyang and the others came out. However, after Feng Qingyang came out, a group of bodiless celestials were killed by Feng Qingyang. Even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Feng Qingyang after 10 moves." The words that the founder of our Celestial Master sect passed down to our descendants also emphasize that it was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Feng Qingyang's sword. According to him, Feng Qingyang is only an eminent celestial because Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi's words were reasonable and convincing. It was impossible not to believe him. After obtaining the legacy of a great overarching golden celestial, Feng Qingyang, an eminent celestial, was able to kill an 8 bodiless celestial? Wang Shi was dumbfounded, and so was Lu Xia. In the past, they had heard that a prodigious sword saint from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, had obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. However, they did not know that prodigious sword saint had killed an 8 bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. Now that Zhang Yi had told them about this, they were, naturally, shocked. Rongbo, did you know that the place Wang Shi mentioned might be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance? After a while, Lu Xia seemed to have recalled something and looked at Rongbo with hostility. Swoosh! Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, Wang Shi turned around and looked at Rongbo with hostility. It's just a possibility, Rongbo said indifferently. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a place with a formation that repels bodiless celestials might not necessarily be the place where a great overarching golden celestial left his inheritance. Naturally, I can't say anything before I confirm it. I think you just don't want to tell us, Lu Xia said angrily. Wang Shi's gaze turned even more hostile as he looked at Rongbo. At this moment, Zhang Yi added, generally speaking, places with restrictions that repel bodiless celestials would definitely have clues about the legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial, even if there's no legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. If we can obtain some clues, we'll be able to find the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. No matter what, Wang Shi, the place you and Lu Xia found is not an ordinary place. Zhang Yi's words caused Rongbo to glare at him again. It was obvious Rongbo felt Zhang Yi was talking too much. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. With my current strength, if I can obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it won't be a problem for me to surpass Senior Feng Qingyang. Let's continue on our journey, Duan Lingtian urged Wang Shi as he looked at him. Right now, he couldn't wait any longer. About 2 hours later. We're here. Wang Shi's voice entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears, allowing them to realize they had arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look, and he noticed that there was a lush green mountain range beneath his feet. He was currently in the air above a canyon. The canyon was not small, but it was very narrow. Moreover, it was shrouded in layers of gray mist, making it difficult for him to see what was inside. Not only can I not use my divine consciousness, but I can't even extend it. Chapter 2405. That's the valley. Wang Shi's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In fact, even if Wang Shi did not remind him, Duan Lingtian already knew that he was in the valley. The place Wang Shi was talking about was the valley beneath his feet. This was because there was a formation hidden in the valley that restricted his divine consciousness. He had already noticed this when he first arrived. With this formation, a bodiless celestial soul won't be able to get close to it, let alone enter it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself as he looked down at the gorge that was covered by the dusky mist beneath his feet. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the faint sound of wind whistling in the air. They immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. They turned to look and saw a figure flying in the air. In the distance, a figure could be seen flying across the sky. However, this person's target was not them. Moreover, he seemed to be in a hurry and did not notice them at all. Let's go in. 5 of us should be enough. At this moment, Wang Shi repeatedly urged Duan Lingtian and the others. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not want another person to take a share of the loot. Naturally, he did not want another person to share the spoils of war with him because Duan Lingtian was also an eminent celestial who had just joined them. In his opinion, 2 eminent celestials were more than enough to enter the place where bodiless celestials were restricted. All right. Duan Lingtian, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi nodded in unison after they understood Wang Shi's words. Their robes fluttered in the wind as they prepared to follow Wang Shi into the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Wait! However, just as Duan Ling Tian and the others were about to make their move, Rongbo did not move. Instead, he called out to them. Before Duan Ling Tian and the others could react, a voice rang in the air. Feng Man. Rongbo raised his voice as he looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. When Rongbo called out Feng Man's name, the figure in the distance suddenly came to a halt. Then, he looked in the direction where Duan Ling Tian and the others were standing before he rushed over as quickly as he could. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, no matter how slow they were, they could not help but realize this person was a person. Rongbo knew this person. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. He was not affected by Rongbo's action of calling the passerby over. Rongbo? What are you doing here? At this moment, a passerby had also arrived near Duan Ling Tian and the others. However, he did not look at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Instead, he looked at Rongbo and asked in a familiar tone. They really know each other. When Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi heard Rongbo calling out Feng Man's name, they guessed Rongbo knew the person. However, when they saw the person greeting Rongbo so familiarly, their hearts trembled slightly. This was because they knew another person had come to share the loot with them. Moreover, this person was someone Rongbo knew. Feng Man, try to use your divine consciousness to explore the canyon below. Rongbo did not reply to the person directly. The person who came was a young man with a medium build and an average appearance. However, from his pair of eyes that constantly flickered, it could be seen that this person was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. When the young man named Feng Man heard Rongbo's words, he instinctively mobilized his divine consciousness to investigate the canyon beneath his feet. However, he soon discovered something was amiss. In the vicinity of this canyon, there was no way for him to release his divine sense. It was as if there was a strong resistance in the unseen world that prevented him from releasing his consciousness. At this moment, a thought appeared in Feng Man's mind. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he'd already realized exactly what was within this gorge that was enshrouded in mist and restricted divine sense. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, only places that contained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or places that contained clues about the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial would have such a formation. The formation did not restrict one's divine consciousness, but it restricted one's soul. To be more precise, it restricted one's soul to bodiless celestials. In other words, it was impossible for bodiless celestials to obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It seems like you've figured it out, Rongbo said indifferently. Haha. Feng Man laughed when he regained his senses. Rongbo, you're really lucky, aren't you? You've only been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year, and you've already found such a good place. If there's an inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial here, won't we be rich? What do you think? Am I a good friend? Rongbo said with a smile. Good, good. Feng Man gave Rongbo a thumbs up before he said, No matter what, Rongbo, I owe you a favor for calling me over. If Rongbo had not called out to him earlier, he would have left long ago. At this moment, Feng Man had also noticed Duan Ling Tian and the others. He frowned as he looked at Rongbo and said, Rongbo, with our strength, we're more than capable of entering this treasure vault that restricts entry to bodiless celestials. There's no need to bring so many people with us, right? When Feng Man reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian and the others would try to take a share of the loot from Duan Ling Tian and the others. I agree. There's no need to bring so many people with us. As soon as Feng Man finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others curiously before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded in agreement. Rongbo! Wang Shi was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard Rongbo's words. What do you mean there's no need to bring so many people with us? Don't forget that if Lu Xia and I didn't find this place and bring you here, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. Now that we've arrived at this treasure vault that's suspected to contain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, you want to take it for yourself? Wang Shi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger when he spoke. It was as though he could burn everything in his path. Whether it was Feng Man or Wang Shi, both of them called the canyon beneath their feet a treasure vault. After all, they knew there was either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial or clues related to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Such a place was definitely worthy of being called a treasure trove. Although Lu Xia did not say anything, her eyes were filled with anger as well as she looked at Rongbo. If she had known this would happen, she would have asked Rongbo to leave their group. So you're the ones who discovered this treasure vault. Feng Man nodded when he heard Wang Shi's words. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Rongbo. Rongbo, how strong are the four of them? Can the two of us handle them? Based on Rongbo's reaction, he could tell Feng Man was not close to the four men. Among the four of them, one is an eminent celestial, two are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and one is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It won't be difficult for the two of us to deal with them. Rongbo replied through voice transmission. However, we can just kill the three men. As for the woman, we're not in a hurry to kill her. I want to kill her first before I kill her. When Rongbo reached the end of his voice transmission, he looked at Lu Xia with even more disdain. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian had joined their group, Rongbo did not dare to treat Lu Xia the way he did because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, who was also an eminent celestial. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian if Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi decided to help Duan Lingtian. Understood. Feng Man nodded when he heard Rongbo's voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three men again, the killing intent in his eyes surged. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other three men felt a sense of danger. At this moment, Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake. Chills ran down their spines. Rongbo, do you think you can handle the four of us just because you have a helper? Wang Shi said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Rongbo. If it's just an ordinary helper, naturally, I don't think we can handle all of you. Rongbo smiled. Unfortunately, all of you are unlucky. There are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in Skyline Realm, including me. Coincidentally, Feng Man is one of them. The smile on Rongbo's face widened when he finished speaking. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Be it Wang Shi, Lu Xia, or Zhang Yi, all of their expressions changed at the same time. They did not expect Feng Man to be so strong. They did not expect Feng Man to be an eminent celestial as well. In fact, there were not more than 10 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realms they were from. However, not only did a passerby from the mundane realm that Rongbo was from, but he was also an eminent celestial like Rongbo. 2 eminent celestials, Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi felt as though their hearts had sunk to the bottom. If the other party was only an eminent celestial and a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the three of them and Duan Lingtian might still be able to defeat him even if he had comprehended heaven and earth to the extreme and was about to face the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, you're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.